some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, mostly in private. Come to my house, let's talk. And I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is really a very heavy-duty question. Actually, it's not just a question; it's a much bigger question, and it's really bad. It's really dark. And then I stopped. Then I was like, this is not helping me at all. This person.
What information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
It's so dark. Well, first of all, the deception is always bad. Like lying is bad. It's bad not just in a legal sense, in that it can be rots you. Like being a liar makes you a bad person. When you lie, you are serving evil. There's a moral quality to it that's inescapable and very obvious, and only like advanced civilizations ignore that. Lying is bad, and so if you have lying at scale, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The deeper level is so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are, like it's binary. They're either, and you're on team good or team bad. So you need to want, but like, what are these things? They're bad, and I think some of them are bad. And the U.S. government knows that. Elements, the people within the U.S. government know that. Then they're serving bad force.
Well, when you say spiritual, like what makes you draw that conclusion that they're spiritual?
Was the obvious? Maybe it's spiritual, maybe the wrong word, supernatural. They're beyond nature as we understand it. Obviously, they are. You just chart their physical behavior. It doesn't. It goes outside of what we understand about physics. Physical means propulsion. Coming at indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible undersea. In other words, if I take a 9mm round 7.62 by 39 and shoot you at 50 yards underwater in a swimming pool, and it's even more intense than saltwater because it's denser. Catch the bullet, if it even makes it to you, right? So if you have a craft, any object underwater that's traveling at 500 knots as measured by sonar, right there, you're challenging understanding physics. Like, what is that? How can that be? So
they track that. They're tracking things going 500 knots under the sea.
Much faster than any object can actually go under for sure. There's a lot of stuff going on underwater.
What up, baby? How you doing, Sproto Gremlin?
These things coming.
How are you, Robert?
I'm living the dream.
You left the Harry Potter group again. Why?
So,
The internet connectivity went down.
It's that transmedium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody.
I don't think some of it's that blurry. I think some of it's crystal clear.
We just don't have access to it. Is that what you mean? We haven't seen it. So they have some stuff.
Why you're not live in the Harry
So
Potter?
there's just a lot going on in the water.
Because Anatoly's in there,
I mean,
and Anatoly annoys me.
You just beef with Anatoly now.
Yeah, well, he annoys me, and he kind of always has annoyed me, and he annoys other people too. He's very selfish.
She is annoying. It is true. I agree with what you say. She is annoying. But you were good friends before. Why you end up like this?
We were. We absolutely were. What happened specifically? Truthfully, he kept asking me the same question over and over, and asking the group the same question over and over, and it's a common thing that he does. He wanted to know whether he should go see a girl in Hawaii or go to San Juan, Puerto Rico. And it's a very simple decision. Where do you want to go? Do you want to see this girl? Do you want to go to San Juan? And he'll be like, oh, I want to go to Hawaii. Oh, maybe I'll go to San Juan. And literally every single person who comes into the room, he'll ask that question to. And this kept happening over days. And I was like, dude, you're annoying me with that. Quit it. You're boring. Go do something. Like, everybody's always telling me to go do something, but you keep telling me the same story. He's like, yeah, I know. I forgot I told you. And then when I would talk to him about something, what I felt was interesting, he wouldn't pay attention to it. And I'd be like, dude, you're not paying attention to me. Here I am listening to your stupid story about Hawaii and Puerto Rico, and I'm telling you about something that is serious is to me, and you're not paying attention to me. So then finally he comes over and he's like, all right, well, if I go and I fly to Hawaii, I don't know, I might come and I might fly to Los Angeles. And I'm like, dude, nobody does that. Nobody flies from Dallas to Hawaii and stops in Los Angeles just for fun. Nobody does that. I'm like, if you want to do that and you want to meet up, that's fine. But like, don't make it like a layover. You're just going to be in the airport the whole time. He's like, yeah, well, I don't know. I'm going to make some kind of decision in the near future. So he kept talking about this story, and finally I just said, dude, you annoy me. I'm done. And I left. And
It's okay, I understand.
yeah,
I
and
understand, but you are very famous among the community of the Harry Potter, and the world is asking for you.
I'll be back.
The first time you left, I was there, and a lot of people was asking you, where are you, and things.
I'll be back. I mean, I was there for like 12 hours today. My internet went down, so it knocked me out when I was asleep. And then when I went back to go in, I see Anatoly's there, so I'm like, oh, I'll just wait till he's gone, and then I'll come back.
Okay, I understand your relationship with Anatoly. I can tell you something about this, but only this, have in mind that in the Harry Potter group, you have a lot of fans. The people are asking you there to never leave this group.
I don't think I ever will. It's the fact that sometimes I gotta hop down and hop back up, particularly when it comes to two things. Connectivity is my big one, just always staying connected. And then the other one, and it's really only been with one person, is Anatoly. And it wasn't like this was just a one-time thing. We were very good friends, as you know, like 2 months ago, and he started to annoy me at that point where he kept making promises, and not delivering on them. And one time I just called him out on it. And I said, dude, here you are making all these promises. When other people make promises, they deliver. And I gave him examples of when these people in the community delivered. And I said, here you are, you're saying you're going to go to Mardi Gras. You're telling everybody in the VC, hey, I'm going to Mardi Gras. Do you have any plans to go to with me to go to Mardi Gras? Hey, do you know where I should stop on my way down to Mardi Gras? Do you know how long a drive it is? He'll ask every single person about Mardi Gras and then not go. And it's very annoying because it's like, dude, you've been asking people for 3 days about Mardi Gras and all of their thoughts about it, like you're gonna go. Now you're not. You just wasted all our time.
You liked the AI generated song I made for you. Right?
I loved it. I listened to it. I love AI music. I hate to say it, but like,
yeah, keep saying I love AI.
I love AI and I love AI music.
Yeah, of course you do.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. What's your name?
That's fucking messed up, bro. I'm pretty crying, bro.
What the fuck is that, bro? Big ass forehead, bro. Shut your lame ass up.
Protogram, welcome to Discord.
Thank you, my friend.
Excellent. Well, I'm here, and I'm going to continue to be here, and don't worry, I'll be back in Harry Potter soon enough. I'm just waiting for it to clear out, and then I'll be there. This is Tucker Carlson, episode 2138.
But then you just ask yourself, what is that?
Man, that's so cold in here.
And, if there's been extensive knowledge of this for decades, like maybe 80 years at least.
Yeah, there's what the hell did you realize?
To the 30s, 90 years. To what end? So there are two possible explanations. Obviously, the first is one you often hear, which is this is so heavy that if the public were to know about it, it would be just disruptive, too scary. Like you don't want to scare people for no good reason. There's nothing to do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting the country, the homeland. And it does suggest that you can control these objects in your airspace, and that's known. They can, that's known, okay? Then that suggests a limit to the power of the U.S. military. You don't want to tell people that because then they think they're safe. Then there's a deeper level, which is like, okay, what's your relationship with these things? What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship and that it's longstanding. And that raises like a lot of questions about intent. And just personally decided, and people have been hurt by these things. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. They've been killed. And I'm not saying millions of people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts out of the VA. So, I don't know, an object that is by definition supernatural, it's above the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. We don't spend enough time thinking about what that adds up to. Not good, actually, not good.
How many people do you think have died from these?
I really don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness? Is it like what's the
so the person that I talked to, I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor who's out there and worth talking to.
talking about Gary Noble?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. You know him.
Yeah.
Entirely credible person. Checks all the boxes that I care about. He's got patents, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors. He's like independently rich. He flew to. I live in a remote place, and he flew to my place at his own expense because he wanted to tell the story. So he's got no profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, practically, Stanford Medical School. Consider that a big deal. And he's worked on this for over 10 years, assessing the injuries to U.S. servicemen from being in close proximity to these objects or having contact with these objects. And his conclusion, as you know, because you talked to him, is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles people's brains or kills them. And it's not exactly radiation, at least it is telling to me. So anyway, but the point is, people have died.
Yeah.
And so, it does raise a lot of questions about what the hell, right? What the hell? American citizens have died.
It's because they don't have any explanations. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. Like, I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. Like, if I was from another planet, or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it, especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds and go undetected.
Well, it depends. Like that. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one. Mm-hmm. There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, the supernatural world that's acting on us all the time for good and bad. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society in all recorded history has thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then all of a sudden, the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in. But that's an anomaly. Like, no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ. But the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so to someone born before, or living before 1945, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. And in fact, that battle, that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has been the basis of every society, of every religion, not just Christianity. So, it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions, relatively speaking, about how the world works, you're like, well, that kind of seems like the obvious explanation, right?
It's not that obvious to me.
So what's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think
Rabbi, we have no
I
sound
had to
from the
guess some of
door.
this stuff is ours.
Thank you.
And some of these
I'll
things
fix it.
are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate.
Spurtogram, when you watch the little video in the, like that I'm sharing my screen, does it share any sound?
Without igniting fuel and pushing something out.
No,
They
I
operate
can't hear the
in
door
a
open.
completely different
It's
way.
muted.
Excellent, thank you. All right, let's see how we fix this.
Utilizes gravity and all. Almost instantaneously
Spurtogram, can you hear Joe Rogan at all?
transport to new places, essentially fold space time.
No, it is muted.
Thank you.
I don't.
Just Carol Miller, and welcome my friend to the Friday night session called Rock and Roll Favorite. New York and back this in partnership with Black owned business with the chance to win 20 billion campaigns for both their business. For more information, is entrepreneur interest in this business, go to blackbiz.com. Hi, I'm John D'Agostino, founder.
I see your ass in the street.
It's tight, dog.
We see your ass, bro.
Dude, you see pajamas, dog. If you've never seen pajamas, ZZ, then you wouldn't know the difference. You're seeing pajamas.
Look your ass. It's ugly.
Dog, this is how you get muted.
Playing with me. You don't hear what you're saying to me. Religion is on her knees like she praying to me. Okay, I'm done. Never mind, just get it.
Yo, Mike. You. Mike. Good boy. Go get some THCP. Oh shit, you trying to go into the different call room? Because this one's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, because I'm waiting on some, I'm gonna get some energy drinks. Yeah. Right now I'm just hitting this vape and shit. It's pretty fucking good. Actually, it tastes good and it's good.
How to share screen on Discord with sound.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Discord with sound. Let's
I'm dating this girl now, bro, and I have a summer job, and I've been pretty decent at school, you know, so.
First thing, I want you to go ahead and open your server, and from here, just
And I just realized that she's in the same year as me, because I remember she took the test around the same time I took the test to get in. I just realized that, it's like, where have I seen her before? She was there the same test we did, and I just keep seeing her around. This was like serendipity, bro, like holy fuck. I can't believe it. And down to Mexico with me a couple months. And 2 years.
It's very easy, very simple. I
When I take a vacation.
as well.
She's from Mexico. Yeah. That's where she was. One of these days, I'm gonna show you her. Oh my gosh, I'm so
Well, guys.
look at this shit, man.
Once this opens up, you'll have two options, either applications or strategies. You want to make sure you select applications. You're not allowed to share audio. Additionally, when looking through the list of applications here, you want to share
God,
because that game or
what the
application
fuck was that?
that's preventing
I forget the fuck we going in this
So if
shit.
it's a game,
What's up, Red Lion?
What up, baby? How are you?
So, god damn, fucking hate that shit.
Are
What
you
the hell's
too?
this? What the hell's going on here?
We're just
What's going
chilling.
on in this one? Why does everybody here do?
We're just chilling.
I know there's some like. Oh yeah.
once we're in user settings, scroll down under apps
Uh,
settings to the left. It's the recent video.
Is it some like fucking set going on or some shit?
All the way down until we get to screen share.
Did you hear?
The second option
Yeah, I heard it.
use experimental method to capture audio. I recommend toggling this so if it's already on, toggle it off and see if that fixes your issue. But if it's off, go ahead and turn that on and see if you have sound when you
I
share.
thought maybe it was like 420 so I can thing or something.
Share audio is still not working. I recommend doing
But
this.
piece of that before, you know, alright, I'm gonna jump around.
So you score and then see if that fixes your issue.
But yeah, Mike, I'm gonna say, bro, I'm Easton, bro. Like,
Don't
know. So there's start my training for lifeguard and shit next week, where they have my like thing, like the first thing program, and then the official training is
people that are sworn into these programs,
and
whether the physicists, metallurgists, or whoever these people are that are working.
Yesterday they were just testing if I can well,
All their phones are monitored. Everything
it was
is
so
monitored.
lit, bro.
There's a culture of secret.
Did I tell you already or not?
It's pretty intense, and it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 70 plus years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed drones that can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did I tell you?
Conventional, the people that understand conventional propulsion
Yeah, I'm
systems,
still in some labs.
and that they figured out
I
a
was
way to do this.
here me keep on my back,
And
facing the wall to see if I could trip water. And I had to do it on my then I had to bottom of the pool in the deep end and then sprout back up pretty much.
They describe these
I feel like
crashes,
it's
these crash
they're probably gonna make you stay down there
fascinating.
under like
That
underwater. You're getting used to that pretty much.
program, the crash UAP retrieval
People think
program
there's
is essentially
being a lifeguard, you're gonna be able to stay and this
we're gonna crash.
just strict and it gets like
That's true. Okay, but where are these things coming from?
a low level paramedic or
There's
something.
something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us
Yeah,
a
and then-
trinket for us to have to engineer. Is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from
So
some realm that we
It pays
don't
above
have
minimum.
access to? Is it
Wait,
from
just
another
point
planet? Are we
yeah.
drones that are on other
But
planets?
it's stressful when you have to be on your toes.
We have rovers, we have satellites that we send to observe and photograph other planets.
Yeah.
just got really high detailed photographs of Jupiter and pretty.
Be high on the just want the other things.
If something was like us on another planet and
Yeah, because I don't want to be like in trouble or something, because then I could like get fired and shit.
with technology,
Like, when I was at McDonald's, I feel fucking smart. I went to the fucking interview high and they didn't give a fuck.
what would that be like? And how much would we?
Yeah, I remember taking that poll before I went to the interview. I was like,
what would we be
Jesus, morning. I was waiting for a whole fucking hour. I remember they gave me my interview hella late, and after that, I played up this week. I'm like, fuck this.
Something
This place is a
literally
joke.
can full time, can
That is
hold
fun.
space and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously. What are we gonna see?
Dude, I found out that
And
my
also,
girlfriend, she
what
plays
kind of
basketball.
detection systems do we have? We have
I
radar,
thought
we
she
have
should
visual,
for the
we
team.
have
She just kind of shy,
a
but
bunch of different
yeah, she definitely traveled.
detection systems to look out.
It's because we're both Mexican.
Anti-craft.
There's like no Mexicans on the basketball team that make shit. We can be the
If
first
you're dealing
one
with something that's a million years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, so I
I
think
think she's really shy. I don't know how to do it.
the U.S. government has technology that we don't be able to know. That makes sense.
Sure.
But like, where did it come from?
A lot of Mexicans in my school, there's only a handful.
Separate question, but related. Yeah, should we really know?
I thought that's the only reason we're dating, is like we're both Mexican and
Really? Yes.
But in Manhattan, brother?
Yeah, like, you know, the Manhattan.
That's not just that,
Something
that's-
about Manhattan. Like, where exactly did that came from? Germany. German scientists were working on it. Okay. The one person,
Yeah, this can't wait.
separate conversation. One person I know was really close.
we haven't plugged in, we're going to soon.
Was a trustworthy person.
Pretty soon. I think,
No, I'm not actually. I was spending a year working.
but I think
Something close right now. It's like, okay, but what's the
It's gonna be a
where did this? What was the Isaac Newton apple on the head of gravity's real moment for fission? Not clear. Weird. I don't know the answer. But here's the point. Clearly, government has technology that Bob have not read it.
Right.
But
What up, Real Schiller? Hey, we're watching Joe Rogan, baby.
answer the question. Why have we seen
Welcome.
these objects in the skies for thousands of years?
I'm well, dog. Hey,
And what are
Real Schiller, you're gonna find people that can be really nice on here, but they can be really disrespectful too. Just have some thick skin. The people in this room are really cool. We're watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to come here whenever you want.
There's no evidence of
Pensa
that.
to
Huge
some
amount
pequenas
of evidence that
but
there's by people perhaps and what is that? And by the way,
she's way better than anyone on this for like by
you
out
can't see
five.
the intravasers. They don't.
And way like 20 times better than,
But people.
50 times better than you're 100 times better than Natalia.
It is. Why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
That is fucking ugly inside.
You know, when we
Yeah,
started
no, I mean,
one of the things that we do. Did you ever watch Chimp Nation on
No,
Netflix?
there's a TV, but
you know,
I
it's
the sound of it.
it's an amazing documentary on Netflix.
Cakes, bro. Cakes are harsh, but
it's in the car. And what's really fascinating about it is that this group
kind of good. I know they taste good, but they're hard.
related
It's kind of
scientists have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed
Yes.
to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. If they come close, you back up. You
Wait,
food. You can't bring any food there because they'll fuck you up.
Bro, like, would you rather-
find out you have food?
And they're from
you're in real trouble. Oh yeah, they'll tear you apart. And they
No, I
like
like
each other, so
fuck
they'll
THC because that's 6 grams for
So
32
when
bucks.
they have done this,
THC.
the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say, bro, is vaping cakes, is that better than
They're not
nicotine?
food, and they're not enemy. They don't ever intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact, so they don't worry about people at all. So they behave
No,
completely like
It's,
chimps.
they're not neither as good for you, but I think THC is probably
If I was
not as bad as
and I was
nicotine.
studying people, and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like they're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. Here you go. Figure this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this entire species on this planet. And one way to do that would be
For
to
what purpose? And making it where you
that's a very good question.
like these cars that I have. I mean, yeah, they make me cough, but only a
Biological intelligent life
I don't hit it too often.
is essentially a caterpillar.
Yeah,
It's a caterpillar.
because even like a fucking THC girl, you can't admit like that's way better than a fucking cigar or cigarette.
Artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life form. I think we're real close to that.
Would it
I think
really
we're
matter at all?
way closer to
It
that.
really is
to
under
that than
opinion
most
on
people
when you
would.
smoke like that.
And I think
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good?
But yeah,
that's a good question. It depends. Universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think what this thing is.
What's it? It's like it's like
If you
you know,
take the concept of
like everyone
a
saw those
sentient
from
artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has
Joe Rogan.
at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really.
I'm Pepsi, gonna tax these people that's not gangsta bitch. It's like a Pepsi, what a cheap, take a last that juice, we're really gonna have fingers.
Being flying around, really
Gotcha.
relatively.
Gotcha, you little punk. Thanks.
But
What?
it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we could send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second.
yeah. There's nothing as it is. At least it's not as bad as just
Beyond imagination. It's
like
essentially
those
magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god. Because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize.
Oh yeah, digital evolution is one of the best.
Understanding of
Lose weight.
everything
It only has
that
2 points.
exists in the universe. It's black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to
It's good,
use
right?
that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technology,
You don't like the message call
and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings,
Yeah,
you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself. Where does that go?
down. Yeah.
That comes to a god.
I just think I don't mind
I think of this way. So the first
Yeah,
stage
those
of
are
the
far off
Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body. Right? So the steam-powered loom, sure. The backhoe, combustion engine. They replace muscles. Right. So that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, which we're in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or supercomputing is just that exponentially. But that doesn't make it a god in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men. It's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. At the center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences, but the machines that they built did not make the universe and did not make people. People made the machines.
Right.
So but I would say the part I agree with is there's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as a god. AI that Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us. We will be controlled by the thing that we made. All bad. That's just bad, and we need to say that politically. It's bad. It's bad to be controlled by machines.
Right.
Machines are helpmates. Like we created them to help us, to make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID, that spreads across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. Just wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically it's bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in its grip right now.
Right.
I want to just blow up the data centers. Like, I don't know, why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which is a threat to people and humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we don't need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer felt before the Nazis
I
did.
love that. How'd that work? How'd that work?
Well,
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 8 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't, well, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like, it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for you. It's not a hard call for me. So with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's like just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh no, it's really good because someone else. How about no? How about like spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill baby Hitler? Famously,
Right.
So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race or enslave the human race. Like, how can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, if God created the universe and God creates people, God probably creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in a universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova and our whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe, it still exists.
It depends
And
on
God
why,
created-
for sure. In our life, in the end, as Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes unvisited, which is true, and that's an important perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Do your
It does
kids
matter
matter?
to
About
us.
this? Do your children matter?
Yes, sure.
Do their lives matter?
For
Would you
us.
die for them?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Everything matters. If you're not comfortable, it matters. If you're sitting here like you don't want to wear headphones, like let's not wear headphones. That matters. Everything matters. I mean, at
But
scale,
what matters most, like,
right? That is the evil, right? The evil is it's the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians is if you don't do that, then there'll be more evil. Then more things will happen. It's kind of the same thing. Like it doesn't.
well, it comes from the same place, which is hubris. Like imagining you're God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future's going to be. You can't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a person. Like you can't even make your wife happy.
Right.
Like the limits of your power are really obvious. The limits of your wisdom, same. So like, don't jump into shit, big things, whose outcomes you can't predict with certainty. Like you can't know. Go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So,
Yeah.
And do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up, and you probably won't achieve your goal, but like you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to, I'm hardly an expert. I don't run a computer, okay? But everybody I've ever talked to, and there's many people, like, yeah, it's, could get away from us and enslave us. Well, let's say no to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. Like, why is that crazy?
It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary chain.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't actually think that individuals individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I will die. I know that, and I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to the people
And if we
around
don't
you.
think people are important, then what do we think is important? I guess that's what I'm
It's
saying.
not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that in fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution that's articulated by Darwin is kind of not true.
In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
There's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
there's
They
tons
develop-
of record of
Right.
adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the
Sure.
litter to litter. But no, there's no evidence at all that zero, that people evolve seamlessly from a single cell. I mean, but no, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people. You hear them make reference to evolution because the theory of adaptation is clearly, obviously true. But Darwin's theory's totally that's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we have not found that at all. And I can't even guess. I mean, I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
What are your theories?
God created people, distinctly, and animals. And I think that's what every person on Earth thought until the mid-19th century, actually.
Right.
It's not a new idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand?
Yes.
Really?
You don't think we understand more today?
So much less. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to flirt with the extinction of mankind. So no, previous generations would be like, what? No, stop. And we're not doing that because
But they wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before Hitler got the weapon was what it
Well,
was.
Hitler was kind of done by then. The Russians had pretty much extinguished any hope that would continue. But
not.
we were in the middle of the logic of war.
The commencement of the Manhattan Project.
For sure. But the logic was the same, and it was 4 years of got to beat the other guy, got it. And I don't mean to sound too judgmental about the bomb. I know why they built it, okay? But you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought, is this really? And some of them are thinking.
I'm sure they did.
Yes,
I mean, Oppenheimer himself.
Of course, large organizations don't respond to the moral qualms of individuals very well. So that was, whatever, it's well known what happened. But no, we should pause and ask, is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, which nobody ever mentions, that drive that heedlessness, that stupidity. Like California, for example, is completely the state most of us have lived in. It's collapsing.
Yeah.
And they're betting everything on AI. The tax base is going to be dependent on this technology working.
Is that really what they're betting on?
Of course. The AI
Did you
is...
see the most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars they spent on the homeless problem with no trackable results?
They've had massive results. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get more of it. And that would include fentanyl addicts. Oh, absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to Kevin Newsom the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah. And what's that like?
What up, Captain? See how you living?
It was by
Excellent to hear. Hey, you want to get in this Discord?
No, but I was making
Oh,
fun of.
So far, so good. We've got Real Schiller X in here. Yeah, it's a big deal. We're watching Joe Rogan.
He said, go back to Russia. You
How are
like
things
Russia
going with
so
you?
much. I was like, actually, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I can't live there because.
I understand that.
Whatever.
Gotta get all charged up.
I think all are in person. Of course. Anyway, so far, the field field.
Oh, like a pimp every day, all day, every day. If there's ever a day on this earth where I'm not living like a pimp, I want you to catch me and see, find me, execute me immediately. Got it? Word. Get in this Discord, dog. We are all in here. We're watching Joe Rogan. They're talking UFOs. Excellent. Oh, by the way.
Our grid can't handle AI just as a practical matter.
Our grid can't handle electric cars.
But they can't handle air conditioning.
So if you're like, damn, I'm so fucking hot.
East of I-5, it's really hot. You're not getting those ocean breezes like your Airbnb brownouts, like in South Africa, it's Johannesburg. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cultists seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4, like somehow that's exempt. Really, AI is going to draw more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production. Okay, used to. And you don't have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the #1 energy draw in the United States. Let's go through your reasoning on that.
You told me that they were talking about
They're not aware. They're mad about my wood stove. I hate
He
wood.
wa-
They're mad about my wood stove.
Dogs, they were. They talked about UFOs the whole first part of this. Now you get to enjoy it. Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
What's that?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess we're rolling.
Are we rolling?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is someone just sent me this.
Project Aqua.
Yeah, hold on. He just released, I think, by accident.
That's that.
Okay, it's Kona Blue. You familiar with this?
No.
Kona Blue is it's a program. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna send this to you. Homeland Security just released this.
Send it to me, I'll send it to you.
No, I got it right here. It's good. I don't.
You don't do email? Really? How do you exist? Wow. Just text?
Yeah, I don't do email. But anyway. No, that stuff is bad.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my isolation tank. Just but anyway,
That's smart. Did you text it to me?
yeah. This is in there. They're talking about this. This was just released. Talking about setting up this program. I didn't get it. Yeah, the medical division will have a small team of medical analysts. Direction of the chief physician and deputy administrator. They will organize data into a threat analysis based on medical findings, even up to deaths and injuries as a result of interaction with advanced aerospace.
Here it is.
Medical injuries as a result of other anomalies. See collateral injuries, psychological effects of family members. So they're admitting that people are dying.
Is this it?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Do you ever wonder if something like this is just disinformation?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wonder if I wonder a lot of things,
I'm sure you do.
but
I always assumed that a lot of this stuff is nonsense.
yeah. Here's what we know is that U.S. servicemen have died as a result of contact with or the proximity of these vehicles. And we know that because there are a lot of suits working their way through the VA system.
Yeah.
Where families, can't get compensated for the deaths or injuries to loved ones.
Because it's all under wraps, top secret.
Well, that's just a fact, okay, that is happening. So if there's, I guess, when there are measurable physical effects of a phenomenon, we can say conclusively the phenomenon is real.
Right.
And so, yeah. But I mean, it is. I mean, I guess we're sort of past the point of like, is it real? Yeah, it's real.
It's real in that there's these things that are moving in very bizarre ways, and they have these propulsion systems that violate what we know about propulsion systems. Retrieving data across dimensional space-time, develop remote viewing comms and countermeasures, determine baselines for physical transport across dimensional space-time barrier, rapid response medical teams for UFO interaction events. So how they do this accidentally. Study conscious interactions with and control of technology.
So I got this from someone in the U.S. government. Let me just start by saying that. But he sent me this. The above is 100% legit. I was read into this program and told never to tell anyone. It's now been released. As you can see, it began as a result of my old program, AATIP. I signed a document saying I would never talk about Cone Blue and similar efforts. I can't believe that AARO would have released it. I mean, here's what we do know, is that there's enough going on in the skies, but not just the skies, but underwater, that the U.S. military has been forced to respond to it. So, like, move aircraft from one place to another because there are too many of these objects in the sky. That's actually happened. Chris Melvin's room. So it's real.
What up, son? How you living, baby?
What's up? In fact, it's forcing the government, DOD, to respond. And we know
I said, how you living, baby?
It's a real effort and has been.
We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
That's all known. That's established. I don't think any rational person want to know.
Joe Rogan, dog, yeah.
Actually, I mean, now is sort of the point we have to ask, what is this? And
That's how much do you think about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, clearly, the U.S. government is huge. It's the largest human organization. I think there are 2 million federal employees and another 10 million federal contractors, so who are effectively government employees but don't have some service protection, for example. So 12 million people in a country of 340 million working for the federal government. So it's kind of hard to overstate how big the federal government is and how well funded. And so saying government this, the government that, no, of course it's people within the government. But yeah, they're working on all kinds of things, obviously, that are classified. But in general, no, they can't control these objects. So no, it's not American technology. Well, or Russian or Chinese. It predates all of that.
Well, some of it does, right? Like, for sure, the Kenneth Arnold sightings, that was really early on. It was like early 1950s. You were seeing these flying saucers, these discs that were moving over mountains.
Well, right. I mean, the prophet Ezekiel writes about it in the first chapter, Wheels in the Sky.
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
Well, it is crazy. If you read it, it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
And so, and not just, the Hebrew scriptures, like, it's all over every
debating text.
Of course. So, these are spiritual phenomena. There's no evidence they're from another planet. I mean, I think that's the lie, that they're from Mars. Look, space, the atmosphere is really well monitored, right? Both for military defense reasons, but also because, like, it'd be nice to know when asteroids are coming. And there's no evidence, there's never been any evidence that there are lots of these objects, these vehicles coming into our atmosphere from somewhere else, other planet. There's no evidence of that at all. So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means, or supernatural. And which is to say, supernatural means above the natural, above the nature. And they don't behave according to the laws of science, as as measured by people, you know.
What up, Ass Munch?
And they've been here for a long time. There's a ton of evidence there under the ocean and underground. So, like, with that fact set, what do you conclude?
Dog, come to the Discord.
That they were spiritual, and that they've always been here. When did this?
Well, I didn't know anything about the topic until 2017. And
Was that after the New York Times piece?
that was before. It was before, and the things that I saw, I mean, I was, and am still a very conventional person. I'm 54, I grew up in this country, in California, which is like, every assumption about America, I bought completely, just completely. And I thought that everyone who questioned those assumptions was bad. I just bought into the system completely without even thinking about it. And I imagined that I was like some free thinker and, you know, going against the grain, but like my core assumptions were, you know, the assumptions fed to me by the culture and the government, and I didn't realize it. But anyway, I never really thought about UFOs at all, and I've been in journalism since I was a kid, so of course I'd run into a lot of people who had views on a lot of different topics. UFOs, 9/11, circumcision, you know, like every whack job in the world you run into when you're covering stuff. Fluoride. Right. I just brushed with non-fluoride toothpaste this morning. Exactly. But probably unlike you, I didn't have any opinions like that. I was like, fluoride, come on. You know, 9/11, shut up. Yeah. UFOs are fucking crazy. You know what I mean? I just like I had this reflexive. I'm ashamed of it. I'm not bragging about it, but it was 2017, and really it was the Trump campaign. It wasn't that I was like so in love with Trump, though I always liked Trump because he was hilarious and Trump and all that. But I wasn't like a Trumper. And watching that campaign, and particularly his claim that they were spying on him, and I was like, really? The intel services and federal law enforcement, FBI, do not spy on presidential campaigns. Like, that's so out of the realm. That's so crazy. Like, that could never happen because, of course, there's no democracy.
Degenerate retards who need their own brains.
You know, but like, it's not fake. And then that turned out to be true, and I knew it was true. And that just blew my mind. So I began a process still ongoing of reassessing a lot of other things. Like, okay, well, if that was not true, what else is not true? What else that they told me was a conspiracy theory might actually have some basis in fact? And then someone from, you know, a DOD employee reached out to me and said, actually, there's a ton of evidence.
Yo, dog, come to the Discord.
And really, and so I started doing segments on this when I worked at the TV channel. And
Come to the Discord,
I was
dog.
like, okay, I'm just going to do this. And then, of course, the second you start, as you know better than anybody, you start talking about something that people reach out to you, and some of them aren't deranged, but some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, mostly in private. You know, come to my house, let's talk. And I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is really a very heavy question. Actually, it's not just a big question; it's a much bigger question, and it's really bad. It's really dark. And then I stopped. Then I was like, this is not helping me at all. This person.
What information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
It's so dark. Well, first of all, the deception is always bad. Like lying is bad. It's bad not just in a legal sense, in that it can be illegal to lie, but it's bad. It's like bad for you. Like it rots you. Like being a liar makes you a bad person. When you lie, you're serving evil. There's a moral quality to it that's inescapable and very obvious, and only like advanced civilizations ignore that. Lying is bad. And so if you have lying at scale, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The deeper level is so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are, like, it's binary.
What?
Either, you know, you're on team good or team bad. You can assign any name to it.
Dude, what's going on?
And I think some of them are bad. And the U.S. government knows that. People in Israel
Dog, just come on the Discord.
then they're serving.
Well, when you say spiritual, like what
How you doing?
makes you draw that conclusion that they're spiritual?
What's the obvious? maybe the wrong word,
All right.
supernatural. They're beyond nature as we understand it.
I'm doing well, baby. I'm just watching Joe Rogan.
Behavior goes outside of what we
Joe
understand.
Rogan, baby.
Coming at
What'd you do?
indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible.
Oh, how's he doing?
In other words, if I take a canoe, 9mm round, 7.62 by 30,
Hang on.
shoot you at
What'd you
50
say?
yards underwater and swing, and it's even more chance of saltwater at that depth.
Why did you take $15,000?
Oh yeah, wasn't that nice of me? If I had $15,000, I would. I'd be long gone.
What is that?
Yeah.
So
Why did you do that?
The traffic's going 500.
I thought it was $10,000.
really much faster than the object can actually go.
Well, in that case, you should have gone for more.
I know, I should have gone for like $950,000. Yo, dog, you're gonna get a really good robot this time. This robot will fucking make breakfast for you. No, but seriously, dude, let's talk about some serious things. Okay?
Like when I came here over there.
I have an idea for you. Let me just tell you, I'm a multi-millionaire.
If it's a mental, I don't got a day off.
Yes. No, my MedBot is not for sale. But for you, I might sell it. You have anywhere between $14,999.99 and 15,001 penny. Do you have anything in and around that area?
Obvious explanations. The first is one you often hear, which is this is so heavy.
Dog, break open your pen, piggy bank, dog.
Disruptive. Scare people. Like you don't want to scare people for no good reason. Do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting.
I don't think so, Jim.
I like it. Very good from True Science.
No, okay. Then that's just a limit to the power of the U.S. military. You don't want to tell people.
You know what kind of pissed me off though, bro?
What?
I get it.
I talked to him earlier and he's like, man, I just wish one of you fuckers would have fucking warned me, bro.
Dog, we warned him like 1,000 times.
What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence of that relationship. Long-standing. And that's basically. And so like, what is that? And I just personally decided, and people have been hurt by these things. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. They've been killed. And I'm not saying millions of people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts. So, no, an object that is by definition supernatural, is above the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. We don't spend enough time thinking about what that adds up to. Not good. Actually, not good.
How many people do you think have died from these?
I don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness? What's
so the person that I talked to, I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor who's out there and worth talking to.
talking about Gary Nolan?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. Yeah. Entirely credible person. Checks all the boxes that I care about. He's got patents, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors. He's like independently rich. He flew to. I live in a remote place. He flew to my place at his own expense because he wanted to tell the story. So he's got no profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, practically, Stanford Medical School. We consider that a big deal. And he's worked on this for over 10 years, assessing injuries to the U.S. from being in proximity to these objects. His conclusion is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles through this razor does that. And it's not exactly radiation. and you're hiding it. Why are you hiding that? Why would you hide that?
Perhaps because they don't have any explanations. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. Like, I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. Like, if I was from another planet, or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it, especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds and go undetected.
Well, it depends. Like that. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one. There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, a supernatural world acting on people. Every society thought this before ours. In fact, every society all over history thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and all of a sudden the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in. But that's an anomaly. Like no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ. But the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we are being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so to someone born before or living before 1945, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. And in fact, that battle, that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has like been the basis of every society, of every religion, not just Christianity. So like it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions, relatively speaking, about how the world works, you're like, well, that kind of seems like the obvious explanation, right?
It's not that obvious to me.
So what? What's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think if I had to guess, some of this stuff is ours. And some of these things are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate without igniting fuel and pushing something out, that they operate in some completely different way that utilizes gravity and almost instantaneously transport to new places, essentially fold space-time. I don't know. So there's things that the government does where they have these programs, and the people that are sworn into these programs, whether they're the physicists or the metallurgists or whoever these people are that are working on these programs, they don't tell anybody. All their phones are monitored, everything's monitored. There's a culture of secretism that's pretty intense. And it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 70 plus years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed drones that can move in ways that the people that understand conventional propulsion systems could not imagine. And that they figured out a way to do this and to keep it secret. And we're probably not the only ones working on these things. But where did they get that information? And Diana Pasolini. They describe these crafts, these crash crafts, as donations, which is fascinating. Like that, they're left there. The crash retrieval program, the crashed UAP retrieval program, is essentially they're going like, yes, crash this thing here, you figure this out. The question is, if that's true, okay, where are these things coming from? If there's something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us a little trinket for us to back engineer, is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from some realm that we just don't have access to? Is it from another planet? We have drones that are on other planets right now. We have a drone on Mars. We have lunar rovers. We have satellites that we send to observe and photograph other planets. Just got really high detailed photographs of Jupiter. They're pretty amazing. But if something was like us on another planet but lived uninterrupted with technology advancing for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years more than us, what would that be like? And how much would we be able to understand of what we're seeing? What would we be able to see? And this idea that we monitor our skies, sure, but if something just appears and disappears, essentially instantaneously, if something literally can fold time, can fold space, and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? And also, what kind of detection systems do we have? We have radar, we have visual, we have a bunch of different military-based detection systems to look out for enemy crafts and airships and all that stuff. But if you're dealing with something that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, so I think we're pointing to the same question. I mean, I have no doubt that the U.S. government has technology that we don't know the details of. That makes sense.
Sure.
But, like, where did it come from?
Right.
I'm not even sure if this is a separate question, but related. Do we really know where nuclear technology came from, actually?
Really?
Yes.
Like the Manhattan Project?
Yeah, like, we know the Manhattan, we know something about the Manhattan Project, but, like, where exactly did that come from? Germany, German scientists working on it, okay? The one person, it's a separate conversation, but the one person I know who's really pushed other person's book on it, is a trustworthy person, a friend of mine, said to me, actually, I spent a year working on this, and the closer I got to, like, okay, well, what's the genesis? Like, where did this? What was the Isaac Newton apple on the head of gravity's real moment for fission? Not clear. Weird. I don't know the answer, but here's the point. Clearly, government has technology that we're not read in on,
right?
Of course, but. So, that doesn't answer the question, why have people seen these objects in the skies for thousands of years, confirmed, and what are they? And maybe they're from another planet. My point is there's no evidence of that. There's a huge amount, massive corpus of evidence that they're seen by people in our atmosphere, on Earth looking up, in a submarine looking out. And what is that? And by the way, to your point, like, we can't see them coming into our atmosphere because they don't want to be seen. Well, then why do they want to be seen by people on Earth? Like, if the technology is that advanced, clearly it is, why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
Well, when we study primates, one of the things that we do. Did you ever watch Chimp Nation on Netflix?
Not on TV, but
on TV. It's an amazing documentary on Netflix that details these embedded scientists in the Congo. And what's really fascinating about it is that this group of scientists or related scientists have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. If they come closer, you back up. You never have food, ever. You can't bring any food there because they'll fuck you up and just steal your food. If they find out you have food,
and they're
formidable, you're in real trouble. Oh yeah, they'll tear you apart. And they kill each other, so they'll definitely kill you. And so when they have done this, the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally. The chimps see them as just an innocuous part of their environment. They're not food, and they're not enemy. They don't ever intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact. So they don't worry about people at all. So they behave completely like chimps. And if I was an advanced species and I was studying people and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like you're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. Here you go. Check this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this advanced species on this planet. And one way to do that would be purpose. Well, that's a very good question. My belief is that biological intelligent life is essentially a caterpillar. And it's a caterpillar that's making a cocoon. And it doesn't even know why it's doing it, it's just doing it. And that cocoon is going to give birth to artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life form. I think we're real close to that. I think we're way closer to that than most people would ever want to be.
I agree.
And I think,
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good or bad?
that's a good question. It depends. Universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think what this thing is, if you extrapolate, if you take the concept of a sentient artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind, and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. Like how long? It's not that long to go from being a single-celled organism to being a human being flying a plane. Really, relatively, over the course of a billion years, if you think about how long the universe has been around. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we could send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god. Because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize everything. It has the understanding of everything that exists in the universe. It's black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to harness that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technological evolution, and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings, you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself, where does that go? That goes to a god.
I don't agree. What kind of god? So, I think of it this way. So, the first stage of the Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body. Right? So, the steam-powered loom, sure. The backhoe, combustion engine. They replace muscles. Right. So, that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, which we're in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or supercomputing is just that exponentially. But that doesn't make it a god in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men. It's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. At the center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences, but the machines that they built did not make the universe and did not make people. People made the machines.
Right.
So but I would say the part I agree with is there's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as a god. AI Ted Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us, we will be controlled by the thing that we made. All those are bad. Like, that's just bad, and we need to say unequivocally, it's bad. It's bad to be controlled by machines.
Right.
Machines are helpmates. Like, we created them to help us, to make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID, that spreads across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. We wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically it's bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in the trip right now.
Right.
And why don't you blow up the data centers? Like, I don't know, why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which is a threat to people and humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we don't need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer felt before the Nazis
I
did.
love that. How'd that work? How'd that work?
Well,
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 80 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like, it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for you. It's not a hard call for me. So with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's like just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh no, it's really good because someone else got it. How about no? How about like spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill baby Hitler? Famously?
Right.
So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race or enslave the human race. Like, how can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, if God creates the universe, if God creates people, God probably creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in a universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova and our whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe, it still exists.
It depends on why you're, for sure. In our life, in the end, as Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes unvisited, which is true, and that's an important perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Do your kids matter? Do your children matter?
Yes. Sure.
Do their lives matter? Or did you die for them?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Everything matters. If you're not comfortable, that matters. If you're sitting here like you don't want to wear headphones, like this don't wear headphones, that matters. Everything matters. At scale,
What matters most? Like,
right? That is the evil, right? The evil is the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians. And if you don't do that, then there'll be more evil, then more things wrong. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it
comes from the same place, which is hubris. Like, imagining you're God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future's going to be. You can't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a person. Like, you're wisdom. Same. So, like, don't jump into shit, big things, whose outcomes you can't predict with certainty. Like, you can't know. Go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So,
yeah.
And do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up, and you probably won't achieve your goal, but, like, you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to, I'm probably an expert on a computer, okay, but, everybody I've ever talked to, and there's many people, like, yeah, it's, could get away from us, it enslave us. Well, let's say no to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. Like, why is that crazy?
It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary change.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I will die. I know that, and I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to people
But if we
around
don't
you.
think people are important, then what do we think is important? I guess that's what I'm
It's
saying.
not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is real,
Yes.
and if there is this concept, I don't know, but it's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that evolution. In fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution that's articulated by Darwin is kind of not true.
In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
There's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
there's
They
tons
develop-
of record of
Right.
adaptation, and you see it in your own life. And I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the
Sure.
that are delivered. But no, there's no evidence at all that zero, that people evolve seamlessly from a single cell. But no, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people. You hear them make reference to evolution because the theory of adaptation is clearly obviously true. But Darwin's theories totally. That's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we have not found that at all. And I can't even guess. I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
What are your theories?
God created people, distinctly, and animals. And I think what every person on Earth thought until the mid-19th century.
Right.
It's not a new idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand more?
Yes.
Really?
You don't think we understand more
We
today?
understand way less. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to flirt with the extinction of mankind. So no previous generations be like, what? Oh, stop. And we're not doing that because
But
we
they
know.
wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before Hitler got the weapon was what it
Well,
was.
Hitler was kind of done by then. The Russians had pretty much extinguished any hope that would continue. But
not
we
like
were
the beginning of the
in the
project.
middle of the logic of war.
The commencement of the Manhattan Project.
For sure. But the logic was the same, and it was 4 years of gotta beat the other
You should tell us something.
And I don't mean to sound too judgmental about the bomb. I know why they built it. Okay, but you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought, is this really? That's something I think it.
I'm sure they did.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
did.
Oppenheimer himself.
Of course, large organizations don't respond to the moral qualms of individuals very well. So that was whatever. It's well known what happened. But no, we should pause and ask: is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, which nobody ever mentions, that drive that heedlessness, that stupidity. Like California, for example.
I don't know if it makes a difference
Completely mistaken.
on your end. Okay, firstly, you have it up at 200%.
And they're betting everything on AI.
Yeah.
The tax base is going to be dependent on this technology.
Just
And
That's what they're betting on.
Of course, the AI
Let me
is.
try.
The most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars we spent on the homeless problem with no trackable results.
They've had massive results. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get more of it. And that would include fentanyl addicts. Oh, absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to
I
Keith
agree.
Wilson the other day.
Did you really?
And what's that like?
Does he smell like sulfur?
I agree. Okay, so we're gonna do everything we can for you. Since you're being really nice. Like, okay, so normally, just ask anyone, I would be like, dude, that's a you problem, not a me problem, okay? But in this case, I'm helping you because Caspian Sea and you have a really nice heart. You have a really good spirit. And here we go. I'm usually not that mean. I'm just kind of being funny. Okay, the other thing is, I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll try it. Hold on.
That was too fast for me.
Sulfur and hair grease. Now I was making making fun of, I shouldn't even make fun of it because it's so tragic, but what's happened to the state of people living on the street. It was this non-gaslighting perspective.
Yeah, because it's definitely a me problem. I mean, here's the thing. I looked it up, and I don't have one of the settings that you normally have on Discord, and I'm not sure why. Oh, dude, this guy's amazing. Thank you so much for playing that. Oh, shit. Dog. They got me. They got me good. I love it. Most people be like, man, I fucking can't stand this. I love it. Alright. This is great. This is great. God, this is incredible. Holy shit. This guy. Oh my word. I'm so sorry to my other friends. Dog. I'm muting you. Oh no, you're being a douche too.
I think there's like 5 of them at the same time playing the exact same thing.
I love it. That's a really well coordinated tech. That was like the Pearl Harbor of a troll. And it just awoke the giant. You all are fucking with the wrong G, dog. I have thousands of accounts to haunt you, and absolutely nothing other than to do in my life but have that entertainment.
That was a very good one.
That was amazing. Dude, shout out to you guys. Dude, I'm even gonna give them a shout out here. We got Makoto and Talga and all my other friends out there. That was amazing. Tetsu.
I was turning on and off to make sure that it was completely synced up and it's perfect.
Oh, dude.
Phenomenal
word. Bravo, friends. Okay. So, that was very good. Unexpected. It was well coordinated. Okay. So, is this any better of Joe Rogan?
He's like, go back to Russia. You like Russia so much. I was like, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I can't live there because.
Okay, but yeah, no, I know. I don't have any speakers. Well, I have speakers, but they're just in the laptop. Here we go.
Every time you go back to Russia, of course. I mean, he was laughing and whatever. He's a perfectly charming guy. They all are in person.
All right. Now, a question. When you click on Rabbi, like whatever your stream is running, like here, when you click on this, can you hear it in here?
How do you mean?
You click on it? What'd you say?
I expanded surface the front.
Hey, everyone.
What? What up, dog?
Is my Pookie in here?
Oh, I don't know, dog.
Hey.
Come right here. No, I love starting times. Pookie, why you doing?
Oh, yeah, she's a big fan.
I told you not to be in here.
She's a big fan of Joe Rogan and Rabbi.
Yo, bro, what you be doing in here?
Dude, she brought her friends in. I met them in another Discord. I don't care. I was singing karaoke to them.
I want to hear my words. Want to spell?
Yeah, please.
No.
Hold on. Is there a space?
Like
Dog, as well as you think you control me, I control you so much better. All right, so it's a capital I.
Control me if you want to control me.
There you go. See how we do that? Hey, Pookie. All right.
Yeah. Peace out.
Yo, dog, you're my friend. Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
What's new?
Nothing new.
Cool, dog. How did you get your voice like that? All right, well, we're watching Joe Rogan, dog. Okay,
I
Cass,
think that's Laurie Anderson.
who is that?
Laurie Anderson.
Who's that?
Oh, Superman. Never mind.
Who's Laurie Anderson?
Look up Laurie Anderson. Oh, Superman.
Okay, do you see this? I will.
Yes.
If you click it and listen to this one, how does it sound?
Wait. You have a different one going.
I'm so far afield, but my point is, AI is being driven by the greed of politicians to some extent.
So that's what I'm trying to make you aware of. Is if you really want to watch it, you can watch it in here and it's clear. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if you want to listen to it through my speakers, which is what I'm using, it's going to be pretty bad because it doesn't have that clear connection. It's literally just picking up the background sound, basically, of my computer. So if you do want to watch it like in depth, you can. If you want to hear all the other cool stuff that's going on.
Oh, it doesn't work like the Discord as well.
All right.
That's
So
good.
here we go.
And you'll notice that AI, by the way, is in fact those data centers that drive our digital life, which is not life, it's actually the death.
It was Laurie Anderson.
Yeah, oh, Superman.
But I mean, they're the biggest power draw. I mean, how much electricity does AI require? Like more than countries.
Mm-hmm.
Our grid can't handle AI just as a practical matter.
Well, our grid can't handle electric cars.
Well, it can't handle air conditioning in the state of California, where I'm from. So,
Yeah.
right. If you live east of I-5 where it's really hot and you're not getting those ocean breezes like they have brownouts like in South Africa, it's Johannesburg now. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cultists seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4. Like somehow that's exempt. Really, AI is going to draw more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production. Okay? Used to. And you don't have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the #1 energy draw in the United States. Let's go through your reasoning on that.
They're probably not aware.
Well, they're not aware. They're mad about my wood stove. I heat with wood. They're mad about my wood stove. They don't want an outdoor barbecue. They don't like a gas stove. No, they're way into the details on this stuff. Except somehow AI isn't a problem.
But do you think that they're informed? Because this is not a narrative that you ever hear. You never hear on the
Well, I
news.
grew up in a world where a wood stove was considered wholesome and natural, and now it's considered
Smells good too.
Oh, it's the best. And the heat is divided. I have wood fired sauna, which I use every day, and it's the great. It's one.
How do you make sure it's the right temperature? Is it like an offset smoker? Like you have to kind of fiddle with it for a while
Amazing.
to get the right
It's
temperature?
time consuming. I have a Finnish, I have a Finnish stove in it, and it's incredibly precise. I don't know if you ever use a wood stove, but there's a carburetor on it.
Right.
Basically, what's in there.
Like an offset smoker.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
Got a little
so
layer.
precise. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. You move it, a third of an inch, and it just like the flame changes. So I use birch, which I love. And the whole process takes a while. I get it to 200, which probably takes an hour, 20. I mean, it's
You like it hot.
Like it hot.
200.
Why wear a sauna hat. So,
Oh, okay. Does that help?
which is embarrassing.
The wool hats?
Yeah, well, it's felt.
Yeah, I bought one of those. I never wore it.
It's incredible.
Yeah? What's the difference?
Fuck, I'll tell you. Don't get so boring with this stuff.
Yeah,
I can go, that's like,
please.
my wife and kids are like,
You see, I have one. You know, you're speaking to the choir.
they're the best. Go Scandinavia.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing, if your name is Carlson, it's the one thing to be proud of in your people when they're so sad and defeated and pathetic. But saunas are still great. But anyway, the sauna hat, so your head heats up much faster because it's higher, but also because it's got all the capillaries in your head, all the blood vessels in your head. So the point of a sauna is to bake.
Right.
So you want to stay hot as long as you can. Then you reap the benefits, and you also get the solitude in the prayer time or the meditation or whatever in your cedar church. But you can't stay in a sauna that's really hot very long because your head heats up.
Right.
So the sauna hat, the felt hat, the banya hat as they call it, insulates your head so you can really stay hot a long time. It makes you really should do it.
So is it just because it makes it more comfortable? Is that the idea?
If your head overheats, just overheats. And what you want is you want to cook evenly, just like on a barbecue. You really do. And so, you sit on the bench with your feet up. You want to be as flat as you possibly can to cook evenly. And to stay that way. So I try to do 20 minutes. I have my timer, my egg timer with the sand going through the hourglass, which goes to 15 minutes, and I try to stay an extra time if I can. And I couldn't without the banya hat.
Interesting.
It's like $8 on Amazon. Well worth it.
Yeah, I have one. Like I said, I just don't use it. But I do.
They're embarrassing, and you look like a tool wearing it. But you shouldn't have.
But no one's looking in there anyway.
Well, that's right. You go sauna with other people.
Right. Well, I do sometimes. Yeah.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah. When we train together, we all get in the sauna together afterwards. It's fun. The Rock was in there with us.
No way.
Yeah, it's where was that cool camera? He's got like
It was fun. Got in the cold plunge with us.
Oh, that's pretty.
Wow, it was crazy. The level of
He's a great guy. Really nice guy.
stinky smelliness that I know is going on in your life right now.
Like some people fake humble.
You have the same bedspread as my grandma.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's a real guy.
Like, measure humility is really simple. Can you tell the truth of yourself?
Yeah. Well, are you cool to be around? Like, he gives real hugs. He's a real guy. He's real. He's a real guy.
Motherfuckers are not real.
I hung out with him. I hung out with him for hours. We were there for 2 hours.
Y'all are not real human beings. Y'all are like government.
He's just a nice guy. Like,
I love something out, but you can tell. Like,
you tell something. You tell something.
Hey, Caspian Sea, I'm waiting for this song to get good. This song sucks.
I do it at 196 degrees. I do it for 25 minutes, and usually I don't.
That's intense. 196 for 25 minutes.
It's about as long as
The other one's not that too rough. I used to only do 20.
Shut up, MC.
Yeah, just because it's more uncomfortable.
I feel like I want to listen to it, just finish it, not to be an insult to the artist, but
So the
I'm
rest of my days.
not turned on yet.
So really hard work.
Like, I bet it'll be really cool in the future. I'm just not getting it. That's the thing. I like shit that I get now, but in the future, I'm like, oh, I should have gotten that. That was so cool. That's one of my favorite songs of all time.
One day I'll have you at
You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. I love it.
Grind out the cigarettes and the syrup.
Right. Well, I started doing martial arts when I was a young man, and when I got into it, it was the first thing.
Caspian Sea, what do you think about the little environment we got here with the chicks and the good vibes? We got Bitcoin, we got real Shiller X in here.
And if you put more effort, more intense, and you more focus on other people, and you start meeting everyone, and you start becoming this thing that you never thought you could be, which is someone who's extraordinary and something that's very dangerous. And so that was my formulation as a man, like that helped me go from being this like confused kid to being someone who understands like, oh, there's a path, and most people don't want to do it, but if you can do it, if you can do this dangerous thing that people are terrified of and just do it ruthlessly all day long, like live it. I lived at the gym. I mean, I taught all day long.
all day long. My whole life was dedicated to martial arts. So I got really good really quick. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And it instilled in me this understanding of the value of dedication and a singular commitment to something. To really being, while you're doing it, you're not distracted, you're fully focused on improving. And through that, you can apply that to all aspects of your life. But we all encounter difficult things in life. And there's this saying that I love. It's a really great saying that the hardest thing that's ever happened to you is the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If it's a parking ticket or if it's your parents being blown up by a drone, it's still the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If you had an incredibly easy life like most people today, they complain about the dumbest fucking shit because to them, that is their primary focus. They don't have a real existential threat. Remember how nice everybody was after 9/11? It was crazy. California was patriotic. There's fucking flags on everybody's car. Everybody was friendly. I went to New York City. It was like a totally different place. Everybody was so friendly.
Applauding when firemen walked in.
Yes, they were heroes. Everybody was a hero. And that's because they encountered something that was way harder than they were accustomed to, and it just put things into perspective. So for me, training and really hard workouts and doing difficult things like the sauna, there's a lot of health benefits to it too. But the mental benefits to it are really primary for me. Because it makes
it's impressive, man. I didn't have a childhood like that at all. And we were decadent. And so those were lessons that I much later.
Yeah,
that's a good, I think it's it doesn't destroy you, I think it's a great way.
And you don't have to do it the way I do it. You can do other stuff. You can do yoga, you can do hikes, you can do...
We're doing things for the sake of the difficulty in doing them. I love that. Again, that was not my...
The stress, especially the stress of this kind of life. Something. Mitigate that.
Yeah, removing yourself from it a little bit has always worked for me. Nature works very, very well.
Yeah.
Animals, contact with animals, using less digital experiences, fewer digital experiences. Shockingly, I think that stuff's not good for you. It's just so obvious.
I was having this conversation with Michelle Dowd yesterday. She is a woman who survived an apocalyptic cult. She was raised in an apocalyptic cult and kicked out when she was 17 because she snuck out to go see The Color Purple. They weren't allowed to go see the movie. She'd never seen a movie until she was 17.
She'd never seen a movie, and her first movie was The Color Purple.
And then they kicked her out.
I can kind of see that. I mean, what about Raiders of the Lost Ark or something?
The Color Purple was the first movie she'd ever seen. Someone, a boy.
See one movie that's The Color Purple?
A boy invited her to the movie. But could you imagine never seeing a movie or even a television show in your life and then seeing The Color Purple?
Dating a boy who wanted to see The Color Purple. Like, there's so much going on here, Joe.
This boy was a guy who had left the church, and so she was in contact with him, and I said, hey, there's a little girl out here, you want to go see the movie? She's like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I'm totally against cults, obviously. On the other hand, you gotta ask yourself, like, I don't know, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average conventional American teenager on Instagram? And of course the answer is, oh yeah.
Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Oh yeah.
Autism?
Yeah, there's almost none.
I'm not surprised.
It's extremely
Why
rare.
do we think that is?
Oh, I'm wondering. I really did.
I could think of a couple.
Yeah.
Funny. I don't want to go Bobby Kennedy.
Well, that's the problem, right? If you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you.
But
the
why?
question is why.
Look, and I don't know the answer, but
how is that not in the debate? How is that not in the conversation?
Well, it's not only not in the conversation, you're punished for adding it to the conversation.
Yes.
And so, like,
we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories
but
right now.
why be on the defensive? It's like, if you purport to represent science and you're mad about a question,
and you're ignoring data.
Yeah, but even in the absence of data,
right?
Science is a process.
Yes.
It's not a result. It's a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions.
Right.
That's what science is.
Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, but what you're not doing is science. We can say that conclusively. So
Right.
for people to wrap themselves in the mantle of science and attack you for asking a question, they're frauds. And I don't know how they have the moral high ground in this.
I don't think they do, but I think it's the same kind of mindset that allows people to create the nuclear bomb. Because you say, listen, we're not going to do it, cause autism. Well, listen, if you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism, and you see that the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then you have
I love this
autism,
system.
which
You get a
seems
chance.
to be more
If you
diagnosed
mess up,
than
then I
ever.
put you down to 20%.
People instantly say, we stop
And
polio,
then somebody else
we
has to
stop
tell me that you're
smallpox,
really good,
vaccines
or
are safe,
I barely am
vaccines
gonna
are
be able to do
right.
it.
We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear
How the
weapons
hell were you able to do
other
that?
people don't have nuclear
You're
weapons.
crazy,
We
boy.
need a thing that maybe has some negative
You have an
effects
override?
that's overall good. I think you can kind of apply that sort of logic and reasoning as a human being to very messy issues. I think people do that with
Or
abortion.
you're just really, really loud.
They do that with abortion. They
do
say
everything.
a woman has a right to choose reproductive freedom. And then you say, okay, what if the baby is near term?
Right. That's what I want to know. That's a great question,
What if it's
Kevin.
7 months old? And people don't want to have that conversation. A woman has the right to choose. You're a fascist. Stay out of women's
Does a
bodies.
woman have a right to kill you if you would
Remember,
Yeah, no.
It's like, where do you say? It's like,
Pardon me?
I got a question for Ashley. Ashley Hartley sings.
Yo, if you start being horny, you start to fuck up already.
when is it a life? But it is one of those things that to me is a human problem. Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. And there's an ideology of science worship. There's an ideology of authoritarian worship. The bodies of science have bestowed the truth.
And according to
You
Kanye
ignore it.
West,
You're a science denier. And, you know,
Those are political terms or theological terms, they're not terms rooted in science. And look, we all make trade-offs constantly. Everything's bad. It's a shit sandwich versus a shit croissant. I'll take a shit croissant. It's smaller. That's a daily experience for everybody. So I get that, and I don't think everything is moral absolute. We don't even know sometimes whether the decision will result in judgment. So it's very complicated. I totally agree with that. What I object to is the absence of reason.
right.
You have to, because I think it's true that if you're reasonable, then you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, but a better decision. If you don't believe that, then we're just playing witchcraft. We're just admit it. So the lack of reason.
Well, it's ideological capture, right? Because there's certain things that if you are on the right side of these subjects, the correct side, whatever your ideology is, you can't differ from the doctrine. There's a very clear doctrine.
My new episode, Tucker Carlson.
So I'm very
It dropped
Oh,
it.
yeah,
you can't have a
this is
religion
after he interviewed
too
Joe.
stupid and destructive. If your
Yep.
religion winds up hurting, I know that I'm against your religion. It's right.
Yeah, I
It's kind of
think
annoying, because Coon's like really annoying.
really good religions have aspects of them that you could say were overall detrimental to the people.
Yeah.
Sure.
He did some
Absolutely.
He's kind of, I think that kind of thinking, cult thinking, whether it's Scientology or whether it's Christianity, there's like a type of thinking where there's woke. Woke is
The West is the best, it's better than all the rest.
And I think that
The instant evil, man, they created COVID to happen.
thing is,
And they eat their babies, they eat bugs.
Marxist sort of
They're evil.
ideology that's
They're communists too, they're communists, they're communists are the most evil people in the world.
doctrine.
Do you like Redlight's
very
Birdie?
similar to
Because those are little deals.
it's very similar
America.
to fundamentalist
Everybody.
religions that have always
I know,
had
was that the West is the best sounds better than all the bug eaters and the shit eaters.
Different.
Everybody from the East eat poop.
So here's another way to think about it that I've been
From the East.
meditating on.
Interesting.
Yes,
Yeah, that guy's
religion, politics, they're all kind of melding. It's hard to know where one ends and another begins.
right.
So maybe a simpler and more useful way to think about it is truth or falsehood, lying or honesty.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should assess everything that way. Is someone lying? I don't care what your justification for it is. Lying about vaccines, they've lied a lot about vaccines, and they've done it, I think, in most cases because they feel like they're serving some greater good.
Right. Well, that's the narrative.
Right. We can't tell people that there are vaccine injuries because they won't get vaccines, which are good for a big population. I understand the thinking, but how about this? You can't participate in the lie. You can't lie.
You can't lie and
You can't, period, though. You can't lie about anything. Just don't lie about anything. Try to tell the truth all the time. If you can't say something that's true, just don't say it.
Right.
You're not required to say everything you think, obviously, and you shouldn't say everything.
Right.
But you should never lie. And if you stick with that, like, you get pretty quickly back to reason and order, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're making complete sense. And I think that this is the problem when people have information and power above other people.
Right.
Right? Which is the problem of governments, which is also the problem of cult leaders. You know, cult leaders, they get completely infatuated with this idea of being omnipotent and this power that has control over giant swaths of people, and you get to dictate their behavior and you get to tell them what to think. That's very intoxicating. It's common. It's common that it's always existed throughout human history. It's a thing that people do with power. They abuse the shit out of it. And if they think that you're too stupid to tell the truth, that they're better than you because they do think they're better than you because they're running things. It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. If they're the ones, if you guys are a bunch of dopes,
Southern California commercials lined up, I'd like to find out where I ordered.
And I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better.
Toyota Orange, dog.
I mean, people have lived under those systems since there have been systems. But
Always.
what makes it particularly galling and hard to live with is when you call that system a democracy.
Right.
That's too dishonest for me. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his whims are law. And, that makes sense. I don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence.
Right.
When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, when 70% of the population doesn't want it, when they're ignoring the actual problems in our country, like the economy and the border, and they're hauling in Congress over the weekend to pass something that people don't want, while ignoring the things that people do want, that they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane.
Yeah.
Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a shit what you want. We are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the thrill of being masters of the universe or whether it's money from the defense contractors, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If they at least said that, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another fucking lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, when this is not a democracy, it's not even a close approximation of democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just can't deal with the lying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So what's interesting is that there are people saying that now. And I think that's a relatively new thing in terms of mainstream media. And I consider what you do on X mainstream media. This is what we're on right now is essentially mainstream media. It used to be, you could call it, there's corporate controlled media. I agree. And that used to be mainstream media. Mainstream media used to be CNN. It's not really anymore. Mainstream media is what, in terms of the volume consumed, more people are consuming things on Twitter, on X, than there are on anything else. They're consuming information through the internet, through YouTube, for good or for bad. Whether it's correct or incorrect, they're consuming information in different forms now than ever before. So more people are saying what you're saying than have ever said it before. And when people lie, and when people bullshit and gaslight, it's more offensive now than it's ever been before because there's so much access to truth.
And just, you can see it now. If you're paying attention, if you're not a boomer who only reads the newspaper, you pay attention and you see it. You go, this is horse shit.
But it's like, I guess what bothers me is that the lies aren't sophisticated.
No.
I mean, I look back over my now sort of long life, and I'm recognizing all the times that I was lied to, but I didn't know I was being lied to. They kind of pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
There's something incredibly insulting and demeaning to tell me a lie when I know it's a lie.
Yeah.
And you know I know it's a lie. We both know it's a lie, but you're demanding that I pretend to believe it?
Right.
What you're really saying is, I have no respect for you. You're like my dog.
Right.
You're a slave. Like, I'm demanding that you participate in my lie.
Right.
The lack of stealth, really, I'm not explaining very well, but that really bothers me.
Well, there's no real other way to lie. You like some of these lies, it's like politicians. Like, did you see that conversation that AOC had with that man they brought in for the Biden case, and they were talking about what crimes, and she was like grilling this guy. What crimes did you see Joe Biden? Did he steal anything? Did he steal bread? Like, I forget what she said, but and he was trying to explain what they were, RICO crimes, and she was saying RICO is not a crime. It's a category of crime. Okay. All right. But
tell that to the Genovese family.
No, yeah, it's just so dumb to say that publicly, like, and say it with confidence and tell a
That's
person.
the thing. The marriage of ineptitude and high self-esteem is
it's
really the marker of our time. It's like, I have nothing against dumb people at all. My dogs are dumb. I love my dogs. No, I'm serious. I don't think God cares about your intelligence, right? Only people care. And so it's not a moral category. And stupidity is not, someone with Down syndrome, I really believe better people than I am.
Yeah.
More likely to go to heaven. So I'm not attacking her for being dumb. But the idea that a dumb person is no one, White House press secretary does the same thing, who's no idea she's dumb. She really thinks like she won the prize. She's the most impressive. Like, I'm White House press secretary because I'm the best talker in America. It's so crazy. And yet, the smartest people I know are very often like, they have humility.
Well, also, she's following Kayleigh McEnany. Is that how you say her name?
I don't really know who that is.
She was the last White House press
I
secretary.
know, and
you don't know who that is?
She's the GOAT. I sort of do.
She's the GOAT. Greatest White House press secretary of all time. She's the best.
I had stopped paying close attention.
Bro, she had all the documents. She would kill them. Whenever she would get called out, like whenever there'd be a question, she'd say, "That's interesting," and then she'd open because you said this, and your paper said that, and CNN said this, and she would call them out on stuff, and she was just really, really well prepared.
I love that.
Very articulate. She was wonderful.
Well, good for her. I mean, that's what it should be.
But she was operating under President Trump, so obviously she's demonized.
It's just,
I can't believe you don't know who that is.
No, I don't know who it is, but it's just funny.
She's the GOAT.
Well, I had stopped watching all briefings by then. I used to go to
they're so dumb.
as a kid. I literally would go there, be in the briefing room, the former Kennedy swimming pool, and the first thing you know, I was never a White House reporter, but I was a reporter, so I'd go to them occasionally, and the first thing you notice is how impressed all the correspondents are to work in the White House. Work in the White House, go like that, my heart passed. And then the distance between that little credential they were so proud of and the reality of their lives was like insane. Like, they're in this tiny little room, they're being treated with total contempt by the White House staff, who thinks they're fucking animals. It's like, shut up. They're eating out of vending machines, and this was a different time, right? So, like, when I was working as a journalist in Washington, you don't have lunch every day at like a good restaurant and charge it to the company. And like with your sources, you're like, we have lunch every single day like civilized people. I don't even think that exists in the world anymore, where you had time for lunch, where you weren't just so under the gun from your corporate masters, you had to like get back to work.
Right.
We ate lunch, and I remember thinking, these people don't eat lunch. They eat like a stale Mounds bar out of a vending machine. Like, they bring quarters to work so they can eat. I remember thinking, your life you're not even human. You're just like a little puppet or something. But you're so impressed, and like all your neighbors know he works at the White House. He's in the White House press corps. And the job wasn't even really a job. You would just sit there and ask your question, your little assigned seat, like you're in a high school gym. It's just awful, and I just had no respect for people who did that for a living at all.
Did you ever read Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail?
Come on.
Yeah. It's amazing. But that guy gave sort of that's I think probably the best window into an outsider in the political process, at least in terms of the campaign trail.
Yeah.
It's the best window to the press, the best window to the relationships that they have with politicians, at least in the 1970s. It's an amazing book.
I was talking to a campaign reporter. I never do that anymore, but I was this week actually. And he was telling me it's totally different. Like when I did it, we were all on it was bad actually. It was because it just cultivated groupthink, which was then leveraged by the candidate for better coverage. Like the whole thing was kind of an op actually. But it was at least fun. Like you run a charter plane and like you're flying with everybody and you hit 3 or 4 cities a day and like there are cocktails on the plane and naughty behavior and like they fed you and they come dump everything for you. It was fun. It was like a road trip, right? And now it's just like crap. Driving alone in their little rental cars to some obscure town in Iowa to sit there with no access whatsoever to the candidate, whatever their little reports, and then they get back to their hotel and they're like writing up more for the website and like it's such a bad job actually covering politics that only the people who couldn't make it in any other business are doing it. It's like a reverse meritocracy. It's only the most kind of pathetic power worshippers who ever do a job like that.
Well, like critics.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly.
Most critics want to be writers.
They're like the worst people. Just as people. Like you've actually been in show business. You have better experience with them, or you have a lot of experience with them. But I've known a lot of them who work for magazines or newspapers.
Yeah,
I work for. And they're the kind of people who have a lot of cats, and all the cats hate them. You know what I mean? They're just like the lowest. They all have some like sort of weird like wandering eye, and they're fat and they're like super into porn and totally isolated from everybody. I actually worked for one of them for a while, who was a critic for the New York Post. A guy called John Hartson. He was one of the weirdest, most unhappy people I've ever met in my life, and he would come into my office occasionally. He had a really hairy back, and he would rub it against the door frame.
This like please, Yo. It's an excellent coordinated attack. Hey, can you hear me? Hey, look at. Dog, look at my Instagram. Dog.
He was editing this magazine, but like his real interest was in writing about movies. They're just sad people.
Did you ever read, Siskel and Ebert? Did you ever read when Roger Ebert wrote a screenplay?
No.
It's very bizarre. It's really sexual, very strange. It's supposed to be terrible. I've read passages, but I remember going, oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not creative. They're creative adjacent.
Well, they don't have anything to contribute.
They don't have creative power, right? So they're powerless.
What the hell?
We could figure it out if they had a different mindset. I think creativity is in everybody. It's just a matter of how
It's in everybody. It just requires honesty.
Yeah,
The impediment to creativity is lying.
Sure, and I used to say that about joke thieves. One of the real problems with joke thieves is when they get caught, then they have to write their own.
I can hear his braces.
They don't understand the language. They just know how to say the sounds. Like if you told me what to say in French,
This guy's playing OC with our profile
I
pictures.
practice it, and I said it right, you'd think, wow, that guy fucking speaks French. Yes. So that's what comedy's like. So if you got a guy who knows how to repeat other people's jokes, comedy's one of the rare things.
You sound like you're in a septic tank.
That guy writes his own stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Picks it out, produces it.
Oh my goodness.
The order of things. It's a complete. Everybody does it pretty much the same way. There's a few guys that hire writers, and that's honorable.
There's too many people in
and
here.
it also gives jobs to other
You know
comics.
what?
Some comics are really good writers, and they're not so good at
Or
performing.
I don't know what you hear everybody's like this.
They'll elaborate on stuff. Like Chris Rock
Oh,
did
yeah.
this thing where he would hire comics, and they didn't write the jokes for him, but they would be like guys who would bounce stuff off. So he would have his ideas, would go on stage, and then after his set, they would all meet. And they would talk about the set.
He's shaking his hand. I gotta go find one that's ready.
Say this. Oh, great. Write that down. They're adding. So it's a collaboration. So you have the master. You have Chris Rock, who is so open-minded and intelligent and humble that he brings in other masters and says, "Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I can change. Tell me what I can make better." And they work together. And then there's people that have people that are essentially ghostwriters. They hire comics to write jokes for them. They pretend they're theirs. And they don't really write them at all. So that's another level, which is also
Does
honorable.
anyone who does that get successful?
I don't know. Not top shelf. They get close. They do well. There's people that have people write for them and they do well. But they're not the guy that everybody goes to. They're not David Tell. I don't know what to say. Like David Tell's the guy that comics go to see when he's in town.
Yes.
Like he's a master. You watch him, it's Yoda. You're like, Jesus Christ. How is he so good? Well, he's so good because he writes every day. Because he's sitting with fucking a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee every morning, writing books,
Joe Rogan and all
practicing every day. He goes on stage constantly. He's just.
How you live in chocolate?
Kaizen, where he takes this one thing, that's right, just refine it to its ultimate mastery. That's what he's doing. So these guys who pretend to be that and steal jokes and then they get caught, then their material drops off a cliff. It's so obvious because frauds. Yeah, also because the very thing that allows you to steal someone's jokes, that's an ego thing. That's I want the laughs. I want to be the man or the woman. I want to be the fucking one up there showing everybody, look how amazing this person is. That's right. Look how amazing. That's the opposite mindset that's required for creativity. The creativity is not about you. Creativity is about the ideas. Creativity is about things. Creativity is about how does this concept work with these other concepts? How do I get it in the most digestible form? If I was an audience member, what would it be like to feel this? What's the best way to introduce it? What's the best way to make it so that people don't think that I'm being mean, that I have a point, or that I thought this through? This is not just a flippant thing. Like you're allowing someone when someone's on stage, you're allowing that person almost to think for you. Like you're like, take me on a ride. Like I'll give you my mind. I'm not gonna be thinking what I would do. I'm just gonna let you think for me. If that person is not doing a good job of that, if it's clunky, if it's shitty, if the transitions suck, then it just interrupts this hypnotism that you put on me. This hypnosis. It's now I'm not.
But it's also inherently from John.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm giving control of my mind over to someone who is himself under the control of somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
If you're stealing.
No, if I'm in the audience.
Right.
And I would say this also goes for ideas, for commentary. You know, that's not funny, but that's real.
Right.
And you see it a lot. I've seen it a lot.
Yeah, you see bullshit a lot.
Well, the number of people who are totally not controlled, who are really saying what they actually believe with no weird agenda that they're not telling you about is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that a lot recently, particularly on the question of wokeness and free speech. There are a lot of people who are like on your side because they're for free speech or not actually for free speech at all, who are pushing a very specific foreign policy agenda, for example, and using another issue to lower your defenses and let themselves into your brain. And I think that's really sinister, really, really, really sinister. And it's becoming more obvious now. Like if you're for free speech, then you're just for free speech because you support the principle. The a human being has a right to express himself because he's not a slave. He's a citizen and a human being. Like, that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden you like become famous, like I'm for free speech, and then you support silencing people who articulate opinions you disagree with, like you're a fraud. You're kind of a sinister fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because that's the business I'm in. I really noticed that. Have you noticed this?
Yes, and that's also the same kind of thing when you hear them talk. If you hear someone talk that's saying something that's kind of horseshit, it resonates with you. That's what you've seen.
You had a moment with Barry Weiss on your show that went everywhere. I saw a clip of it. I never saw the show itself, but she was going on about. So she was posing as one thing, and then you pressed her. You're like, well, hold on a second. What do you mean by that? You just attacked somebody. She had no idea what she was talking about. And it became really clear to me watching her, like, completely changed my view of Barry Weiss forever. I was like, well, she's a fraud, actually. This person's not honest at all. She has a very specific agenda. That's all she cares about. The rest of the stuff is just it's a kind of sleight of hand maneuver.
You're talking about the thing with Tulsi Gabbard?
That's correct.
Yeah, she called her a toady, and she didn't know what that meant.
Well, but she had no idea. Like Tulsi Gabbard had straight outside the lines on some Syria or something. And Barry Weiss was, going through the files in her head, like, what did she have to believe? And she was aware that, Tulsi Gabbard had somehow
They got me.
that in a way
That motherfucker got me good.
in detail to fully articulate. Barry Weiss is completely dishonest. Like, she's a liar, actually. You can't, by the way, if you attack somebody, particularly personally, and you can't explain why you're attacking the person, like, that's not acceptable. You're a dishonest person if you can't explain why.
I think it's a common thing that people do in private, and they get accustomed to speak. Like, we're talking like we're talking in private. We're just two people talking.
Right.
So people get accustomed to saying things without being able to back them up. Like, oh, he's a vaccine denier.
Well, I've done a ton of that in my life.
Yeah, I have as well.
Because I'm an asshole. So it's like, I just don't like that person.
I have as well, but what I'm saying is I don't know how much time Barry Weiss had spent doing podcasts before that.
Well, she'd spent, look, I'm just saying, like,
but
it's important to be honest about what your agenda is.
I think she is honest. And I really like her. Yeah, I like
her.
Well,
I'm not against
She's a very intelligent
not
person.
against her personally.
I just think that was a mistake. And I think you're allowed to do that and hopefully learn from that. Don't do that anymore. Don't say a thing that you, and I've done that. I've definitely done that. Said a thing, and I wasn't really exactly sure what I was talking about.
Oh my gosh, I do that every day. And I may have just done it with Barry Weiss, so let me be a lot more specific about what I mean. If your agenda is neocon politics, which is your agenda, just say so. Don't pretend to be a defender of free speech as a principle, which is what she does.
How is she a defender of neocon politics?
Barry Weiss?
Yeah, like what specifically?
Well, anyone, including me and Tulsi Gabbard, who thinks that America shouldn't be funding wars that don't help America, she will attack as a traitor to America or whatever it takes. And so, no, that's her main interest, which is fine. And by the way, I actually have friends who I disagree with really strongly on this question who believe in neocon politics. Doesn't mean they're terrible people or I hate them or I'm not friends. I'm still friends with them. But they're very direct about it. This is what I care about. Okay, fine. Right. I really care about bird hunting and fly fishing or whatever. I care. Right. That's totally cool. But be honest about it. So if your job is to defend the right of free people to say what they really believe, then go ahead and defend it. And if somebody is not allowed to speak or fired from his job for having an opinion that you disagree with, defend him anyway. I just interviewed a guy who was a black nationalist socialist. Okay, so I'm obviously not much of a black nationalist. I don't know if you're aware of that, but not. And I'm not a socialist either. But this guy is facing prison time under the Biden DOJ because he said things they don't like about foreign policy. And I just interviewed the guy for an hour, and it was like, because on principle, you should be able to say what you think. Period.
What is this gentleman's name?
He was actually, it turns out I loved him. And I'm embarrassed. I can't. He's a member of a pretty small black nationalist socialist group. It's like the Revolutionary Black Nationalists or something like that. They're out of Southwest Florida, and he's literally facing prison for repeating Russian disinformation. He's not even accused of doing anything. He's accused of saying things the Biden DOJ doesn't like. Well,
what were these things that he said?
Repeating Russian propaganda
About
the invasion of Ukraine. And his point was, well, there's a backstory here, which is that NATO has been moving eastward since 1991, and that's a massive threat to Russia. Missiles on their border from a hostile power is a threat, and the Biden administration accelerated that, and in response, Putin invaded eastern Ukraine. Now, you can disagree with that, but that's hardly a crackpot view. By the way, I think it's actually true, but even if you don't agree that it's true, that's not, you don't have to be a paid propagandist from the Kremlin to say that.
right.
I have said it. I'm not a paid propagandist.
This gentleman,
That's it right there.
4 Americans from a
Mali is-
power organization work with Russian
Just tell
intelligence to spread propaganda.
Yes. To spread propaganda. Now, propaganda, first of all, there's a lot of propaganda.
Scroll up a little on that, James, so I can read what this is saying. Oh, okay.
Right?
Well,
So
it
that
says
guy,
subscribe.
that guy right there,
Okay, subscribe real quick.
yeah, the People's Democratic Uhuru movement in St. Petersburg.
So he spoke with someone in Russia. They spoke with people in Russia, and then
He's not, no, he is being, he's charged with felonies. The FBI raided his house. The first thing they did was cover up the security cameras. And they went in there and arrested him, raided by the FBI.
Okay.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms Russianized to divide Americans and interfere elections in the U.S. Says Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson. Now, first of all, weaponized our First Amendment rights? No. Your First Amendment rights are never a crime.
Right.
They're God-given. Government did not bestow them. You were born with them as a free person, period. And the First Amendment simply says you can't interfere with their exercise. That's it. And in this, they are. And I looked at it. I read this and I thought, and I reached out to this guy, by the way.
Matthew Olson.
No, I wish. Matthew Olson would never do my show. I mean, the guy whose salary I pay as a U.S. citizen would never speak.
Well, listen, look at that quote. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Services allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms Russia denies its own citizens to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States. That, you gotta, like, why are you saying that? Let's say what happened.
Well, but nothing happened. So that's
Right.
the thing. So I'm reading this. Someone sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a crime here. Like they were found with, I don't know, mortar shells, or they were. I mean, usually
Right.
the government makes them. They put kitty porn on your computer at least to discredit you. There's no underlying crime other than they said something that the foreign policy establishment of the United States disagrees with. Okay. That's not a crime by definition. And this guy is facing life in prison, and it looks to me, because Barry Weiss has not defended him, I think this guy is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. And I'm like, this is crazy.
The rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. This is the thing.
I think he's 83.
How do you say his name?
Yashitella
and 3 other U.S. citizens, Peg Joanne Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus C. Romaine Jr. are charged with conspiracy to defraud U.S. Hess. Okay.
Defraud the United States. So defraud suggests theft of something of value, right? Right. Defraud U.S. government. There's no allegation of that at all. And I actually read the charges. The only allegation is they said things that the U.S. government, the Biden administration doesn't like. That's it. And because they're unpopular, and they have views that are considered, quote, fringe, like crazy black nationalists, nobody wants to defend them. And my only point is not that I'm like such a principled person. This also seems very obvious to me. You can't allow that. You absolutely cannot allow that if you believe in the First Amendment and the freedom of free people to say what they think.
So with this implication is they're saying that they were recruited by the FSB. So it says prosecutors said Ianov operated an entity called the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia that was used to carry out its U.S. influence efforts overseen by the Russian Intelligence Service, known as FSB. They recruited U.S.-based organizations to help sway elections
make it appear there was a strong support in the U.S. for Russia's invasion of Ukraine and backed efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment. Back efforts.
What does that
Look at that. Look at that. Like,
It
negative
means
to
that
back efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people. But just look at that statement. Backed efforts such as a thing to decry genocide. The United Nations petition of 2015 to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment.
Okay, so the real misinformation or propaganda is in the charging documents, actually. The real liars here are the Biden DOJ officials who did this, and they're dangerous, they're criminals, in my opinion. But if you read it carefully, you will see that the only crime is having opinions that the people in charge didn't like.
And were they in contact with people from Russia?
Yeah, I think they went over to Russia for some conference. So
they went over to Russia.
But the way this typically works is that you went to a country against which we've imposed sanctions,
right?
And you violated the sanctions regime in some way. Like, that's how they get you. They're not even alleging that. They're just saying, you said things that we don't like, that, by the way, a foreign government we don't like agrees with. But that's not.
They learned those when they went over to Russia?
It's all on the internet. Did they learn them? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where they learned them. I would, because I've talked to the guy and I've seen what they wrote, the opinions that they expressed. I don't, the genocide of African peoples in America. That means, I guess I don't agree with that. But their views on Russia, I generally agree with because I think they're true. And so does Jeff Sachs and a lot of other non-crazy, non-black nationalists who probably agree with the basic framework of their position. But whether we agree or not is not relevant.
Right.
All that matters is, in a free country, which this was when I grew up, you have the right to any opinion you want. You do not have the right to hurt people. You don't have the right to steal from them. You don't have the right to defraud people. But you certainly, foremost, have the right to any opinion you want, no matter what the people in charge think of it. In fact, you have that right as a bulwark against tyranny by the people in charge. Like, that's the only thing that keeps this country free, is my right to have any opinion I want. And this guy is going to jail for his opinions. And, it's so crazy that I kept thinking, like, is there something that I'm missing? Like, it does seem a little fringe, this group. I never heard of them. I'm not saying the money, okay? They must have done something. No, nothing. And you should see the video of the FBI, right? It's unbelievable. They said like, right, it's on the internet, it's on X, I have the video on there. They sent like 40 armed agents with automatic weapons to this guy's office and his house. Like, no exaggeration. It was a full-blown, like, we're arresting El Chapo type thing. For this guy, he's like an 83-year-old Army veteran. It's outrageous. And I really find it baffling that nobody who's like against woke culture or whatever will touch it. And the reason they won't touch it is because their foreign policy views in general are more important to them than their views on speech in the First Amendment, their views on America.
Well, if you step out of line, right, so the ideology is that we must support Ukraine. Right. So this is, Russia has a point. This is what they're saying. So Russia was very upset about the movement of the weapons closer to their borders, the joining NATO, all the stuff that was the hard red lines that Putin had already said. Like, if Russia would definitely do something if Ukraine joined NATO. We all knew that. So if you deviate from that, you're going to be in trouble. So better just ignore it. Because you can't, you clearly, if you look at who these people are, I mean, these are people that would be supported by the left wholeheartedly.
Well, they are. I mean, it's like the revolutionary socialists.
Yeah.
They're not at CPAC this
But
year.
the left has to ignore it because then 100%. It conflicts with this
the
other
categories right and left are just like, now they're actually ridiculous.
They're ridiculous.
They don't mean
They're
anything.
ridiculous.
In fact, we've moved past the point where they don't mean anything. They do mean something. They are propaganda instruments designed to cloak the truth from the rest of us. And in fact, there's agreement, not disagreement, at the center of power They all agree on the things that matter, and those are the economy and foreign policy, because that's where the money is. There's no effort to, say, rein in the credit card companies, which, if you really cared about the country, you'd say, but people are really suffering. They don't have enough money to live. Kids can't, not only not buy houses, they can't afford rent. And why is that? One of the main reasons is because they're paying like close to 20% interest on their credit cards. And okay, we just imagine that in a free market, that's a good thing. Tell me why that's a good thing. Who benefits from that? Why are we for that again? I'm not for that. I think the credit card companies are villains. And they send credit cards to kids at school and get them hooked on this. I think it's totally wrong. And if you said that in the US Congress, people would feel like you had three heads. Like, what? They just don't care because they all agree that our current economic system and our current foreign policy assumptions are good. So that's not a two-party system, that's a one-party system, and it doesn't serve the interest of the country. And my position is super simple. The only country I have an emotional attachment to is the United States. That's it. I like lots of countries, I like almost all countries. Actually, I've been to a lot of them. I like them all. But the only one I feel emotional about is the United States because I live here. I was born here, my kids are here. This is my country. And most of the people in our foreign policy conversation do not feel that way. So that distorts it really dramatically. And there are also, a lot of them are violence worshippers. Like they get off on war. They get off on hurting people and on the power that imbues them with. And the Liz Cheney model. You know what I mean? Like someone like Liz Cheney who's got like a really sad and barren personal life. A lot of them are this way. Weird personal life, failed personal life. They don't have people who love them. They don't have kids who respect them. And so, Adam Kinzinger or whatever, they're all kind of the same. The more broken they are inside, the more focused they are on like war and foreign policy because it gives them a feeling of power and strength and success. Like, I can't get my wife to respect me. I can't get my kids to listen to me. I can't pass any meaningful domestic agenda. But what I can do is bomb the living shit out of a foreign country. And so there is this, it's not true for all of them, but for a lot of them, there is this syndrome that drives their behavior. But whatever the reason, it's totally disconnected from what's good for the country. And if you run America, you have one job, and that's to improve America, period. They don't see it that way. And so I don't think the system can continue because it's too distorted. It's not serving its purpose.
What was it that these guys said that
Shut your bitch ass up,
said Russia, and I don't want to speak for them. And I just want to say again, like, there's all this sad stuff happening. I know that you probably it's like finding not only
Yo, look at this dude trying to sleep on the fucking street. What the fuck?
like liking them. You know, like I actually like the guy. I'm sure we disagree on a million things. Probably mad at white people, white person, whatever. But like in my conversation, I was like, I like this guy. You know, he's honest and he's sincere, he's principled, he's a veteran, you know, whatever. No, I really think what they said was what I have said and a lot of people have said, which is there was a reason for this invasion. I personally think the invasion was a bad idea. It didn't help anybody. I'm against war. I'm sad the war's ongoing. But they were pushed to this by a more powerful country, which would be the United States of America, with the threat of including Ukraine in NATO. It's really simple. And right before the invasion, days before the invasion, they sent poor Kamala Harris, who has no idea what day it is, to the Munich Security Conference, an area she knows nothing about, no experience in it at all. And they sent her there for one purpose, which is to announce at a press briefing, with all the cameras rolling, to Zelensky, right there, she says, we want you to join NATO. What? No other NATO members were clamoring for Ukraine. It didn't even qualify for NATO membership. Why would you say that? When Putin's got troops amassed on the Ukrainian border, you send your vice president to the Munich Security Conference with the world watching and say this that no one even really wants. Why would you do that? To provoke war. Obviously, what's the other reason? And it was scripted. Like Kamala Harris is not freeballing stuff. Like she's saying what she's told to say. Obviously, it's not her area. She doesn't know anything about this stuff. She was told to say that. But why? To provoke a war. Obviously. So that was my read. I said that on Fox News. A lot of people liked it, but it just seemed obvious to me. I'm not making excuses for Putin. Please. I want to protect the United States, and I think this war really hurts the United States. My motives are always right out there. Anyway, I think they said a species of that, something like that. And the last thing I'll say is that why was the reaction so strong? Because it was true. They don't care if you lie. No one in power cares if you lie.
But a lot of people
They only care when you tell the truth.
A lot of people are saying those things. And
Because he's like some black nationalist guy in St. Petersburg. Like, who cares? Who's going to defend him? Nobody. He's some wacko. He's some like 80-year-old guy who's like been in the like fringe left movement for the past 50 years. You know, like new Huey Newton and Stokely Carmichael. He's like a relic of the past. And like he doesn't have constituents. He doesn't care. The modern Democratic Party hates him. He hates them. And the Republican Party is like black nationalism. No thanks. So he has no constituency. They're never gonna like. You could say that. What are they gonna do to you? You know, nothing, because they can't. But this guy, yeah, crush it, kill him. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I really think, not to be like a 70s liberal about it, if you let the weak get crushed, it's bad. It's super bad. You need to protect the weak, and this guy's weak.
And so you think they're making an example out of him with this?
And they can. They have all this power.
I just don't understand why they would move so many people, why they would get so many agents, why they would do this so publicly for one guy's opinion or one group of people's opinion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why did
especially
why did medieval kings hang the heads of people they executed from the gates?
Right, but it feels like there should be more to it. Like, what did they say? So the problem
you're
is,
telling me.
I know. The problem is that, I mean, I'm just straw man, I'm steel manning this rather. So the problem is that they went over to Russia and they talked with people in Russia, and then they're saying these things. Is that the problem?
They're not charged with that. They're not charged with going to Russia.
But do you think that's the motivation behind it because they went over there? Okay.
Yeah, they are not, at least when I interviewed them, they have not been charged with taking money from Russia.
So it says they've been accused of us, they've accused us of taking money from Russia. Yeshitela said yesterday at a news conference of July 29th, we've never taken any money from Russian government, but I'm not saying that because I'm morally opposed to taking money from the Russians or anyone else who wants to support the struggles for black people. Don't tell us what we can't, don't tell us that we can't have friends that you don't like. He accused the U.S. government of seeking to use the APSP as a pawn in its proxy war with Russia. The unsubstantiated allegation that opponents of the war are co-conspirators with a foreign power are intended to bolster the phantom of a Russian boogeyman in the public consciousness. The escalating military aggression by the U.S. against Russia and China is already being accompanied by increasing repression and an attempt to criminalize left-wing opposition to the unpopular war.
Well, exactly.
So they're accusing him of taking money from Russia.
They're not. They're not charging him. So here's the distinction, which is like really, really important. So there are two levels on which the Department of Justice and all administrations acts. There's the level of propaganda, like what do we want people to think, and there's the level of law, what are we charging someone with? You have to ignore the first and pay very close attention to the second. So we have a legal system, we have laws, and you can't actually go to jail unless you violate them through the terms of our system. And so ignore what they're saying about you. Joe Rogan sucks, he's a bad man. But in the end, I'm busting you for double parking. And so you're not a bad man, you're a double parker under the law. And so if you look at the charges against these guys, they're not charged with violating sanctions, regulations. They are charged with totally amorphous, quote, crimes like defrauding the U.S. government, not for money, but for like defrauding it, like I guess counter signaling it, sending a message publicly that they don't like. I mean, there's no crime. Look at it up, except speaking. And I think that's a precedent that.
Let's go all over the roof.
No doubt. Yeah, let's take a leak. We'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. Tucker and I are gonna pee.
Hi.
Well, that's
This is Hillary Clinton. How are you doing?
Of course, to examine your beliefs and why you
Me,
those beliefs
yeah.
in the first place. That is the beauty of
I want to lick your
It
face.
is. People are living intentionally much more, and it's also just much more interesting. It's not just.
Just don't horrible addicts, so
I think so.
I want to lick your balls.
People have more at least the people that are paying attention have a more nuanced perspective. But then you have the people that are in the echo chambers that are just digging their heads in more. And you can
Those addicts, I want to lick your
Well, they're
face.
missing out because there's nothing more liberating than admitting it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is like the moment of liberation.
Now, I was somebody to make sound at
It's
me.
the basis of anything that improves you.
There's supposed to be a flute going through a ape toy,
to yourself that like wow,
clumping them,
Yeah.
that don't together
because then you don't have to hide it anymore.
for a second.
Very important.
And it's such a beautiful thing, and that is like changing your mind. I always notice this covering politics that Canada would be like, I've got him on tape saying 10 years ago something different, and no one. Country's a lot different from what it was 10 years ago, so my opinions changed too. Like, why wouldn't they? Because I'm not a freaking robot or a liar.
Also, I used to think this because of that, and now I realize I was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, which
How
is
great is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's part of being a human. It's not being a flip-flopper.
it's the best part.
Yeah. Well, this is an interesting time for that because you see people that won't do that. And you could recognize them easily because they're the first people to throw out insults. The first thing to do is describe you, they'll describe you in an insulting way, and then they'll say what they disagree with you about. They'll say something hard, they try to define you, you're far right, white supremacist, racist.
Oh, been there.
Yeah, they throw it all at you, and then they say what you said.
It's so funny. I got called racist and white supremacist so many times, but when I first was called that, I mean, it really stung, a lot because just where I grew up in, how I grew up, and those are like the worst things you could ever call somebody. And so I actually paused for a moment and thought, am I? Which I think is fair to ask yourself. Like, am I? Wait, so whatever that, I don't care what that was. Am I a racist? Not really. And I thought, really, the people I dislike most are almost all white liberals, actually. So
You're racist against white people.
Well, I am white. My kids are white. I'm not against white people. I like white people. But no, it's not that. It's that. So a reporter once called me about this. You're called racist. Like, no, actually, I really dislike you. If I were to sort of narrow down my bigotries, it's like people like you. I just think you're disgusting. I really mean it too. Racist. Okay. All right.
Well, it's a thing,
I don't think that works as much.
It doesn't work. No. Well, I think a lot of the things that you overuse, eventually people realize, like, oh, you're yelling wolf again. Yeah.
Well, of course. And when people get hit with it and don't disappear, then it becomes obvious that it lacks power.
Well, it's also you're trying to use these words to define someone. Especially someone like you that has so many hours and hours of talking about things. Like to try this reductionist perspective of someone to reduce them to this ultimately very negative thing and not say that they're a human being. And also the fact that it's done by the people that want to think of themselves as compassionate and kind, which is the most bizarre. The left is so aggressively incompassionate. Like they're so aggressively unkind. With
letting people die of drug abuse on the sidewalk. That's compassion.
That whole thing is fucking crazy.
Well, it's cruelty, actually.
It is, and it's also when you find. Do you know who Coleon Noir is?
I know him.
Yeah, great guy. He opened my eyes to the homelessness thing. We had him on the podcast. He was explaining how he was in San Francisco, and he was like, "What is this? It's like they don't have any money for this. Is that what it is?" Like, no. There's a whole business behind it. Of course. And these people that are running this homelessness initiative or whatever the fuck they call it, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Some of them $250,000 a year.
Imagine making money off the homeless
and not doing a goddamn thing.
But what's so funny is I do think the root of their power and the one thing they're good at is just charging the moral high ground and taking it in the first moments of the battle.
Yeah.
They just run up to the moral high ground and they're like, we got this is ours, and they'll protect that at all costs. And it's like that's kind of all they have is this self-righteousness. And if you can puncture that, it's like you're getting rich from the homeless, actually. is there anything more disgusting than that? Some junkie who's dying in misery outside the convention center in San Francisco, and you're making money on
They're
that?
essentially using those people as a battery to expand the power of government.
Yeah, in their own personal advantage.
Yeah, they're expanding government. They're making more government employees. Now there's tons of people that are working on the homelessness problem, air quotes. And, they probably all have blue hair, and they talk nonsense. And nothing's getting done, and that no one's being punished for it. But when they did that study where they said that they had no data, like, how are you, what? You can't say whether or not it's doing anything? How'd you spend $24 billion?
But why are they not treated as, like, the most reprehensible people in our society?
I think there's too many things to think about. And I think most people, unlike you and I, aren't even paying attention to it. They're paying attention to the fact that the tents are there. They're paying attention that if you go to Los Angeles, it's a fucking zombie apocalypse. But what they're not paying attention to is what is going on? How many people are making money? I didn't even know until Copion explained it to us. I had no idea. I thought it was just they don't have any money. They don't put any money in it, and they let these people sleep there. No, there's actual
There are all
money.
these parasites.
Yeah, parasites, government parasites. Those are real. And, this whole idea of, I've created so many jobs. Like, what jobs? Are they government jobs that are just bullshit? Because there's a lot of those.
What's crazy to me, just having spent most of my life in Washington, is how close this is to the lawmakers physically. So the U.S. Capitol sits across from something called Union Station, which is a really beautiful train station, right on Capitol Hill. And so to get into the Capitol, when there's a massive homeless city there, people dying of drug abuse right there. And so to get to work every day, lawmakers have to step over the bodies of fellow Americans dying, living outdoors, shitting in the bushes, addicted to drugs, which is hell, okay? And they have to ignore that on their way to creating utopia in some foreign country. And you're like, does it ever occur to you that that's disgusting? That your primary duty is to the drug addict, your fellow American, you're doing nothing? And you're telling me how we're going to make Eastern Europe into, this brave new world? I don't know. I just can't get past that. I think I'm not super sensitive or aware or anything. I'm not super anything, really. I'm pretty ordinary, but I think I would notice. Walking into vote in Ukraine aid, I'd be like, shit, there are like 5 junkies on the street. Like, maybe we should do something for them?
Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's bizarre that they can rationalize it, or at least that they don't get called out by all their people. And this idea that it's compassionate, that you have compassion to these people and to give them aid, to help them and give them clean needles.
But then you've got to think, like, maybe there's something bigger going on, actually. Because there's an entire sector of the economy now that feeds off of human misery. The drug treatment centers that don't work, the homeless advocates who create more homeless, the, migrant workers, American-born aid agency workers who, increase illegal immigration, gang activity. This is all this. People are making money off of this. The arms manufacturers that help kill people in foreign countries, et cetera, et cetera. There's a vig in all of that. It's a scam, it's a grift, et cetera, et cetera. But there's something more. Like, there are a lot of people who seem to be just like for evil for its own sake. And you're like, maybe all the crazy talk about a spiritual war, like good and evil, maybe there's something to that. Maybe that's not an illusion. Maybe that's like, everyone else has always thought that.
There are certainly forces that have evil consequences that exist.
So they act on people from the outside. And you feel it also on the other side. I mean, people are better than they naturally are sometimes. Like, you feel compassion for people, or true empathy for someone, or you really want to help someone. There's no advantage to you at all. Like, why are you doing that? It's almost like you're being acted on by good. And all of us have known those moments where we just are cruel for the sake of it, hurt someone for the sake of it. What's that? There's no advantage to us. That's evil acting on us. And I think we're seeing it at scale. I'm like, I grew up in the most secular world you could ever grow up in. Southern California in the 70s and 80s, and in a very secular family, and I've never really paid much attention to that. And all of a sudden, not every, but a lot of people I know who had similar childhoods to mine, similar life experiences, are like, maybe there is like a supernatural realm. Maybe there's more than just like what we can see and feel. Maybe maybe life is more than just ordering shit on Amazon. Maybe there's like a purpose. Maybe there is this battle between good and evil around us that we can't see, but that we do experience a lot.
It seems like it's always been a narrative throughout human history. It's always been this recognition. Carl's over there snoring. I don't have my headphones on so I can hear him.
You're snorting or snoring?
Snoring. Carl's snoring. Carl the dog.
Carl the dog.
Carl the dog. He
like
snores. He's the best, but he snores when he sleeps. He's a little French bulldog.
He's a sporty little bulldog.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
he's the best. Dogs don't get cuter. They might be as cute, but they don't get any cuter than Carl.
I think that's right.
Yeah,
I've got some pretty good dogs.
Yeah, I have a beautiful dog. I have a golden retriever, but he's not as cute as Carl. Carl's a different thing.
Don't tell him that.
He knows. He doesn't like Carl. Well, he doesn't hate Carl, but he like ignores him. He thinks of Carl as a thief of attention only, which he is. Yeah.
Fair.
So human beings have always at least believed that there are forces of good and evil, and that that's what exorcism is about, right? It's the idea that you're possessed. Yeah, you're possessed by evil. There's always been this thought that there's good and evil. But when did you start considering that and thinking that that's true? Because weren't you at one point in time, were you a Grateful Dead head?
Oh yeah.
I used to listen to this morning. You used to travel around with them?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I went to my first good show in December of 1984, so I was 15 at Civic Center. Yeah, the New Year's shows, so they always played in Oakland, but one year they played in San Francisco. And so we were in Tahoe over Christmas, and for some reason, like, that was going on. So my brother and I drove illegally from Tahoe, family vehicle, to downtown San Francisco.
How old was your brother?
13.
So you drove?
Or he drove.
15, you drove?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tahoe was a couple hours. And I remember being on the freeway like,
at 15.
Well, we had a pretty different kind of childhood. But anyway, anyway, we just had
you?
West side.
Yeah, it's me on the left.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. But, I don't know how that in my barn. I've never, I don't release any picture of myself or family. That somebody came to my barn and took a picture that's hanging next to my sink and put it on the internet.
Wow.
So that's my brother, Buckley, on the right. That picture was taken, so my dad was a reporter in San Francisco in the 60s, and pretty well-known reporter, and that was in the 80s when I was in school, and we were home for Christmas vacation, and he had covered the Grateful Dead, he knew the Grateful Dead, my dad did, so they were in his office, they came through DC, and they called him, and they came over to his office, Jerry came over to his office, and my dad's like, I got Jerry Garcia here, you guys should come down. So my brother and I, we lived in Georgetown, we had a Vespa, remember those?
Yeah.
We drove our Vespa, it was freaking cold out, I'll never forget that, we drove our Vespa down to 6th and E or whatever, where my dad's office was, and there was Jerry, I'd never met him before, he was missing the middle finger of his right hand.
What's up, niggas?
What up? How are you?
I'm chilling, my nigga.
He shook his
How are you?
It collapsed, kind of.
I just said I'm chilling, my nigga.
Alright, cool,
But
dog.
anyway, so my brother and I
We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
to the New Year's show. It was actually a couple nights before New Year's, and we didn't have tickets, of course. And we were in the park across from there, and we were, whatever, doing the, whatever things that people do at dead shows. We're pretty freaking out of it. And this guy comes up out of nowhere and puts a ticket around my face. He goes, "Here," and hands me a ticket. So my brother, extremely out of it. He was, I never should have done this, but I was like, all right, man, I'm going in. All right, and my little brother in the park during the show, just very, very impaired, super, super impaired. It was completely wrong to do something like that, but I did do it. And then I went in and saw the show, kind of freaked out in the middle of it. Hid in the men's room for a while. Never forget that. Standing on the stall, smoking cigarettes.
Is it acid?
It was psilocybin mushrooms. Which, by the way, I should just say, I got sober 22 years ago. I'm completely opposed to anything like that. I don't take Advil. I'm totally opposed to anything. But other things, but yeah, the show. This is pre-selfie. This is 1984, and I get out of the show. They played actually a lot of tunes that they didn't play. They played Spoonful. Like they didn't play Spoonful a lot. It was a pretty obscure tune. I never heard it before actually. And I couldn't find my brother, my little brother. And I'm like in charge, and my closest friend and lifelong friends this morning. And but I couldn't find him. And I was like, oh man, my brother's coming. But there he was. He appeared like an hour later. He had spent the entire show in somebody's van. But he seemed undamaged. And it was great. I mean, not everything about it is great. I mean, I do think the drug thing definitely hurt people, for sure. But from my perspective, I went to a bunch, probably 50 or more shows, and really enjoyed it. And I love the fact that they had 2 drummers. That was a huge thing for me. I love rhythm. I think it's the basis of music. It's obviously the basis of music. The instruments are cool, but they're kind of like interior design, and the architecture is rhythm. It's the universal sound that every culture appreciates because it reflects something that's pre-existing. Everyone relates to rhythm, and I just absolutely love the drums. And they would always play, like it was called drums actually, but they would play a section of every show with just drums. Bill Richmond and Nicky Hart just go crazy on the drums. They drum circles, and I just like drums. To this day, I listen to drums, just percussion. King Sunny Ade, the great West African drummer, and whatever. So yeah, I like the Grateful Dead a lot, and still do. I like that kind of music.
Jam music?
I like jam music. I like acoustic music. I love bluegrass and Americana. And to see that grow, to see Billy Strings become like a venue packer, like Billy Strings is like a big act right now. I do feel like creativity art has been completely destroyed and eliminated in the United States. There's like, as we were saying earlier, you can't be creative if you're not honest. It's that simple, and we can't be honest, so there's no creativity. And the visual arts and literature and architecture is died. But comedy is still alive, thank heaven, and music, for some reason, has escaped that and is still alive.
Yeah.
And the growth, the explosion of acoustic bluegrass and banjo, one of the great instruments ever, is just thrilling and like a sign of life. At this late stage.
Well, I think when there's social pressures and when society's in chaos, art does tend to thrive. Some kind of art.
Some art, that's right.
Comedy certainly does now. Like, comedy's never been better.
But it came
amazing
close.
time.
It came close.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the walls got breached.
Whoa.
Yeah.
No, but a few years, I don't know when it was, but 8 years ago or something, it felt like, wow. People can't tell jokes anymore.
We kept doing it.
Well, I noticed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we kept doing
you
it.
kept the little embers alive.
Yeah, well, it was flames. It's just, when you get people in a club and you take their phones away, they just have them just be actual human beings and not be filming everything, just being completely trapped with this idea of capturing something and then putting it online. Then you get to have a human experience.
You mean when people live in the present
Yeah.
rather than in the future or far away?
That's one of the great things
Through a data
about
line?
going to a good club that uses yonder bags for your phones. Is that it just takes you out of it. Like, at the very least, it's a break. Like this podcast is a break for 3 hours of phones. No one's checking phones.
I love that.
That's very rare with human beings where you just sit down and just have conversations for long periods of time without being distracted by something.
Not at my house, but yeah.
It's a real problem with folks.
It's a huge problem. And the one thing I will say about my very unconventional childhood is there was a huge premium on meals and like eating with people, and spending 4 hours at the table was like totally normal in the house that I grew up in. Totally normal. In fact, it was like daily. And that was our primary form of entertainment and mode of communication, and thing that we did for fulfillment and fun. And I still do that, and I still feel that way. And we have dinner parties constantly on our phones, and people talk and entertain each other, and it's like it's so much more interesting. I'm not on social media, but if I were on social media, I don't think I would find that on Instagram. And I'm not attacking Instagram, but I don't think I would find anything like that.
No, it's
it's definitely a lost thing. And
It's such an easy thing. It's such a fun thing.
it is a fun thing. Yeah, it's a great thing, and I think people enjoy it. I think that's also led to the rise of podcasts too, because they don't get that in their real life. So at least they get to be a person who sits in on these conversations.
I gotta say, this is probably suck up because I don't suck up ever. But the effect that podcasting has is just incredible, and I never would have predicted that.
I would
A million freaking years.
I would have never thought of it. When I first started doing this, it was in my living room with my friend Brian, and we did it on a laptop. We had a webcam, and we were like,
With my friend Brian.
yeah, Brian Redband of Kill Tony. You met Brian.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
No, but I just love the phrase "with my friend Brian." Like every bad story, like me and my friend Brian. we were down in Mexicali, and me and my friend Brian.
We just started fucking around online, and then we started eventually bringing in guests, and then we eventually got a studio, and then eventually I got a big place in LA, like a real warehouse, and eventually moved to Texas. So it all just eventually happened.
But it was not. I mean, I was in another part of media for that whole period, and if you had asked me up until the last few years, like the future is clearly shorter, crisper, more produced, right?
Right. Everyone would have thought that.
Exactly. Everyone did think that, including me, and I hated it. You know, I hated it. I like long form, but I was a long form magazine writer for years, so I thought that was over.
Yeah.
Not over.
Everybody thought that. Yeah. Even my friends, they were telling me how to edit my show. They're like, you should edit that. No one's going to listen to 3 hours. I'm like, then don't listen. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I'm not making any money doing this. It was just for fun.
I love that.
It was just fun for years. For years and years. I did it just with no money. There's no money in it forever.
What year, like how many years in did it start to pay for itself?
5.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Long time. It took a while. I mean, it was probably like existing. Yeah, but about 5 years in, then it started making money. And then it was like, oh, this is a business. I remember very clearly, I was on stage once in Chicago. I was doing the Chicago theater, and I had this story that I was going to tell. I'm like, how many people listen to the podcast? And there's 3,700 people in the place, and they went nuts. It was like, yeah. I was like, oh. I thought there was this like thing that I'm doing where, you know, a few people are paying attention. I didn't even know, back then, I never even knew what the numbers were. I didn't even care.
Well, they may not have been, like, could you even collect numbers?
Yeah, you could get downloads off of, you know, like whatever the provider was that was a host. You could get like download numbers from the host. So they could do it these apps and form apps, like X amount of downloads per month. And then they would, you know, that's when there's very few people advertising on podcasts. They're, all right, let's give it a try.
But it's one of the great developments between podcasting and Billy Strings. Like I'm serious. I know that it's not all going in the wrong direction because you can get this view that like everything is falling apart, late Rome.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time before it really does collapse, and then you see these signs that are not minor, they're significant. Like, no, people. I mean, I haven't met a person in the past year who said, "No, I thought this, but then I was reading the New York Times and I realized I was wrong." Not one person.
Right.
But the number of people say, "I was listening to this podcast. I was listening to Rogan and da 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 da." It's like really noticeable.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting. It's interesting because you can put people in front of people, and they might not even be right. They might be wrong, but at least now you're having conversations about something you would never have a conversation about before. And even if this person gets exposed as being incorrect, well, now you have a more nuanced understanding of what the subject is about and why people think incorrect things. And this idea of like platforming people is a big one today. Why would you platform that person?
First of all, platform is not a verb. And whenever they take a perfectly good noun and turn it into a verb, something bad is afoot.
Yeah.
Okay? Platform. Oh, you mean letting an adult human being talk?
Right.
I think that's not only allowed, I think that's the law.
Not only that, I think it's important.
Otherwise, it's just masturbatory.
It's
It's just
interesting.
you alone and getting yourself off.
But it's also interesting to know why these people think the way they think. And also, there's so many people that if you talk to them online, you'd have these horrible conversations. But if you sit down with them as an actual human being and treat them with respect and consideration, and talk to them like a human being, and you just try to be as friendly and open and possible as possible, despite what your
West
differences
Side.
might be, you realize most people have a lot in
I don't like your
common.
furry
Way
hair.
more in common than they
But
don't.
that's the secret that they're trying to hide.
Yeah.
So mind control, the end stage of mind control is censorship, right? But it begins long before that. And it begins by creating false categories that wall off your willingness, that prevent you from wanting to know certain things or talk to certain people. And name calling is the most obvious tool. He's a crank, he's a racist, he's a whatever, fill it in. And then you're like, I can't listen to that person. And I have to say, your willingness to platform or to have a conversation with Alex Jones, I think was a revolutionary act, actually. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not. Not everything I say is right, or anyone says is right. But Alex Jones is an interesting person. And even if he's not interesting, he has been walled off from the rest of us through name calling. And your willingness to be like, no, actually, we're just going to listen to Alex Jones and you can decide for yourself.
Well, Alex has been my friend for more than 20 years.
Well, exactly. But even if you but I'm sure you have other friends you haven't invited. And just like, you were not allowed to talk to him. And when you hear Alex Jones talk, you may not agree with everything he says. Know that I do. But you definitely understand why they told you you couldn't listen to Alex Jones.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I had him as one of the first guests when I came over to Spotify. I love that. I was like, let's go.
What did they say?
Well, a lot of people weren't happy. We lost sponsors. It was an issue. But I think it did the job. Regardless of what he said is incorrect, clearly the Sandy Hook thing was incorrect. Alex, I know Alex personally, so I know what he was going through. And, everybody wants to talk about mental health and they want to praise people for being honest about their mental health issues and support them on their mental health journey to wellness. Alex has gone through some real issues. And one of the reasons why he's gone through some issues is because that guy is uncovering real shit that's terrifying every fucking day. And he was drinking out of control. And, he's just fucking constantly stressed, freaking out. And when you see so many lies and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being done on people, you start seeing them when they don't exist. And that's what he did.
Well, he's also channeling some stuff. You can't call 9/11 in detail because you're super informed.
Before the fact.
He called it.
Yes.
He literally called it in the summer of 2001. He said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and they will blame a man called Osama bin Laden. We know that he said that because he said it on tape multiple times. And then he said, call the White House and tell them this. Now, that's all we know about Alex Jones. Let's just say that's the fact set. How'd that happen?
Right, how did he do that?
No, he's channeling something. That's super, of course.
Yeah.
There's like no other, tell me how he did it otherwise. I've asked him about it. How did you do that? At length, you did it on my bar in recently. How did you do that? I don't know. It just came to me. And that's real. That is real. The supernatural is real. And I don't know why it's so hard for the modern mind, just because it's materialist mind, to accept that. But what you see, and that's not a new phenomenon. It's happened throughout history. There are people called prophets. And there are people who were prophets who weren't called prophets. But there are people who have information or parts of information, bits of information, visions of information come to them, and then they relay it. It's not from them. They received it. This is like one of the oldest phenomena in human history. So those people tend to be a little crazy, a little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? They live on locusts and honey in the wilderness. I mean, they're just like they're not like everybody else. And that's clearly part of what, I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy from God. It's not. But that was prophetic. And if it wasn't, tell me how it wasn't. In July of 2000, I lived in Washington in July of 2001. My dad worked in the government. I was as well informed as anybody could be about what was going on in the government. I've always been interested in what's happening in other countries. I was where Osama bin Laden, I knew about the Taliban, I knew more than most people. There's not one person who was saying, not one person in Washington, D.C. was saying, at some point soon, they may fly airplanes into the World Trade Centers and blame Osama bin Laden. Like, that just wasn't a thing. So if you said that multiple times on camera, there's a reason. Like, and everyone, I've said this to 50 people, and I just said to you, and they'll look at me like, that's stupid. Tell me how it's stupid. Like, tell me how he did that. Like, that's impossible.
He didn't just do it with that either.
No, I'm aware.
He's done it with a lot of things, and that's one of the more interesting things about him is that, like, he talks about stuff. Like, he talked about, like, I'm gonna send this to Jamie because this is one of the really crazy.
Hey, Rabbi, you're back.
This is like 2000.
Oh yeah. How are you?
2000.
Yo.
You're right.
Dude. I'm here all day, every day. Dog, I'm gonna send you a link to a Discord.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm live right now, baby. We're watching Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Of course. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How's your day going?
It's going great. It's been quite happening, sir. Let's go. Excited for the future.
Alright, that's it. So this is some guy's Instagram.
Excited for Sonic, excited
He's
for
got a clip from the podcast and he's doing commentary.
Bitcoin, excited for, the journey.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Are you doing good?
Living the dream, baby.
Of course. Sweet, bro.
One moment, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
I sent it to you.
Species are already way up in the fifth, sixth dimension consciously, our best people. But there's this big
people are trying to like basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will, and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come in and contend, not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species of this man, which is kind of like a false transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly and bad, projecting it onto themselves instead of believing, no, it's a human test about building us up. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. This was, I know about this before it was classified, but I'm saying out of sources, that they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity, with billions of people wired into the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us that are organic creatures, so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, through crystal ball. What the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals, as we know, and a true 2.0 in a very bad way, hive mind consciousness with an AI injected into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us on some PKD wirehead system where we plug in and give up on consciousness because of unlimited pleasure, but because we're already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to the system by our daily decisions, that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. There's now a human counterstrike taking place to shut this off before it gets fully into place and to block these systems and to try to have an actual debate about where humanity goes and cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are in control of this AI system before humanity is destroyed with AI. How they pedophile?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I didn't understand that was 7 years.
7 years ago.
Yeah, okay. So
No, 7 years ago, no one was thinking AI was going to take over
so you can
civilization.
see why the FBI decided to destroy him, which it did. The people, I mean, it's just like what has happened to Alex Jones is proof that at least some of what he's saying is true. Because why was Alex Jones a threat to?
Did you see that interview with the guy from FBI was trying to hook up with that dude on a date?
CIA, yeah.
Was it CIA? That's right. And they were talking about how they can destroy a person.
Yeah, I think I was mentioned there too.
Were you?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple things. Okay, so, yeah. Again, the third dimension, I don't know anything about dimensions, okay, so I can't comment on that. But two things he said are true. One is that every civilization, every religion, the Greek myths, every single one, including Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, has believed that there is sort of that the spirit world and humanity are like they're hybrids.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just a fact. Genesis 6. So I don't think that's crazy at all, given that it has been the belief of civilizations that have no contact with each other.
I don't think it's crazy, and I also don't think it's crazy to consider it. I don't think we have a real map of reality.
Well, we definitely don't. And exactly. Better put than I explained. That's exactly what we don't have a real map. And it's not crazy to consider it. And it was an entirely conventional view up until fairly recently. That this spirit world, nobody breeds with people, but that everyone thought that.
Right. And even the term spirit world is probably a loaded term.
Yeah, of course, they're all
Whatever it
terms.
is,
How
right.
do you say it in a way that doesn't sound crazy, but the whole thing sounds crazy because we don't acknowledge the reality, the actual physical reality of the supernatural, and it is real. That's the first thing. The second point that's obviously true is that people, weak people, which is a synonym for bad people, come together for strength and safety. They act as one. The hive mind is specific to a certain people, bad people, and that good people don't tend to come together, but they're coming together now. And I just noticed this. I mean, people independently who I know or sort of know, in many cases have long despised, have come to exactly the same conclusions without talking to each other. I know that you have this experience all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe you think that. How did you wind up thinking that?
Right.
And not just on a specific issue like foreign policy or COVID or whatever, but like a whole bunch of different things. They're all coming to the same conclusion and they're coming together. And so that does suggest, you know, a big change in a battle. It is a battle between good and evil. I'm not always convinced I'm on the good side. I've been, you know, indiscriminate evil many times in my life, and I'm ashamed of it.
Are
But
you talking about the Iraq War?
yeah, the Iraq War. I've been cruel to people, probably even already on your show, in ways that are unjustified. That's my instinct to do that. That's a fault, not, you know, not something to brag about. It's something I'm ashamed of. So I'm not saying I'm always on the right side. I certainly have not always been on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. But that doesn't change the fact that there is good, there is evil. They are at war with each other, and we are subject to the effects of that conflict. And that we're seeing it suddenly play out in ways that are really, really obvious. There's no political explanation for the trans phenomenon. Nobody benefits. You can say, I see these right wingers be like, really, it's all about the people who make synthetic hormones. They benefit. Yeah, okay, they benefit. But it's not driving it. That's stupid. It's not about the money, actually. There's no upside. It's not helping the kids at all. If a child has anorexia, which is pretty common actually in this country, and the child thinks she's fat, you don't say to the child, yeah, you're fat. You don't do that. You give the child help if you can. That's hard to treat, but you try. If a child comes to you and says, actually, I think I was born in the wrong body, the last thing you do is affirm that. It's hurting the child. Like, why would you do that? If you love the child, you wouldn't do that. It's really an exercise undertaken for the sake of destruction, the sake of hurting someone. There's no real upside. What's another phrase from scripture for that? It's evil. And you see that a lot.
Yeah.
And why? What is that?
What is it?
And why is it so obvious to even a completely secular person like me all of a sudden? There's a reason for that. History is moving really, really fast. We're right in the middle of it. And I probably wouldn't have chosen to be born at the time I was. I'd much rather sort of reach maturity in 1955. Really? Well, I don't know. I don't get to choose. I don't like drama. I don't like change. But
there was drama and change back then.
There was, but people didn't recognize. Well, there was a Cold War, of course. There was a Korean War. Okay, but people didn't see it
in their face.
Right. In the way. I don't think.
Wouldn't you rather know?
I don't have a choice. I do know.
Yeah, I'd rather know. I'd rather be right now.
Yeah, well, you've got a much better attitude than I. I mean, sometimes my parents got divorced when I was little, and so I kind of like, I don't want change.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not up to me.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation in the green room at the club the other night about this guy from Canada that's HIV positive, that's a trans woman, that's taking hormones so they can breastfeed their 9-month-old daughter. So a biological male is taking hormones and is now breastfeeding their daughter off of their male tit. And I said, if I was Satan, if Satan was real, I would do that. If Satan's real, if Satan was going to do something insidious and unbelievably creepy, he would do that.
Well, I think he's doing that, obviously.
But this guy's a real freak.
Well, but he's also
using public money too.
But he's a victim too. Because the thing about evil, the reason that evil is distinct from everything else, it destroys the vessel it's held in, the conduit through which it flows. So, that guy, in the end, will not thrive.
Right.
He'll be destroyed too. And so that's how you know that it's supernatural. If I steal your iPhone and sell it and I get an extra $400, that's kind of explicable. You understand why I knew that I want the $400.
Right.
But if I'm encouraging your kid to castrate himself, I'm not really benefiting from that, actually. There's no material benefit to me at all. There's no real psychic benefit. It's hurting for its own sake. And that's evil. There's no political category that explains that.
Right. And then there's clearly money involved in that.
There is money.
And there's the gender-affirming clinics that have popped up all over the country since 2007. You see the map of it, it's fucking bananas.
But why would you want to do that? That's why would policymakers want to do that?
Why would anybody want to make money that way, right?
Well,
Why
but
would
also
they
like
choose to make money that
people,
way?
it's the most unnatural thing ever because parents.
Motherfucking press conference or what, man?
I like my kids. I want grandkids.
Right,
I
and
want
you
mine,
want to protect your children
mine to continue. Yeah.
from bad
So
decisions.
I always think the politicians who push trannyism on the country, their kids are going trans too.
They are.
Right? They're not escaping it. It's like they're burning down their own house.
I would like to see the statistics of people in Hollywood. Like how many of their kids turn trans versus the
I know
rest of the world. Yeah, I know some of them too.
Yeah.
But how many of them versus the rest of the world?
Well, a lot more. A lot more.
Which is a morally corrupt business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like more than we knew, more than I knew. You know, the entertainment business.
It's always been that way. You know, Tarantino was talking to us about
It's just, what? I just want to know. Took you worse than 5 seconds on my fucking lifespan, bitch.
West Side.
Dude, we'll talk about one flying fuck.
We had some of that television.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I didn't really understand it. Obviously.
Your name is Funny Kelly. Are we just gonna ignore the fact that your name is Funny Kelly?
Thanks, baby.
Not hiding any of my own behavior, but I mean, I will say, if I'm being honest, it didn't really register with me. I was like, yeah, it's kind of wild and crazy. Yeah,
How many
I'm sure we saw a lot of it. But we see it as like, well, you know, creating people this way.
Especially the producer thing, right? Like the Weinstein thing. The way they ran the business. That's how it was paid to play. Did you really? Yeah. When?
He had a magazine, remember Alco Talk magazine? That was the, yeah. They had an office in Carnegie Towers. And I remember the big contract. I remember that he was a pig. That was all I did. But,
Why is it all people in this damn group chat?
Because it's the West Side. Because it's the West Side.
yeah, well, that was certainly what everyone thought.
This doesn't look like I get one flying fuck.
Brother Bob was a little mess that way. He was also, but yeah, people knew that he was a bad guy, but like.
Why is that on you? Why is there other people on Discord?
It's because the West Side.
I didn't.
Not the West Side. It's the East Side. I mean,
I worked for, but
look the West Side. It's the East Side. Come
It's the
on.
West Side, dog.
and I
It's the East Side.
and then in later years, we was talking about Building 7, and I was very offended.
I'm a good dude. I don't sniff my weed.
That there was something about 9/11 that wasn't above board. There was, you know, things we didn't know that were being hidden from us, and I was like mad at Alex Jones for saying that. I remember that really well. How dare you?
The Building 7 was wild.
What are you saying?
It is wild. All I know is 21.
Only yapping over yapping too.
Sure, it is 23 years ago. 23 years.
Mhm.
23 years later. What's the justification for classifying any document around 9/11? There's no.
You guys are Superman. You're the
COVID vaccine data.
You're the fat man. You're the fat man. Blood pressure. Why do you?
Look, secrecy is different from privacy. Privacy is necessary for the dignity of this white. You gotta go on the vaccine. Privacy. We have no privacy whatsoever. No privacy at all. Thanks to the iPhone and government's spying on us. So there's no privacy, but there's massive secrecy. Secrecy is different. Secrecy is that's lying. The only reason
Your teeth is so good. When you smile, cars slow down.
ownership of other people knowing about this. It's immoral and probably illegal. And there's more secrecy than ever. And that means that there's more lying than ever. There are more crimes being committed than ever. That's the
Hey,
first
I don't want
where
empathy.
there's-
Hey, do you know what the West Side is? Because the West Side's telling me to tell you to shut the fuck up.
I know what fucking this side is, but I know it's the East side here.
I don't know
Okay.
the answer. I really don't know the answer. But there is one. That's for sure. It's not.
Yo, dog. Yo, Yo, Doug. Do you like? Yo, Doug. Doug, do you like Joe Budden?
If you just say it looks like a controlled demolition, you wouldn't have it. Why? Well, I don't know. Because I'm not saying that it is a controlled demolition. But I'm saying if you watch it, it looks like a controlled demolition.
But that happens all the time. Buildings catch fire and they just implode in on themselves. It happens every week, right? All these poultry plants and manufacturing plants that keep getting burned through fire. They all it's the way it went down here. So I say, why do they respond that way? And of course, I respond that way. So when I think, thinking back, the reason that I did was because if you call that into question, you had to ask a lot of other really obvious questions you didn't want to deal with, and you might arrive at a conclusion that
It's not the west side anymore. It's the east side, dummy.
and it's just too destabilizing.
Right. Well, the real problem with Tower 7 is they go, well, okay, if it was a controlled demolition, how is that engineered? Did they just
Hey, can you do me a favor? You gonna do me a favor?
You know how long it would take to raise
Sure.
something like that? Or was it built into the building? And
No, but,
how they know it would even work? And how
Stop
would it
yapping.
like that? And how would there not be a record of it being
You
built?
yap more than my grandma.
Like for someone to engineer.
And where's the sound on the tape? There would be a sound of the explosions.
Yeah.
I bet you would have talked.
Yeah, so a lot of fair questions. And has there ever been a building that experienced a tremendous amount of damage because two enormous skyscrapers
How the fuck am I on Discord if I'm broke? I have a MacBook right here, dummy.
massive
How the fuck do you think that I bought it?
There's diesel
Money.
generators,
Money uses the brain.
all this fuel.
Unqualified fucking-
Inferno in the basement that weakens the structure. Is that why it collapsed? Maybe.
Totally possible. A lot of building engineers.
Shut up, you undisqualified,
Yeah.
nigga.
And they don't think that could have happened in the way you just described. I'm agnostic on it. What I knew, because I don't know the answer, and I have no way of knowing. All I know is that there's no.
Well, why is it color white? The color in the yup.
And if there is
Well,
telltale,
why is it white? Ooh.
because nobody pressed.
Why
Lots of outrages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then it gives you this feeling of helplessness.
Listen,
Many of them.
get that shit down with the bus down. She on the nigga, she fucking me.
Gary, fucking random go to the damn
Hey,
VC.
fuck that six, so say, fuck that ugly ass British kid. Should be yapping that shit, but he's just a bitch, and his mom's ugly and Doug with the
One thing to say,
you know that I'm going so ham. I got that bitch, and you know that she yam. Oh shit, oh wait, that is fake jerk. X696969 trainee. Oh wait, that shit is a trainee. I just want to grab me and I'm throwing it down. 100 round with Drake in the score round. Got a bad bitch, and I feel like that I'm playing. I'm a be Asian, baby black and Asian. Fucking with that shorty, you know that she blazing. I got that bitch on my dick and she crazy. I feel more crazy. I'm up with the JV. I hop in the coupe and they want to go beat me. I feel like I'm teaming. I might be you all week. That bad ass bitch on my dick and she choking my shit and she choking my teeth. I'm with the money. I feel like I'm having no bitch. I might still have bitch shorty with no bitch. I'm down. That shorty on me.
I couldn't get a straight answer. They were saying, we're not answering those questions, and what are you going to do about it? Bitch, what are you going to do about it? I don't possess a drone fleet. There's nothing I can do about it, actually. That's the truth. So when the system breaks down, and things like, I don't know, honesty, justice, the law, none of those apply to people in charge of society, that doesn't apply to me, you are literally powerless. And
bizarre that the New York Times would
New York Times done all the time.
But bizarre that they wouldn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone.
You're seeing is bad.
Right.
The New York Times. New York Times is a conduit.
That guy has the worst voice cracks in the world. He thinks he's Drake or something.
They're perfectly aware of that.
I ain't British. I'm Australian, mate. Shut up. You can't get someone's virginity.
There are, there are a lot of really smart people there, for sure. Even now, less so now, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are, I know some. And they know. But they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. I don't know what they think, actually. But no, they're tools of power. And that's like the one thing you're not. Even if you think the power is good, maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world and impoverishing their own population. Maybe they're on board with that. Even if they are, they shouldn't do it. Because the job of the media, the press, is to keep people in check.
Hello, I am the
You are kind of
You will be clapping your cheeks.
right. Make
Come
sure
on. Come on,
things
13
don't
clap
get you
first.
So, they're not doing that. They're acting as a little.
When do you think that switched?
I think it's been the case for a long time.
What? I am using an iPhone 13.
Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and the CIA.
Rob the bank that owns your house.
With the help of Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter who had been a naval
Shut the fuck up,
intelligence officer working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up
We're not being talked.
like a year later, he's this brand new reporter. He'd never been a journalist at all. He's a naval intel officer.
My
Famous
lord,
by
my
fear.
lord.
And he's at the Washington Post.
Oh my lord,
That's the biggest story in the history.
You are not worthy of my presence. I shall.
Well, I worked in a newspaper.
You are not worthy of my presence. I shall.
You don't take a kid like his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest story. But he was. He was that guy. And who is his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, so you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe it? If that happened in Guatemala, what would you say? And yet, the way it was framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool of power, secret power, which is the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history. And how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him, you must choose him. You will only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute. Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. That's something else that I accepted at face value, which I looked at it and I think that's completely insane. You didn't want to interview Jack Ruby in your investigation of the assassination. Okay, you're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, sorry for the long story, but the point is, like that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed cloaked the obvious reality of it. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them, all but one was a CIA employee. That's real. It's like, look it up on Google. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He was the most popular by vote, which is the only way we can really measure popularity, the most popular president in his re-election campaign, and 2 years later he's gone. Undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. Those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not crackpot shit. That's just, look it up.
So why did they want to get rid of Nixon?
There are a lot of theories on that. I mean, first of all, we don't need to know motive to know what happened. They, meaning unelected federal employees, got rid of Richard Nixon, which is the most anti-democratic way to make a leadership change that there is. Okay? I should just say this, I actually kind of believe in democracy. Obviously, it's not working well. Obviously, it's ending globally. There will never be another democracy, unfortunately. But I'm attached to it because I was born here, and I really believe in it, and it's better than any other system. So that's why I'm tested. What was their motive? There are a lot of theories on this. There's an amazing conversations on tape between Richard Nixon when he was still president. It was in 1973, and I think it was Richard Helms, the head of the CIA, that I may have flipped that up, but it was the head of the CIA, I think it was Helms. And Nixon says, I know why they killed Jack Kennedy. So Nixon was a student of history, obviously a flawed and complicated person, but a very, very smart person. And he was really interested in why this guy who'd been president, just one president before him, was murdered. Didn't think it was a lone gunman who was mysteriously assassinated 2 days later by another lone gunman. Like, it's so obviously bullshit. And he knew that. And he said to the CIA director, and you can listen to the tape, it's on the internet, is totally silent on this question. So I think there was the impression, and I think I know, that Nixon understood that the bureaucracy was really in control of the country. It wasn't elected officials. And that's a massive threat.
You guys scamming people for money. Look at you. You still on the same not only are you fucking scammer.
By the way, I didn't even know any of this, despite
Terrorists, you're a terrorist to the United States of America. You're making innocent girls cry at night because you want to be a terrorist.
So I didn't, and I know Pearl Bernstein, of course. I even worked for Pearl Bernstein.
Yes, you are. You're a fucking terrorist.
Actual players in this, but I didn't connect the obvious dots because they weren't framed that way. That's the point I'm making, is the way that you frame things. You can have all the information available on Wikipedia, which is also controlled by the intellectual. There's still information on there. The information can be out there in the public domain. It's a matter of seeing it for what it is.
That, right? Yeah. So Nixon said that he knew why they killed JFK.
Mm-hmm.
Did he elaborate?
And it's worth listening to. It's a very weird conversation that takes place in the Oval Office, which famously had tape recording devices in it. Obviously, this became a big feature during Watergate hearings. But yes, that conversation, and I may be mangling it slightly, but it's on the internet and absolutely worth listening to. And the CIA director has this kind of sinister silence. So, like, if I'm the president, you're the CIA director, and I say I know why the guy who was just president 10 years ago was killed, the obvious answer would be like, well, why? Right. What? You know why he was killed? You've got insight into the assassination of the U.S. president? He doesn't say anything. It was just like a very weird response. Like, what? Just gonna throw that out there? Like, if you say to me, we're taking a leak here the next year, and I'm like, I figured out the secret to life. I'm like, huh, okay. That's like not a good response, right?
Right.
It's a telling response.
Did you hear Trump's take on the JFK assassination? Why he didn't release the files?
I know what Trump's take.
He said that if you knew what I know, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is crazy.
Well, that's his position on the UAP thing as well.
Yeah.
Actually. And that's a lot of people's position on it. I mean, Trump is saying, of course, the CIA had knowledge of it. That is known. I mean, it's like, it's so funny. There's so many levels and there's so much I don't understand. But the whole JFK conspiracy industry, and it really is an industry, more books written on that than almost any historical topic, is full of wackos, right? There are a lot of wackos in there. But it obscures that fact, obscures the larger fact, which is the facts themselves tell an unbelievable story.
Yeah.
And so, whatever, I can get into it at great length. But they're still classifying documents 61 years later. Both Trump and Joe Biden have, in violation of my read of federal law, kept those documents secret. There's no living person connected to the Kennedy assassination. It was generations ago. There's no one person whose secrets are being protected. It's an institution, or maybe countries. There may be countries involved too. I don't know the answer, but there's clearly something worth protecting. And I know that when I spoke to someone who'd seen the documents, 2 years ago, and I got one fact out of it, which is yes, the CIA was involved. And by CIA is a huge organization, but James Jesus Angleton, the head of the operations directorate, had knowledge of this, which I think is well known. But that's the view of someone who saw the documents. So I thought that was news, so I went on TV and said that. The next day, I'll never forget it, I went well hunting, and I was driving back, and I got a phone call from Mike Pompeo's lawyer, Secretary of State.
Word, dog. How are you?
The director of the CIA. And in that position, he
watch this nonsense.
I watch everything, dog.
But his lawyer called me and said,
"You're watching people that have worms in their brain."
Tells you the contents of classified documents as committed a crime. He's threatening.
No.
So my car. My dog sitting next to me. I'll never forget this. And I said, "Are you really saying that to reveal that the U.S. government had a role in the murder of a democratically elected president, to say that out loud, that's the crime? What about the actual crime, just murdering a president? That you're covering up for that, Mike Pompeo." He had no response at all. And so Mike Pompeo is the one who pressed Trump to keep those documents secret. And so it's like, what's crazy to me is not just that Pompeo did that. I think Pompeo is a really sinister person and a criminal. I think that because the facts suggest that. He was caught. Yahoo News, Mike Isikoff wrote a long piece on this several years ago. His employees went to Mike Isikoff and said, hey, Mike Pompeo was plotting to murder Julian Assange, who's never even been charged with a crime in the United States, as CIA director. That's illegal. You're not allowed. Federal employees are not allowed to just kill people they don't like. Okay, just to set the baseline here. So that's who Mike Pompeo is. But he somehow intimidated Trump into not releasing this. Well, okay, that's all bad, right? I think it's criminal behavior. What's crazy is how Mike Pompeo is treated. He's treated as like a Republican poobah in good standing. He fully expects to become the Secretary of Defense in a Trump administration, which is like completely insane. Why would you get criminal when you have nuclear weapons? Okay, that's my view. I think it's a common sense view. And like he goes to fundraisers and dinners and everyone's like, hey, Mike Pompeo. It's like, no, you're the guy who kept information the public has a right to know secret. You're the guy who plotted the murder of someone who committed no crime. You are the outlaw. You are the bad guy. But no, he's treated as like, you know, like a pillar of Republican Washington. I think it's mind bending to watch that. And by the way, that's all I'll say. By the way. No, I mean, people don't say that because they're worried about getting punished. They're worried about someone putting kiddie porn on their computer. Right. Members of Congress are terrified of the intel agencies. I'm not guessing at that. They've told me that, including people on the intel committee, including people who run the intel committee, the people whose job it is to oversee and keep in line these enormous, secretive agencies whose budgets we can't even know. They're black budgets. They're the parents. The agencies are the children. They're afraid of the agencies. That's not compatible with democracy. Democracy is a really simple system, even representative democracy like ours. People rule. They do so through elections. They express their preference through voting. They send their people to the capital city to run the government on their behalf. Whenever you have unelected people who are not accountable to anyone making the biggest decisions, you don't have a democracy. You have something else, another system. I would call it a tyranny or whatever you want to call it. It's not a democracy. So that's like super obvious. It's playing out for everyone, and no one cares and no one does anything about it. And I think the reason is because they're threatened. And if you look at the committee chairmen who allow this shit to happen year after year, they're all, and I don't know, people say, oh, they're compromised or being blackmailed. I don't have evidence of that, but I know them. And they all have things to hide. I know that for a fact. And so it's not a stretch of imagination to imagine that, you know, some committee chairman who's allowing warrantless spying on Americans to continue or whatever abuse they're allowing, knowing fully or hiding the truth about UAPs, ignoring the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Why are they doing that? It's not impossible to imagine that some guy with a drinking problem or a weird sex life, and that's very common up there, that's why they're doing it. Because they don't want to be exposed. I don't have evidence of that. I don't have proof of that. Right. But that's not a crazy thing to assume that could be happening. And I said to somebody, a very powerful person, the other day, in a conversation in my kitchen, an elected official, holds a really senior position, a very famous person. I was going crazy. I was so mad about all this stuff. And about the warrantless spying and about the funding for these insane wars. And I said to the guy who serves in one of the legislative bodies, I was so mad my dogs were afraid. They're like, well, why are you yelling? Because I don't yell at home. But I was like, all these people are controlled. They're all, got weird sex lives, and all these things are hiding, and they're being blackmailed by the intel agencies. And he said, and I'm quoting, I know. It's like, okay, so at this point we're just sort of admitting that's real. Like, why do we allow that to continue?
Having people compromise thing, God, that's an old story.
It's the oldest story.
J. Edgar Hoover. It's all of them. It's Epstein's Island. It's everything.
But look, I don't have any. I'm telling you, what's the phrase the finance guys use? Open kimono. Like, I'm actually telling you all I know. I don't know anything else. Right. But I know that the publicly available facts tell a really clear story, which is the government is not acting on behalf of the population, and so it's inherently illegitimate because its only legitimacy derives from the citizens. The only reason the government can do things that it does, kill people, collect money by force, all the powers that it has, come from one place, and that's the consent to the government. That's the only legitimacy they have.
And that's where it's fascinating, this concept of good and evil. Because when you think about it, if this is true, and if these people are compromised because they're secretly perverts and creeps,
They are though.
and they're corrupt, and they steal money, or all these different things are evil things, lying, controlling people, engaging in unnecessary wars that are going to cost thousands of lives for profit. All these things are evil things. So if evil is real, evil would want those kind of people to be in a position of power.
Yes, and
Evil would want men to
here's
breastfeed
the
their children.
here's the illusion that we fall for time and again. We imagine that evil comes like fully advertised as such. Like evil people look like Anton LaVey. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Black cloak,
Exactly.
sickle.
Evil is an independent force that exists outside of people that acts upon people. I really believe that. I've experienced it a lot. And it's obvious. And what vessel do they choose? It's weak men and women who are instruments of it. The weaker the leader, the more evil that leader will be. So and unfortunately we've reached a time in American history where every leader is either a woman or a weak man, pretty much. And so I'm sorry to say it, that's just true. And the weaker the leader, that's what Mike Johnson. Everyone's like, oh, Mike Johnson's such a nice guy. Well, I know Mike Johnson, and he's a perfectly nice guy. He's like polite, and seems kind of meek and restrained, and he's not saying motherfucker ever, you know what I mean? He's got like very sort of buttoned down affect, but he's a weak man, and that's the man you should be afraid of. The people who you should be less afraid of are the, headstrong, loud, don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah, those guys will go off track, but they're probably not going to abet, genocide or blow up the world in a nuclear exchange because they may be obnoxious, but they know who they are. Weak people just become a host for evil. An open, empty building that evil occupies, possesses even. And that's exactly what's happening to Mike Johnson. It's like absolutely crazy what Mike Johnson is doing. But it's not because he's evil, it's because he's weak and therefore susceptible to evil. It's a meaningful distinction that I've noticed.
It is a very strange thing how many weak people wind up being leaders in this society. And particularly because so many people don't want their life exposed. They don't want that eye of Sauron gazing down upon them if they try to run for president.
I get it. Or the physical threat.
Yeah, physical. I mean, look what's happening to RFK, where the Biden administration, for the first time ever, denied him Secret Service protection.
That's absolutely.
As a legitimate president.
How is that? It's hard. You realize that a lot of
I swear, give me a boob job. I swear. So you tell me you just said that. I swear. Can you spit on me? I swear. Yeah.
There's a lot of like self-restraint.
I swear.
Just not do bad shit.
Wait, will you tap me in the pull my hair?
And once the people.
Where did you go?
I'm just gonna do.
Where the fuck is ice for? No! Didn't he say 6? He said 6. How much is 4?
Like the answer is nothing.
Where's the ice for? What the fuck is ice for? No! Maybe like 6. I don't know. There's other Discord servers. Check out. Oh, 56. Go. 56. Oh my god. Oh my fucking
Something that they've already
56.
No,
it's food!
To encrypt it out. Oh, yeah. How do they do it? Do you know how they got into your phone?
Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna kill you.
Well, there are two ways. It's interesting, and I was with Ed Snowden in Moscow. I talked about this because
Ice for. He's ice for. Non mais ice for c'est qu'il a juste dit I'm sure il commence à la langue ça. I'm sure you live in food stamps.
Exile to Moscow. One, you could hack into Signal, I guess.
Hi guys.
It was created with CIA money, as I'm sure you know. I'm not sure that's how I don't think you need to do that. You just capture the phone. capture the phone. And the bottom line on digital security is that nothing is safe from state actors. Just by you, period. There's no electronic communication that they can't monitor, period.
What about these things like Eric Prince has some new phone out? I think it's called Unplugged.
Yeah, Eric is a good friend of mine, and I have a couple of those phones. I've talked to him a lot about it. He's really a wonderful person, one of my favorite people, actually. But that phone is designed for a different purpose, I think. I know, and that phone is designed to keep Apple and Google from tracking you, which is sort of a separate category. Like,
what's this, Jeremy? Which bill? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
House bill
so
on
that's
section
it. So
702 to
let's
enlarge government
just
power
scroll down to what you highlighted. So this is like a perfect example. So the Turner-Himes bill, Congressman Mike Turner and Jim Himes. So who are Mike Turner and Jim Himes? So it's just been funny. Both those guys are the most, and who knows why, you can sort of fill in the blank on motive. I'm not going to. But those are two of the most reliable water carriers for the intel agencies and for basically the federal bureaucracy in the Congress. Like, these are not people who are working for their constituents. These are people who are working for permanent Washington. I would say these are two of the most sinister people. I know more about Turner than Himes. But so it's not surprising they're doing this. It would permit federal law enforcement to also force any other service provider with access to communications equipment to hand over data. Anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router, server, or even phone, anyone from a landlord to a laundromat will be required to help the government spy. So that's the story right there. So basically, warrantless. Oh, of course, warrantless, absolutely. And in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, as if anyone cares anymore. No one does, clearly. But I just remember when I was a kid, and we're roughly the same generation. You remember this too? People be like, "Oh, East Germany, like there are more spies than there are people." East Germany was like the most elaborate surveillance state ever created, and of course it collapsed. But we'd always make fun of East Germany or North Korea. Who has more privacy, the average North Korean or the average American? Well, obviously the average North Korean, because there's less technology. The U.S. government spies on its own population more than the North Korean government spies on its. That's just a fact. I'm not saying North Korea is preferable. I'm not moving there. I'm not carrying water for North Korea. What I'm doing is criticizing my government because I live here, because it was better, it can be better, it should be better, and it only will be when we demand it. And it's not some fucking esoteric, like you have to be some crazy civil liberties lawyer or something. Like, every person should demand, just as a starting point, a baseline, that no, you're not allowed to spy on me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
Like, what? Right. No privacy, no humanity. You can't be fully human without privacy.
And you also have to take into consideration that these people that are ahead of these intelligence agencies that are requesting these data they're just human beings. Data from other human beings without going through a court, without going to a judge, getting a warrant, without stating a case, without having like some clear national security mandate, something.
And there's no justification. I mean, by the way, we had FISA, we've had the FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, since I think 1977. So it predates 9/11. Did it stop 9/11? Oh, I don't think it did. Shut the fuck up. You're not protecting us, actually. You open the southern border to anyone who wants to come. You're not checking IDs. You're not doing any kind of biometrics. You're not even screening for COVID. So clearly you don't care about my safety. Stop telling me you do. You don't. You're a criminal. Stop this, sure. You don't care about my safety. So using my safety as a pretext for spying on me, it's not going to fly. Because I'm not that stupid. I may be kind of stupid, I'm not that stupid. No, you're doing this for one simple reason, because this is what organizations do. They protect themselves. They exist for their own benefit. All human organizations, from the Church Bake Sale Committee to the Department of Justice, they all are the same. They're an organism, just like any other. And the organism's main goal is to survive and reproduce to get bigger. And you just see this throughout the federal bureaucracy. It just so happens that the largest human organization in history is the federal government of the United States. And so all of this stuff benefits, it accrues to its own power. That's why, like, let's say you believed every, quote, piece of science or scientific claim about global climate change. You would not reach the same policy conclusions. you're like, well, the first thing we need is ban private air travel, because obviously that doesn't make any sense. And then the second thing we need to do is, whatever, you look at it rationally from a scientific, if you bought the premise, which I don't, but if you did, you would. No, you go through every climate demand. Not one of them disempowers large organizations, whether it's NGOs or the government of the United States. Not one of them. They all make the government more powerful. They all make you less powerful. So that's when you know it's not really about the temperature of the Earth's atmosphere. It's about making them more powerful and disempowering you. And it's not about who runs those agencies. The bigger the agency, the more effective it will be in doing what all human organizations do, which is protect themselves and increase their power. It's like that. It's fundamental. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's not about, like Trump and change. No, it'll only change when we're just eliminating the CIA. And we're going to have a small intel gathering service that feeds the president relevant information so we can make informed foreign policy decisions. But we're not going to overturn elections in other countries in the name of democracy, because that's insane. If we believe in democracy, then we're going to let people vote for their own leaders because we believe in democracy as a principle. Right? You just get rid of all this shit because it's not helping us, it's only hurting us. And it would take someone, who'd be willing to be assassinated to do anything like that. And so as you're choosing your leaders, ask yourself, does this person mean it enough to die? And that's the same question you would ask about your own dad. Does he love me enough to die for me? About your own husband, does he love me enough to protect me from a home invader at risk to himself? The basic prerequisite for leadership is love of the people you lead and the willingness to die for them. If you don't have that, you shouldn't be leading, period. It's true in the military, it's true in business, it's true in your home, and it's true in the government. And so no president will fix this unless he's literally willing to die for them. And short of that, it can't be fixed.
I can think of no better way to end this conversation.
Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, listen, man, it's been very fun getting to know you. I think you are you're a controversial character in the world, but you're misunderstood. And I think if people pay attention to your actual work and the things that you talk about, I think you're generally a force of good. I really believe that.
I feel like I'm the most conventional person who's ever lived.
I don't think I'm radical at all. I'm the opposite.
In this crazy time, someone who's conventional and wise seems radical.
Maybe hoping for a better time.
Yeah, I think a better time's possible. I do. It's just we're in for a rough ride.
Yeah, I'm not disarming anytime soon.
Yeah. Thank you, Tucker.
Thanks, John.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan. Podcast by night. All day.
Oh, my friend, how are you? Good to see you again.
Good to see you, brother.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and there's a lot of interesting developments. So it's the never-ending story, I feel.
The never-ending story of mushrooms. Yeah. So this giant one you brought me, explain this again? Because you were telling me out there, I'm like, let's save this for the show.
Sure, this is the best gift that I can give my colleagues to a friend. This is a rare old-growth mushroom called a garicon. Only grows in the old-growth forest. Is now on the red list of threatened species in Europe. This one was found on the ground, folks, so it's important that people don't pick these. They're very rare. Literally 1 out of 100 times in the old-growth forest I'll find one. So this is really important that people understand how important biodiversity, mycodiversity, we're talking about fungi. The garicon was first described by Dioscorides over 2,000 years ago as Elixirium ad longum life, the elixir of long life. It's also revered by the Haida and the Glickon in the Northwest First Nations as a mushroom very important for their own pharmacopoeia. So 2,000 years of history of use other sides of the world. And directly after 9/11, I was approached by the BioShield Defense Department. They ran over 2,200 assays. The concern was weaponized agents. So they saw an article I wrote in Herbal Ground called Novel Antivirals from Mushrooms, a whopping 1 page long. That's all there was in the scientific literature. So I knew in my intuition that this rare species could have some properties. Of more than 2 billion samples tested by the U.S. Defense Department, U.S. AMRID, U.S. Army Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, and NIH, in collaboration, there were more than 2 billion samples of synthetic natural compounds. We were in the top 10 of all samples active against, in this case, pox viruses, and we were the only natural product. So there's that press release that talks about this that came out in 2004.
I'm gonna put my word on
One of my resources, I've literally spent millions of dollars collecting strains of the old growth forest, and I'm happy to announce that we have more than 107 strains of agarikon isolated from Northern California, even northern Arizona, British Columbia, and in Europe. Library of agarikon in the world. And so people go, why is it important? Well, it's not important that people go forest or declining. I mean, it's less than 1%. But I believe the old growth forests are cultural libraries that will be essential for biodefense. And from the research that we did with the BioShield program in 2004, and I had a TED Talk in 2008 that talks about this. And I'm very thankful that we have completed a COVID-19 clinical trial. The results of which was presented at the Georgetown University of Medicine, School of Medicine on September 23rd, 2023. And what we looked at, and my colleagues and superb physicians and researchers led by a great team at the Cross Center for Integrative Medicine at the University of California, San Diego. And it was a double-blind placebo-controlled study. And in that study, the idea was to look at vaccine enhancement. So before mRNA vaccines, there's just so much noise and confusion, and, in the sense that dust hadn't settled enough. But the mRNA enhancement vaccine, which is called MOC-19, they gave half the patients a placebo, which was mycelium grown on rice. Just rice, and agarikon and turkey tail combined that were grown on rice. So the control of placebo is just rice neutral, and the other one is agarikon and turkey tail. The turkey tail is the most well-studied medicinal mushroom in the world. We populate a website for physicians at mushroomreferences.com. No branding, just pure science. People can go to mushroomreferences.com and see this. So double-blind placebo control. And they literally recruited people directly out of vaccination lines for people getting Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. And said, hey, do you want to be involved in a medicinal mushroom vaccine study, enhancement study? And people then signed up. And so they got they consumed agarikon and turkey tail or the placebo for 4 days. And then they measured symptoms post-vaccination, and then 6 months out. And so there are 2 slides that I have that I sent along to that I'm allowed to show.
When you say symptoms post-vaccination, what do you mean?
Well, it's not quite showing up there, Jamie, for some reason. Both of them might have to do a PNG snapshot.
Both at the same time.
No, just see if you can, the charts are not showing up for whatever reason. So what happens, I've got an mRNA vaccine, you feel like you're hit by a truck, right? 2 days later, you got the vaccine, and some physicians say, well, that's your immune system acting or reacting. So there was 10 symptoms the CDC has identified, Center for Disease Control, that are adverse events to the vaccines. They're actually, UCSD has 25 symptoms. So the idea was to look at whether agarikon and turkey tail reduce the adverse effects of vaccines.
And how would they do that?
Well, they measure, they ask you, do you get a headache?
Right, but I mean, how would the mushrooms reduce the...
Well, this is a very good question. We had to convince the FDA that these were safe. And so, because we had sold hundreds of thousands of agarikon and turkey tail with no adverse effects, we we were able to approve that. So it went through the institution review boards and the FDA for approval, and they approved it. Now, the biggest concern they had was if you stimulate the immune system, which is the presumption of how these mushrooms work, you could create a cytokine storm. And so this is one of the charts. Now, this was written up in JAMA, and the concern was the cytokine storm posed the greatest risk, not the virus itself. And so when people took agarikon, day one is where the vaccination occurred, Moderna, Pfizer, mRNA. And then if you look at the black line, that's the placebo, which is just the rice. And the FOTB is Fomitopsis officinalis trinidis versicolor. That's agarikon and turkey tail combined. And you'll see that at day 2 and day 3 on the scale there's almost no adverse effects. And whereas those people who did not take agarikon and turkey tail had a massive increase in adverse symptoms. Now, an article just came out this past year. 30% of people avoid vaccinations because they fear the adverse effects. Because they hear people miss school, miss work, they feel terrible, they go, I don't want to get a vaccine.
Not just that, the really scary ones like myocarditis, pericarditis, heart attack, strokes, all clots.
So the reason why the FDA approved this, we have an argument, is we found that these two mushrooms stimulated what's called anti-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin 1RA and interleukin 10. Now, most of when you have an immune response, many of these interleukins is part of your natural immunity, but they can cascade and they can then unthrottle, create a cytokine storm. So most people that die from overstimulation of the immune system, inflammatory reaction. We found that with agarikon and turkey tail, we were able to reduce the adverse effects, which are inflammatory effects: headache, sore throat, insomnia, muscle ache, soreness, malaise, etc. Insomnia is also included. So this was a big surprise. It was the one placebo had no access to any of the data until it was unmasked, which is normal. So we found that, and then something else very, very surprising occurred. And it's to credit to my colleagues, they came up with this idea at the University of California, Cross Center for Integrative Medicine, is let's look at antibody extension. The idea with the vaccines that you create an antibodies that prevent the spike protein from the docking on your cells and getting interest in infecting your cells. So they looked at people 6 months later. Now, 89 out of 90 people, I think, came back 6 months later. Tremendous conformity. Let's take your blood 6 months later. And Jamie, if you pull up the next slide, and this is what we found that was so astonishing, is 6 months later, with the short exposure to agarikon and turkey tail, there was a carrying on where the antibody response was far greater than that of the reservoir of antibodies just from the vaccine.
Are these people that actually contracted COVID as well?
These are what we call naive. When you get COVID, then the antibody response is very cloudy, and then you have antibody response from your natural immune system, then you have the vaccine itself. So these are called the vaccine naive group. The virus naive group. We did not want them to have the virus. So we tracked them to make sure that they did not get the virus. But this elevates you into a state of immune readiness. And this is the thing I did not know.
Yeah, well, what up, pimp? How you living? What's wrong?
We lower
Doing it, man. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking in,
If you
baby.
get a vaccine, your antibody response is not that great. Your immune cell levels are very low. They're not very active. What's exciting about this for the immunologists is that upregulate immunity and then get the vaccine. Your immune cell population is much more robust, much more responsive, and so the antibody response is much greater. And this is what we found. The fact that it extended out 6 months, we didn't go out a year, we didn't go out longer.
And this is just for a short dosing.
Short dosing of only 4 days.
And this was the dosing that happened right after the vaccine.
And right simultaneously the same day the vaccine for 4 days. Now, this is one of my favorite phrases by Voltaire, it's like the perfect in the enemy of the good. You can twist yourselves into pretzels to try to explain how this works.
Right.
But the bottom line, it does work. And if you can upregulate community immunity of the population, the problem that I did not realize is even largely depressed people, when they get a vaccine, their antibiotic response is not only poor, but they become a breeding ground for vaccine resistance. So you have a lot more virus replicating. You want to stop the viral replication early on in the process. So the more antibody response, the more robust your response is, specific to this virus and other viruses. And this is what we're really wondering now. Wow, how does this carry over to other viruses?
Can I stop you? Like, how does it work? What's the mechanism that's causing this to happen?
We think there's an entourage effect of multiple mechanisms that are in play. We know that it increases cell immunity, so daughter cells, when they're created, don't pass on the virus. We've been able to show that, which is extraordinary. But it speaks to host defensive immunity. The immune cells, that are enabled, your endogenous immune system is able to prevent the virus from replicating. That's what's so exciting. We know the anti-inflammatory effects. So we had this, as one person said, putting on the gas pedal, you put on the brakes at the same time. You can augment immunity and decrease inflammation. Now that's what these vaccine companies are spending billions of dollars. Let's create a vaccine without any adverse effects. The fact you can take a natural product that's been used for thousands of years. Diosporides is one of the fathers of medicine. The fact it's been used for so long, we know it's safe. Now, in this time, we are finding plus strains of agaricon. So I think we have a super strain in our library, and that's what I'm trying to discover. What strain in our library of 107 strains now? We just used one strain, so we saw these effects. So if we could boost community immunity, then we could ameliorate the spread, of pandemics, obviously.
And when you're saying there's all these strains, there's 107 strains?
We have 107 strains in our library, the largest library in the world. There is probably
Pick a side, pick a side.
North side, west side.
Nice. Get money, go. I took the app.
It became extremely threatened and not extinct.
Can it be populated?
We can culture it in the laboratory. All we need is a tiny piece of tissue.
Can't be introduced into forests.
We have inoculated from snacks, which have been unsuccessful. The idea would be we'd like to reintroduce them to forests, or these forests are like islands, the genomic libraries of islands that we ever have. And this is why I made the statement in my TED talk. We say the overall force is a matter of national defense. That's not quite correct, but international defense. The virus won't care about borders. And we've entered into a period of viral storms. We're going to have viral storms converging on us all the time. And it's due to factory farming, the collision of industrialization, suburbanization, ecosystems on those margins. What we're facing now is currently in the news is bird flu. 6 different herds of cattle have been infected with bird flu. First time in history. This jump from birds to large mammals, cattle. From Idaho, and it's now got scientists on high alert.
This is from Nature. It says bird flu outbreak in U.S. cows. Why scientists are concerned. The virus has killed hundreds of millions of birds. It's now infecting cattle in 6 U.S. states, but the threat to humans is currently low.
Currently low, because if it jumps to pigs, we already know the viruses that infect pigs can infect very likely humans. So cows and pigs are oftentimes in the same farms.
And if it jumps to pigs,
we're in big trouble, because that's just one species away. Historically in virology, swine viruses, H1N1 is swine flu. We found high activity at the Bauschil program of agarikon also against H1N1 and H5N1.
Is it possible to give this to cows?
Don't know. So my concern, and those of other virologists that I've been in contact with for literally decades now, is strains that 6 herds of cattle from Idaho to Oklahoma to Texas would spontaneously get bird flu. It's not like the cattle made contact with each other. So there's more than one epicenter. When you have these zoonotic centers where the virus can jump to larger mammals, then you have many, ground zeros, for the virus to emerge. So if it jumps to swine or to pigs or hogs, the increased likelihood that it jumps to people. So it's a very big concern. With Wuhan, okay, it came out of one city, one location. This is showing epidemiologically virus
What else?
jumping to larger mammals simultaneously. Right now, it doesn't have the mutation, so there's very low risk. Let's be very clear about it. There's very low risk, but virologists are in extremely high alert because of this unusual pattern of sudden occurrence. First time ever, it's jumped to seals and bears, of all things, and it's devastated hundreds of millions of birds around the world.
Did they have any idea where this kid, so it originated with birds?
Yes, it's called bird.
And do they think that it's just birds traveling to these different herds?
Generally speaking, that's the modality that was.
So they just fly around, give it to the
They go to a pond, they're co-mingling the virus and drinking water. You know, egrets sit on top of cows and get bugs off the backs of large mammals, etc. So migratory birds, of course, is the most obvious vector. But when you have factory farming of chickens and hundreds of thousands of chickens this past year, I think hundreds of billions of chickens people got up, have been euthanized in the past year because they did get H5N1. And so the chickens start sneezing and they get sick. It's extremely communicable. So it spreads throughout the chicken farms very quickly. So the USDA, NIH, everyone involved in the biosecurity is extremely concerned about this new event, which has happened in the past few weeks. And that report I showed you just showed up yesterday in Nature as well. So if it mutates, it's a whole new pandemic threat, and it's much more severe. The estimates from humans getting bird flu, H5N1, is up to 70% mortality. 70%. Not 0.1% or 0.01% COVID. It's 70%. Now, some people say 40%. Okay, you reduce it by 30%. We do have vaccines already in the pipeline that are anticipating this, so that's the good news. The flu virus, virome, as it's called, has been very well characterized. But the mutation rate is what's of concern. And since there's so many different localities that are spontaneously infecting cows, this virus is on the move. And that is the concern that we all have. So by boosting community immunity, we can then have more immune cells to produce antibodies that make the vaccines more effective. And the idea is you can help avoid vaccine evasion by having your endogenous immune system at its peak performance.
Now, how does this stuff work without vaccines?
We have early evidence on how it works without vaccines, and I want to be very respectful, but I also have to be very professional. I'm not a party to discuss for a number of reasons. One of which the data, as I mentioned, is a little clouded because the people that were bringing in to the first study, we didn't have it as well characterized. But clearly, the American Turkey with the evidence that was presented, again, September 23rd, 2023, at the Georgetown University School of Medicine. These two charts I can present to you because they're publicly presented. We do have a paper in process that's being submitted to a journal and has to go through the acid test, peer review, etc. But there's a team of us and we're very excited about this research results because I'm hoping it's not going to be the vaccine of the month scene where you just are constantly getting new vaccines for every variant. If you can have your endogenous immune system, on the ready, then it can then have an innate response to these viral infections that will ameliorate their spread. And that's the whole idea, is to keep the viral loads down as low as possible.
And so what is the mechanism that these two together help strengthen your immune system?
Well, that's a really good question. We know that with turkey tail, we did a breast cancer clinical study phase 1. That was also published with breast cancer patients. We see augmentation of many immune cells, including cytotoxic T cells, macrophages, and natural killer cells. Statistically significant. And also with a phase 1 study. For people to know, phase 1 studies are pretty small. There tend to be safety studies. you know, there are usually a few dozen people, sometimes it's as few as 6. Our study had 90 people, the COVID study. The breast cancer clinical study, I think, had about 28 people. But also compared to placebo, the mycelium growing rice is so important. It's not the fruit bodies, it's the mycelium that has this effect of being able to upregulate immunity and downregulate inflammation. So with the breast cancer clinical study, it was shown to be safe. It was shown to augment several of the immune cell responses. There's three ways of answering that. There's the amplitude of the immune cells, which is, I think, as I remember, six times, baseline. There is different immune cells in terms of their activity and how they increase. But the significance value, which is the p value, as people know it, was I think.
What up? What up? Hi. Hi, dog. How are you? Hi.
So we were able to show
Cool.
regulation.
We're just watching Joe Rogan, dog.
How's it going?
Living the dream, baby.
Anti-inflammatory cytokines. And so, again, we have this incredibly complex immune system that's developed over hundreds of millions of years. And it's not this magic bullet approach that medicine
Mushrooms.
are focused on. It's the entourage effect. And so when you create a entourage of enabling stimuli that has the immune system react, a lot of us believe there's crosstalk between the receptors. The receptors saying, okay, this is helpful, and it awakens other receptors, and then you get this support response of the immune system at a higher state of readiness without being detrimental to the body that's created the immune system. So the cytokines form an overreaction of inflammatory response is a huge concern with any immunostimulant. So that's
What are y'all doing?
We're watching Joe Rogan. What are you doing?
I'm chilling.
That's cool. I'm glad you're here.
Arizona School of Medicine physicians also warning people be very careful about immune stimulation, even medicinal mushrooms. But we have this evidence already that the mushroom mycelium can throttle back the inflammatory consequences by upregulating interleukin 1RA and interleukin 10. And at medicinal mushroomreference.com, you can see all these references right on the very front of the website.
So all this stuff has been used forever, right?
It's been used for thousands of years.
And what
What up, Playboy? How are you?
That's a really great question. Actually, it was used as an anti-inflammatory, as a poultice to reduce muscle aches.
And would they just use the fruiting bodies?
The fruiting bodies would be powdered,
and fruiting bodies are not.
The fruiting bodies may have anti-inflammatory action, but we found the mycelium, it increases the host defense, it supports immunity.
Hi.
Whatever.
How are you?
It's been used for thousands of years as a poultice, and ointments, etc. And so then, back in the day before we could elocute the different aspects of what's happening medically in the human body, there's sort of like this very broad umbrellas that we're describing, getting into homeostasis. This is just take this with food. I don't know, it doesn't matter. I take it with
Nigger.
Don't be scared. I mean, this is not a time to widespread panic, but it is time for it to be. I mean, the analogy I make, we all buy car insurance, right? At the unlikelihood that we're going to get in a car accident today or tomorrow. So why not preemptively invest in your own immunological health by being prepared? So should you get exposed, you don't become a super spreader. And so this is where I think we have a potential breakthrough in integrative medicine. And I want to give a shout out to my colleagues at the University of California, San Diego, the Cross Institute. They're the ones that came up with this idea of vaccine extension. Because so many people are concerned about how many vaccines do I take and how much do you take so many vaccines. So the idea of having your innate immune system at a state of readiness, so vaccines work better and you have to use them less. That's the holy grail of say this, but we know that these mycelial-based products, like aromatic and turkey tail, support the immune system. This is clear. Now, the immune system has many challenges with bacterial infections, viral infections, cancer, cells getting old and dying, not having apoptosis. Apoptosis is important for you to get rid of your disease and aging and dead cells. So it's a very, very broad landscape. So I'm not dancing around the definitions, but I am very much restricted on what I'm able to say. I can say that these agarikon and turkey tail supports the immune system. We have very good evidence for that. And I can say that in combination, based on the earlier evidence, and we need more studies, but this is a placebo double-blind controlled study, we can show that we reduce the adverse effects of the mRNA vaccines. This population that we've studied, 90 people, those who did not take agarikon and turkey tail had adverse consequences, significantly less than those people who took agarikon and turkey tail did not have adverse. So it helps people not avoid vaccines because of their vaccine hesitancy. I have a dear friend, and their family's very conservative Christians, and they just refuse to get vaccinations. They isolated themselves. And at first, that was on the other side of the fence. Wait a second, why aren't you getting vaccines? I've come to understand why they didn't want vaccines. I totally respect their opinion and what they did. But they're very interested, many people are, in not needing a vaccine. How can I have built innate immunity? When it comes to the pandemic storms, the viral pandemics that we face, we are in unprecedented times. What happens when we get multiple viral variants, not only from flu viruses, but from other viruses? Because of loss of biodiversity, because of factory farming, it spreads so rapidly. We are at the convergence of possibly multiple virus and viral pandemics converging at the same time. That is not improbable at all. So it's really, we need to get our act together, and everyone needs to work together. And what we think that we have, and many other physicians who are knowledgeable about the subject, who study this very carefully, who've looked at the data, are excited about it, because it can help innate immunity. So whether you get a vaccine or don't get a vaccine, your immune system is supported at a higher level of readiness.
So when you started doing this, you said there's 107 strains you guys have identified and isolated. What are the differences in those strains? Are some more potent than others, or some have different effects?
Excellent question. With the BioShield program, I think I submitted 6 strains of agarikon. Only 3 showed any activity in the BioShield program. So 3 showed nothing. 2 of them were
Living the dream. How are you, baby?
Flu viruses.
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
Was active against pox.
We're watching Joe Rogan right now. How about you?
Pox viruses or DNA viruses.
Okay, because we had Rabbi.
And so
Yeah.
I think that without,
I appreciate you coming.
but it just speaks to the fact how little we know. I bet a Nobel.
So how would
San Diego.
All right, so
Got the Nobel.
obviously, I had a question about Judaism if you're a rabbi.
Go for it.
Great quote, because I can't believe it.
Go for it.
I know shit about the immune.
All right, so in Judaism, like obviously, I just see I just want to ask some questions about the Judaism with the patrilineal descent. So I always wondered,
Patrilineal descent?
Yeah, there's a Judaism sect in that.
Yeah.
That has their own.
We don't recognize that in mainstream Judaism.
Long history in Europe, long history in North
Oh.
America.
You don't know about it?
No, not that I don't know about it. I don't recognize it. Meaning, it's not a thing in Judaism. It's only matrilineal through the mother.
What is it? Is that the only descent that you noticed?
No, that's the only one that mainstream Judaism accepts. We don't accept the patrilineal descent.
They've seen that there's like a Judaism in there called Kata Judaism, something like that.
Look, I don't. I'm telling you what mainstream Judaism advocates. It's matrilineal descent. Anything else? Calcutta Judaism? I don't know anything about Calcutta Judaism.
Matrilineal Judaism. What's like the main like belief system?
It's what Judaism is, my friend. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of watching this right now. If you want to, okay. If you want to know, and I do my best, at least in here, to not mention three things: religion, politics, or relations, like sexual relationships. But I'll tell you this: the best way to learn more about it, in general, is to do research on it and ask questions, which is what you're doing. And that isn't to say that I won't answer your question. So here, I'm going to do my best to summarize it in 1 minute for you, okay? Judaism is a belief in one God. It's essentially considered the oldest religion that has been following one God. It is approximately 5,784 years old. That's how old Orthodox Judaism maintains itself to be. There are generally 3 to 4 major sects within Judaism. There's Orthodoxy, which includes Hasidism, which includes the Haredi. There is Conservative Judaism, and then there's Reform Judaism. Of that, Orthodox Judaism is about 10%, Conservative Judaism is about 20%, and Reform Judaism is about 70%. However, when it comes to the power within the religion, most of the power is within that 10% Orthodox world. I would say that Judaism is seen as really what makes it different, or what made it different. It is the first monotheistic religion, or perhaps one of the first monotheistic religions. And so that means a belief in one God, that we don't believe in multiple gods. We don't believe in earthbound gods. We believe in one God, and it's whatever you want it to be. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for explaining it to me.
Excellent. You're welcome, my friend.
Thank you, bro.
You're welcome, buddy.
Of any other strange character we've discovered.
How's your day been?
It's been really good, man. We're watching this on
You do YouTube, don't you?
Oh yeah, yeah. Go to my social media. It's all there. Just go on Discord. Click my name on Discord and look at my social media. You can find everything that I do.
Oh, okay, I see.
Dog, you've never seen someone with so much social media than I have. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Check out all my stuff.
Because I've always wondered if I've always tried. I'm probably gonna. Wait? So is it legal for me to try? Can I try it by just following the rules?
Well, generally you would want what's known as a conversion. And so in order to do that, you would go to your local Orthodox rabbi, and they would set you up in a program. So for instance, are you in England?
Yes.
Okay, so the major cities are gonna have Orthodox rabbis. So that would be London. There's the Base Din of London, which is the big one there, of which I'm aware. You may have known he has since passed, but Rabbi, we've had some important rabbis in that area. I would say as well, we have Manchester and Birmingham, and perhaps those would be your big ones. If you're near any of those, go to your local Orthodox rabbi and let them know that you're interested.
Okay.
Very cool.
Rabbi, if I'm only, would I be full in conversion then, Rabbi?
Yep, 100%. You can move to Israel then.
Or just convert books?
Yep. It's called the right of return.
Right of return.
Right.
I'll thank you for your time, Rabbi.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care anytime.
Sometimes you should.
Excellent, please do, thank you.
Whole genomic sequencing, so with the entire genomic fingerprint.
How about
Let's go back through
Me
questions. We had found 4 or so different clades. These are little subgenera, subgenomic associations, lineages, you might call them. And in those lineages, we are just beginning to see an early signal of what lineages have greater potency as an anti-inflammatory and also for so this is my biggest contribution to science. I look historically will be because of this library, and I've really spent millions of dollars. I'm not exaggerating, millions of dollars on a Garrett to amass 107 strains, and then we're accumulating more. Published this in the comics, in the large genomic library databases, so other people can see this.
And so you said there's 4 strains that you identify.
Yeah, that was it was about shield. And so out of the 107, well, we didn't have 107 back then. I only had 6 or 7 strains back then about shield program in 2004. So in 2020.
Yo, what up? And how you remember me? What's up?
Choice for the COVID-19 clinical study. So I chose the strain of agarikon that was the most robust that we saw in our early in vitro tests for the BioShield program.
And now these 107 strains you have currently, how many of them?
Well, in terms of how many of these tested for immune support, clinically, in vitro, I think 7 or 8. Some of them are not active. We are currently involved with another university who is now testing multiple strains in vitro, and we have new signal now. And I want to show you how big these agarikons get. So can we?
Before we go into it, when you identify ones that aren't active, do you bookmark them and see if you can try them for other things that could be beneficial to the human body, or do you just only look mechanism?
To answer that question, I'm a very small company. I have 150 employees. I know I'm 8 or 9 full-time researchers. There are so many applications potentially of this. We have to be very narrowly focused on that which we can achieve. If I was as a resource issue, if I was part of NIH, and I've made NIH applications, 1 out of 8, it's made it through. But it's very, very difficult for an independent researcher like me to advance the science without collaboration with larger institutes. So mostly
it's like if we're finding these benefits of these mushrooms, it seems like it's to anybody, to everyone's benefit. There was some large-scale funding of some research on this. Because if you bookmark these ones that don't have efficacy towards a specific goal that you have, is it possible that we would be missing out on some of the other additional benefits of these mushrooms that we're not aware of, these different strains?
As an immunologist, our team said, because inflammation is just the root cause of so many illnesses, the fact that you can upregulate immunity and downregulate inflammation has implications across the medical field.
Right, but they don't all show this ability, correct?
That's correct.
And the ones that don't show this ability, what I'm saying is it possible that they have other effects, beneficial effects that we're not measuring because we're only looking for this?
Absolutely, have antifungal effects. The weird thing about agarikon, from my experience, is the only mushroom that grows on an old growth tree. All these other trees I found 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 different species. But when I find agarikon, this is an example. This is my good friend Scott Baker. He climbed 100 feet up to this agarikon. We got a tiny piece of tissue the size of your fingernail, the bottom of that. Then we got it in a culture. 4 or 5 years later, a storm came through, broke off that tree. That agarikon now is not there. So we saved it. We've saved it from fires. Agarikon, we've saved it from logging. I've actually had some logger buddies of mine who know about this. This is the biggest one we've ever seen. That's when it's over 100 pounds, over 100 years of age. And It is,
It looks like cement.
no, it is, that's our annual growth rings, basically our annual growth rings. I have to say this is about my kind of guy. He's known as Yosemite Sam, and I do have permission to show this, so thanks. Yeah, but this guy, I mean, that is a massive agaricon, the biggest one I've ever seen. So the thing with the quality of the force, subject to vast weather changes, wind and rain and snow, and they live for 100 years and they don't rot. What is about this fungus that allows it not to rot? So it seems to have a host defense and protection innately. And since we're more closely related to fungi than any other kingdom, and then the antibacterial antibiotics that we find mostly come from fungi, but we very few antifungal antibiotics. And so research is also showing that these agaricon and other molecular mushrooms are active against pathogenic fungi. So it's an interesting nexus point that agaricon is the center of antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal, and yet has such a long history of use and safety. So we're really at the threshold. This is where science can get ahead of itself and be so reductionist. But we are whole systems of enormous complexity, and science tries to decomplexify and disambiguate things, so it's very narrowly focused. So they have a stimulus response they can measure. That's not the way the human immune system works. It's an entourage effect, the synergy, and keeping that in balance is the key. Now, there's between 2 and 20 million species of fungi. About 10% of 140,000 species to 200,000 species or so are mushroom-form fungi. We've already identified 14,000. There's another really curious phenomenon. About 1% of mushrooms are poisonous. About 1% of them are edible in choice. About 1% of them are cyclic, or psilocybin present. The other 97%, they're just, they just don't taste good, they're not poisonous, they're not of interest.
Well, what do you think is going on with the Amanita muscaria? The Amanita muscaria is one where there's this historic use. There's all this mythology that's connected to Santa Claus and shamans and elves and all these different things, but most of the people that I know that have tried it have not been able to experience like extreme psychoactive effects.
I have consumed Amanita muscaria and Amanita pantherina on multiple occasions, and my Amanita muscaria with higher doses, it's somniferous, I get to sleep. I get dull yellows and browns. It's not a euphoric experience.
The dog yellows and browns when you
get the colors are not bright. It's not like that you're flying saucer in the background here. Everything is very, very diminished in terms of the colorama. It tends to be the colors, reds and browns, but not blues and
So you're talking about what you see that is hallucination, or are you talking about like actual colors that you see look different?
The actual colors that I look at are different.
So it changes the visual spectrum.
It changes the visual spectrum. Now, Amanita pantherina, Amanita muscaria has mucilol, muscarinic, and ebutinic acid. Actually, I have very little muscarinic, but the muscarinic symptoms cause you to salivate. As you end up, salivating and tearing and lactating, etc. So it's so these shamans in Siberia, by consuming the Amanita muscaria, they would remove the muscarinic symptoms, and then the urine, because they biofilter it through your body, it would hide ebutinic acid and mucilol, and these are the consensus purifiers. So, I mean, this is a legend that's mixed up in fiction and fact and fables. I will say, in the field of mycology, from my experience now, over 47 years studying this subject, many of the folklore has been validated only lately by science. So before people are super skeptics and think this is a good relationship, well, let us say I'm positive. Okay, the Amanita muscaria was trees, the fir trees or Christmas trees. There's the berserkers, and legend is that the berserkers have surrounded next day, they made a giant pot of Indian Muscaria, brew, and they drank it. And then at dawn, high as a kite, on the enemy Muscaria, they took off all their clothes, and they just became these mechanistic warriors that attacked the other side, freaked them out, and they won the battle. So that was the word berserk came about from the berserkers. They went berserk. And so that's the origin of that.
And it is Amanita muscaria, the person?
Amanita muscaria, but Amanita pantherina does not have muscarine in it. So I ate Amanita muscaria several times. I was with my friend, and I looked at him, and he was foaming with bubbles all around his mouth. I said, dude, you look like you have rabies. He goes, you should see what you look like. And so, and it puts you to sleep. The biggest concern about Amanita muscaria is hypothermia. Most of us experts, because you can actually fall asleep in the snow and you can get hypothermia and die. A few people, if any, have ever died. There's one potential report. It has killed dogs. But there's a repetitive motion syndrome. It's very, very strange. And I ate Amanita pantherina as well, and I don't think I told you the story about my pantherina experience. I don't want to be redundant here, but I had a heroic experience on the Amanita pantherina, and that one was very. I had repetitive motion syndrome, and I was living up in the mountains. I had freeze-dried Amanita pantherina. I knew it didn't have muscarine. I needed muscaria. I foamed a lot. It wasn't that much fun. So I knew pantherina was 4 to 5 times more potent. So I took the freeze-dried specimens from the herbarium. College I was working at, living underneath a volcano up in Darrington, Washington. And I was with my friend Dave, and he had these smaller body weight, so we did an omelet with this dried pantherina, and he trusted me. Note to self, note to others. And so we ate the pantherina in an omelet, and I cut the omelet bigger for me because I'm bigger body weight than him. And we ate the mushrooms like at 10 o'clock in the morning, in an omelet. They're delicious. And just across the river was the Squire Creek campground. And this is where the tourists come up with their Winnebagos and, campers and their families and stuff. We're long-haired hippies. And I said, just on the other side there is a hill that we can get up on the hillside. Incredible view of the valley. The snow-capped volcano, just a great vista. Let's go there. So for some reason, it's so close, but we drove my car like 1,000 feet to this campground over the bridge over the Little River. We parked, just on the outside of the campground, like all the campers are. And so we walked past, all these tourist families. And we went up on the hill, and then we were sitting up on the hill, and waiting for the mushrooms to come on. And we did an hour, nothing, no experience, what's going on. And this is very typical, by the way. This is characteristic. Muscaria pantherina take a long time from the onset of first symptoms. And then goes, everything okay, Paul? Everything's fine. Just give me some time. And then, you know, I don't know how many times, magically, just by the fact that I tried so many times, it just slipped into the lock and unlocked the door. I said, okay, so I sit at the door, and now I have to put it in the ignition. And I go, oh no. Oh, my friend goes, maybe you shouldn't drive. Yeah. Good advice. Maybe I shouldn't drive. So there's just no way. I couldn't. I was getting more and more intense. I'm not responsible to drive. It was absolutely the right decision not to drive. So then I got out of the car, and the camera was on my lap. And then I get out of my car, and meanwhile, a group of people started gathering because we were there for a long time, trying to get into a car and so these people got kind of curious. And Dave goes, some people over there are kind of gathering, Paul, looking at us. We have to go look at them. So I get out of the car, and my camera falls, and it hits the ground. I go, oh shit, I just dropped my Rolleiflex camera. And I picked up the camera, and I go, wow, I just dropped my Rolleiflex camera. I drop it again. And I pick it up. I go, did I just drop my camera? I dropped it again. Repetitive motion syndrome. I picked up that camera and dropped it. Dozens and dozens.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, the cluster of people got larger. Parents were holding their children close to them, saying, we don't know what's going on here, but it's getting weird over there. So pretty soon I had a very large group of these campers who were all watching us. They gave me their distance. And I had this repetitive motion syndrome of dropping and dropping and dropping. And so finally, we had this staccato pace. The timeline of the day got broken up. So I had morning, we ate, then I had evening, then I had early afternoon, and then I had early morning, then I had late afternoon, then I had evening. The whole thread of time was disintegrated, like it scrambled. And so then we walked to, and I lost it. Dave, I figured, Dave, you're on your own, buddy, and I got enough to work here to deal with here. And so we walked over this bridge, and we got to my place, and I got to my house, and I had a combination lock. Oh my God, last thing I need is a door. So I spun that combination lock, and I couldn't get it open, and then I went into convulsions, and they felt good. So I'm convulsing on the ground, and it's spiking like this. Every time I convulsed, right afterwards, it actually felt good. And so I'm convulsing, convulsion, thrashing on the ground. Don't know where it happened today. And so I went back to the lock and I spun it, and it's magically the lock opened up. And then I fell into bed. And I had this amazing rush of Einsteinian thoughts. The thoughts were just so profound. I thought, oh my gosh, if I write these down, these are so important. The conclusions of great mysteries of the universe. I have this at my hand. And just before I came to the object sentence, I would have a prepositional or adverbial phrase, and then I get a tangent. And I saw death then as being perpetual tangents that never gave you the satisfaction of having completed thought. So I went down this rabbit hole of constantly works in my thinking, and then I blacked out, and then at the end of the day, the sunlight came through. The 12-hour experience is a long experience, and so it was the summertime, and then at the very end of the day, the sunlight came through, cleared my eyelids, and I woke up. And my friend was convinced I was trying to kill him because I was an expert. So I had no idea this was going to be this intense. So where was he during this time? He ended up in a cabin and safe, but he was like a statue, just there, sitting when I got up, just looking straight forward. And we spoke a few words the next day and for the next few days, and then Dave went on his life journey. I think he's convinced to this day that I knew what would happen, but this speaks to the berserkers, the idea of repetitive motion syndrome. Andy Weil, who you had on the show, he was at Cougar Hot Springs, and he was going to the trail with Cougar Hot Springs, so we ran out the trail and said, we need a doctor, This is the person out there who's trying to kill us all. Andy's a doctor, so he goes up there, and there's this big hippie guy on this log, kid squinting his legs wildly, covered in blood. And before he had his eyes, this guy throws himself off the bridge and right onto the rocks in the creek down below, 10 feet or more below. Smashes himself, gets stunned, looks around, walks back up and gets on the bridge again and throws himself off the bridge. So this is why if someone kills somebody on the Indian Muscarria or Panther, I would testify as an expert witness. They're out of control. They had no control.
Rabbi Rothschild.
What up, gangster?
Watch the tails.
How are you, Chief Beef?
There's no control.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome. How are you?
Yo.
We're watching Joe Rogan, pimp. All right, that's enough of that. Thanks, Don. Appreciate your time.
I think this underscores the point.
What the fuck? I think
West Side.
Is that they already have enormous potential for exotic molecules that interact with human health. And there's a huge mycopharmacopoeia inside of mushrooms that have not been fully explored. I think it's true with the Garicon, I think it's true with psilocybin mushrooms, it's certainly true with Indian Muscarria, etc. So, ironically, Indian Muscarria is legal, no restrictions. You can possess 100 pounds of it, but you can't possess a tenth of a gram of psilocybin mushrooms without breaking federal law schedule 1. So, how can a mushroom that makes you happier, less mindful, resolve your PTSD?
Hey, what up, bro?
How you living, pimp?
Oh, this dude. What up, dude?
How you living, baby? What's new?
This dude. It's you again. What up, home?
Yo, dude, I live in here. How are you?
Dude, you always in a good fucking mood, dude. I love your fucking energy.
Dude, you're a wonderful person. Thank you so much for being so positive.
Fuck yeah, man. You too. You keep that good energy, bro. You're always a fucking dude. I love that energy, man.
Word, Mockingbird. Thank you so much. You come back whenever you want.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna add you. You're cool shit.
I'm gonna add you too. You're a wonderful person.
Fuck yeah, man.
That's how it's done, people.
Except the swearing.
Dude, I love it. Fuck yeah, that's right, baby.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's cool, dude. I'm gonna say, dude, we gotta celebrate for 42. You partake in the 420s?
All day long, all day, every day. Tomorrow, less than 24 hours, dog.
No, you see what time it is right now? It's
Word.
11:58, dog.
Dude, you're almost there, man.
You know what that means? It's almost 420.
Word, dog. Word, dog. What are you doing at 420 on 420?
Shit, I'm about to smoke.
Hell yeah, it's gonna be high as piss.
Gotta smoke. I know that chat was getting annoying.
No, you're good.
It's a variety. Everybody can just going on. We already see that.
I know, it's the first fucking, like, it's the first fucking, how are you going to you? It's the first voice, like, thing.
We're
watching Joe Rogan, baby.
Some phenotypes.
They're smoking the game.
They're talking psychoactive mushrooms. Wait, that's true. Hold on a second. That's absolutely true. I didn't know what you were referencing at first, but yeah, there's like a meme that I saw recently, but it was also what this was. Do you know what it was? It was the ability to make fuel from mushrooms in a very efficient way. So basically, the people who were threatening him were the energy companies. There's a way to make fuel using mushrooms that is very efficient, apparently. And that's
we could extract the shit from like the one thing. You know, like the one thing from the one thing, and then I forgot the hell it was called. It's a certain fucking.
Well, to the person.
Mushroom, I can't think of it, dude. I'm too fucking high right now.
You're all right, Pops.
Oh, dude, take your hit. Take your hit. It's 420, everybody.
Oh, yeah, baby. Everybody, take your hit.
Fuck?
420 somewhere, baby. Gangsta.
That's what I was getting at. It's like, God, she's so fucking funny.
Who's getting her ass beat?
On the west side.
I
the fuck? Was that like an actual ad? I just made such a dope ass Snapchat. No, it wasn't even me. It wasn't even
I think it was probably that guy.
What the fuck? Like, dude, I need to add fucking, like, bro, what are some fucking hilarious, like, what's some fucking hilarious ass sounds?
I would be catching my daughter.
Well, like,
Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, what the, see, I know all that bullshit. I used to fucking, like, spam shit on there.
Actually,
you can get like, I have this thing where you can clone people's voices like an AI thing.
No, like, I got the biggest fan of this.
Lawyers said if you call the utility company and tell
You get like 11 live subscriptions for $2.
So I thought, okay.
What was that?
No, basically you take like an audio sample of anybody's voice and you put it in.
See, I have that on this thing, but I don't know how to fuck, dude. There's so much shit you can do with watch. Hold on.
Turn this shit out. What the fuck?
Is that voice one?
Yeah.
Disconnection. That ain't that stamps or not.
And then download the audio file.
I could not call us lost our best. And at the end, everyone just cheer. This Paul, and here's that thing back up.
The fuck? But that sounded so weird. Did you hear how it sounded?
I maximized my cash flow. And thankfully, I had a local bank. And the local bank, the board member said, how much money do you pay in overdraft fees?
Here, let's go to VC3. I don't want to bother these people if they are watching it. Fucking whatever. Say pretty cool. I fuck with this rabbi dude. He's scary.
I have 150 employees. I have a local company. I'm very grateful. So we call a Starship FP. That's like your comedy club's the mothership, right? So our company is known as Starship Fungi. And people are on track with fungi.com, fungi.com. I registered that myself for $28.
Nice. When did you get that?
1992.
Oh, yeah.
Network solutions.
Yeah, that'd be super early to get that.
Yeah, that's why people won't write it down. I go, it's a kingdom. You don't have to write it down. It's fungi.com. So
that's amazing that you got that.
But
I use your stuff. I've had your stuff at my house for a long time. I think it's great. And I'm so happy that you're out there. I really am. I'm happy that there's not a lot of Paul Stanleys.
There are a lot of unsung heroes. I have
I'm sure you're attention, but my point is that it's like we really need research in this stuff.
We need a lot of research, and the research is becoming increasingly credible. It's at the University of Arizona Medical School, Andy Wells Center for the Program for Integrative Medicine, University of California, San Diego, UCLA, Harvard actually, and other institutions. They're very excited now because this has been sort of like weird science, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at. I was going to say there's this real reluctance to believe that people in the past had answers that we don't have today. It's just this almost religious belief in modern science, and also this belief that the transition of knowledge has been fully complete from ancient people to today. There's nothing that's slipped in today. That doesn't seem to be the case. And also, for sure, they didn't have the ability to document things, at least, and preserve those documents to today, like we can today, in regards to research, in regards to what you can find out in the modern laboratories, and just what you're able to do, find out which of these mycelium strains are effective, which are not, at least for the particular thing you're looking for. Like all this you've got to assume at one point in time, people had some sort of knowledge about this stuff that we just have lost.
We had to. We were so dependent upon the environment.
Yeah.
We know what plants are edible from the experiences of our ancestors who ate them before us.
And it doesn't discredit modern medicine to say these people had this extraordinary understanding of what was beneficial.
Absolutely. And this is where the hubris of science, we should be very careful. Right. Because the importance of biodiversity cannot be overstated. Biodiversity
anywhere. It's anywhere. Every single place it shows its head, it fucks up. In everything. Even in martial arts. Guys that think that they can't lose can go in and get fucked up. It happens all the time. Hubris is terrible. It's the human ego trying to keep itself from being, like, just to recognize its true place, which is just part of an infinite
So hubris and the microbes.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're the fault of it all. That's true. That's 100% true. That's also why we it's just like we're a bizarre subset of the humans that causes so much chaos and so much good at the same time.
Well, I have great hope for the future.
I do too. I think sometimes. Some days I do. Today is a good day. Today, maybe because you're here.
I mean, thank you for just stepping into these times that we do. All the problems that we face, look at the medical advances that we've made. I'm getting hip surgery in 2 weeks.
We were just talking about that. You know, you also are a martial artist, and all the years of throwing kicks, worn one of your hips out. You know, I have quite a few friends that have done it. My John Lampore was still active. So he was got a fight coach. He had a hip replacement on after the hip replacement. He's sworn, so thank you. Nice.
And my surgeon said, besides cataract surgery, the best medical innovation has the greatest difference in patients before and after surgery than hip surgery.
Yeah, well, I told you about Graham Hancock.
Yeah.
He had his done, and then 6 weeks later, he's walking around here. My mom's had her knee done. She's fine. It was great. I was so nervous about it. I just didn't want her to do it. I wanted her to get stem cells. I wanted her to try to treat it.
Well, the biggest concern we have is MRSA. You know,
that's terrifying. It's terrifying. But I know quite a few people have gotten that as well.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu is a breeding ground for that shit. You get scratches and scrapes and get infected. It happens all the time. Just staph specifically, but MRSA exists too. I know quite a few people.
Back in the day, we always could be wiping the mouth of blood. I mean, now you can't have blood, you know, in the dojo, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's considered to be a health hazard, so it's so much more restricted. Perhaps not the mixed martial arts that you're involved in.
Well, the thing about the grappling is just the scrapes. You're constantly getting scraped up. You can kickbox and spats and rash guards, and you're probably going to get a lot of scratches and scrapes. You know, with gloves on and foot gear and all that shit. But if you're grappling, you're constantly grinding things on those mats, and you're getting scratches from fingernails, getting accidental, collisions that cause little cuts and abrasions, and they get infected. And people that don't, like my friend Ari, he had no idea he had staph. I gave him a year of jiu-jitsu for Christmas, and he and I were at the pool hall. And this still scares me to this day, because I think he came close to dying. He was walking around with a limp, and I go, what's wrong with your leg? And he goes, I got bit by a spider bite. I go, let me see it. He pulls his knee up, he's got a massive staph infection on his knee. I go, dude, that's staph. I go, we gotta go to the hospital right now. He goes, are you serious? I go, right now. And I broke my knee down. I go, we gotta go right now. You have to go to the hospital, man. You have a bad staph infection. And he was fucked up for a while from it. He got through it. The antibiotics worked. Thankfully, it was MRSA. It wasn't medication-resistant staph infections. And it was just horrific.
Well, this speaks to, again, innate immunity. You know, if you're in nature's a numbers game, you know, you have different coefficient variables on one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is health or disease. And so how can you stack that to your favor?
Right. You have to be robust. You have to eat well, you have to take vitamins, you have to get exercise, and it seems like mushrooms can help you quite a bit. I'm a big fan of lion's mane. I take lion's mane every day. Yeah, it's one of the big ones that I take.
Yeah, I do.
But I wanted to ask you this: are there better ones to take? Is a tincture better than capsules? Is capsules better than tincture?
Those are good questions. The extracts allow you that activates drug-resistant mucosa, so it gets into your bloodstream. But for instance, turkey tail, lion's mane, and agaricon are very good as prebiotics for the microflora in your stomach. Double-blind placebo-controlled study, again, go to mushroomreferences.com. With amoxicillin patients, where their microbiome in their guts destroyed because of this potent antibacterial antibiotic. And so they found where they gave turkey tail mushroom mycelium, again, double-blind placebo-controlled, and they looked at the microbiome. Those who took turkey tail mycelium recovered with amoxicillin ended up upregulating beneficial bacteria and downregulating staph, Clostridium, etc. Lactobacillus acidophilus and bifidobacterium were upregulated. These are beneficial bacteria. So there's an example that also, if you orally ingest, then you can set up the microbiome to a higher state congestion. If you're concerned about the port of entry, like of a pathogen to the mucosa, then obviously, oral introduction, insofar as it supports immunity, can stave off the entry point of those pathogens.
So, would you recommend both a tincture and capsules? The tincture would stave it off at the source?
I cannot respond to anyone using the question recommend.
Okay.
I could say what I personally do is a combination of both.
Okay.
And nature's a numbers game.
I should ask you that now. What do you think? So, I don't want to get you trapped in these conundrums.
Yeah, it's
So you take both tincture form and capsule.
Yeah, I take a throat spray, which has a Garacon turkey tail in it. I love it. This is what I use all the time when I go to concerts and in crowds, etc. In the morning, I'm taking lion's mane turkey tail and a Garacon. I'm 68. I know.
You look great.
Well, that's how I like you, Bruce. My partner's a medical doctor, and every time that I feel like I'm 30, I don't feel my age at all. The next day, I fall off the ladder, 12 feet. And again, hubris, bam. So I have to be careful when I say now.
Hubris is real.
It is, and I think nature has a sense of humor to whack you up on the side of the head and teach you
Universe
to
has a sense of humor. Yeah. There's certain aspects to it that almost seem like it's playing like very soft jokes.
We're at the beginning of just understanding the importance of the biodiversity and the ecosystems that's given us birth.
Right.
This is really it's a continuum. But I'm really excited about the innovations of what's happening with psilocybin and psilocybin and lion's mane in particular. Something I'm very excited about: neurogenesis, neurogeneration, neuroplasticity, neuroregeneration. 4 different things, but they all segue into this concept of the neurological systems being improved using components within mushrooms. And that's something that I think has a lot of potential.
Ahora sí, ahora estoy emputadísimo. Unos pendejos empezaron a robarse mis videos y empezaron a subirlos en varias páginas de Facebook sin darme los
Gotcha.
Shallow everybody's just a few decades ago.
Gotcha.
Just very,
That was tight. That was amazing. I love every aspect of it. Twist stuff a little time.
In terms of human history, of our current understanding, like our scientific understanding of the mechanism of vitamins.
I'm keen on it. It's the absence of vitamins that you see the deleterious effects. So it's like, research by absence of vitamin C, scurvy, etc. But I'm very keen on snacking.
You guys want Skibidi Toilet?
Yeah, let's see it.
You guys want Skibidi Toilet?
Yeah.
Huge thank you.
Did you sing some CG5?
Yeah, here it goes. No.
There it
is. And Jamie, can we put up
Yeah,
that?
then that's totally right.
And basically, when I was here last,
It was really fun.
we were talking about microdosing, and I came up with a stack of lion's mane and microdose of psilocybin below the threshold of feeling, and niacin, nicotinic acid, which is a flushing.
Ahora sí, ahora estoy emputadísimo. Unos pendejos empezaron a robarse mis videos y empezaron a subirlos en varias páginas de Facebook sin darme los créditos y además.
Microdose.me for iPhones and Androids so they could measure before and after effects of microdosing. And what we found, and we published this, this is the first article that we published, and this was in 2019, I believe, or 2021. This is other motivations. If we go to the next article, well, we can stop here for a second.
This is the title here. Adults who microdose psychedelics report health-related motivations and lower levels of anxiety and depression compared to non-microdosers. What does that mean? Health-related motivations.
Why are you microdosing? Because you don't feel creative, because you're depressed, because you have anxiety. This is the extraordinary metric this is something you may not realize. The majority of this came from your audience, this audience right now. But if you look at that, 4,600 non-microdosers and only 4,000 microdosers. Joe, do you have any idea? We have more citizen scientists who are non-microdosers who jumped into this app. This is why the editors at Nature liked the study, because it's called so well weighted. So well weighted because the non-microdosers exceeded, in this case, fairly comparable, the 4,653 non-microdosers who downloaded the microdose.me app to measure performance and how they felt. And Jamie, if we could go to the next.
So let's be clear here. They're non-microdosers, but they microdosed for the study.
No,
They did.
all they did is got these challenge tests, memory tests.
So they took the app, they downloaded the app, but they didn't do anything to their consciousness.
They didn't do any microdosing at all.
Okay.
So, and this is why they were dead. And then
Why do you think so many of them that don't microdose signed up for that?
we have no friggin' clue. You tell us.
Wow.
I think it may have been citizen scientists who want to get a baseline first, and then
But you consider people lying because they don't want you to know that they microdose?
it's anonymous, you know.
Yeah.
And
They're scared.
the next one, if you would, the
Author
graph.
correction. Psilocybin microdoses demonstrate greater observed improvements in mood and mental health at 1 month relative to non-microdosing controls.
We had,
Why did they have to make a
well, let me show the next slide with the graph. It is that there was a typo in the original article, and it's the one with the bar graph, if you can see it. And, where is it?
How long have you had this company called Host Defense?
I started that host defense ran in about 2004. Is when I
I
started.
see the number and I've seen the health food stores and shit.
We're the number one mushroom-based immune product line.
Yes, I have for you.
Okay, this is, yeah, we'll just go, this is the app, we go through 4 slides here, that'll be great. So this is the app, microdose.me. I encourage everyone listening to help us, because now the app has been improved. It was a little bit laborious before. We want to go out to 3 months. We want non-microdosers and microdosers, but please, the non-microdosers, we need your input. These are challenge tests, and
So these are acuity tasks?
acuity tasks, yes,
They're actual apps.
there's vision, hearing, memory, there is, how do you feel, et cetera. So,
Can I ask before?
Yeah.
Who was the scientist that ran those studies a long time ago where they showed that psilocybin in low doses increased edge detection, it increased your ability to see whether 2 parallel lines, one of them had gone off of parallel.
I do know the reference, I do not remember.
Foreign scientists,
Yeah, I don't,
German,
yeah, I have a good memory, but better than mine, I don't remember the name of the scientist, but
this was a long time ago.
long time ago, yeah, this is probably in the 60s or something like that. So, then
So these tasks, have they demonstrated that the people that are taking the microdose have better results in these?
absolutely.
Are you filtering out for healthy user bias, IQs, occupations?
We have, it takes 5 minutes to enter into the data set to create your profile. It's anonymous. You own your data. It's gone through institutional review boards at the University of British Columbia.
Right.
It's all been carefully vetted. You own your data. Nobody else gets to see what you've done or your frequency. It asks you your age, it asks your income, your nationality, or your
Occupation.
did not ask occupation.
Education.
Education, yes. Yeah. Whether you have a college degree, high school, or whatever. So we have a tremendous, there's literally millions and millions of data points. The data field is so robust, and now we're trying to narrow it to confirm what we saw in the first studies. Microdosing is associated with massive relief of depression, relief of anxiety, an increase in mood, and now we have customized it for more not so much subjective effects, but cognitive demonstrated skill improvement. Because, of course, when the people feel better, they feel better. Some people can say that's an expectancy or a placebo. It's ironic because it's like a patient coming into a doctor saying, I feel better. They go, no, you don't. You can't feel better. It's placebo. But doctors use expectancy all the time. Every time you go to a doctor, you expect that they'll have medicine that's medical, but it's more kind and caring physician. Every time you go to a 5-4-star restaurant, you expect the food's really good. So you can't, we're humans, we're complex. You can't divorce one's motivation for getting a treatment away from the expectancy of that on that treatment.
Right.
So, does the expectancy enhance the medicine? That's the question. If people are not depressed, not less prone to suicide, and you say that suicide, isn't that what physicians want to do? They want to help their patients be better. So the stacking results, though, is what we found to be most surprising. And
can I ask you, do you measure, do you ask the people to go through the visual acuity or the different tasks sober first to get a baseline and see if there's improvement from microdosing, or do you just show that the group that microdoses has higher levels of proficiency?
You know, I don't think we asked them the question if they're sober at the time they take the test.
But not even sober, because I'm talking about microdosing. But did you ask them,
like, they use marijuana?
But no, does it measure the difference between them before microdosing and them after microdosing?
Yes, it does.
It does. So you had a baseline. So before you ever microdose, I'd like you to take these tasks, these puzzles, whatever kind of things you have.
Visual, with cognitive tests, with acuity tests, with hearing. Hearing.
Using headphones.
They're tones off the phone. So you can hear things. That's an auditory challenge.
Is it dependent on the volume of the phone?
You're asking a really, really good question. Because the type of phone, the type of speaker, iPhone 12 or iPhone 15.
The newer phones.
Yeah, it gets much more complicated than the other tests. And so we have it's narrowed down on what we really want is people to go for 3 months. So the signal that we got in 30 days was extremely strong. But we need to be able to repeat the results and to confirm. And then we want to extend the microdosing window of testing to 3 months. Now people only need to, once they hit their baseline, they only need to report once every 2 weeks or once a month. So it's much less burdensome for the people joining my to perform the task. They can see their results compared to the average. So there's a dashboard that's present so they can see where they are relative to the average. And eventually they will have access to all their own data. And it's all anonymized, it's all protected. It's on servers in British Columbia. So it's all tightly controlled, so the anonymity is assured. JP, are you able to find that chart? Let's go back to the next slide, if you could. Next one. It's the finger tapping test. So this is the one I want to focus on. This is why there is an author correction. The p-value of significance here is 0.004. That means there's one chance in 250 that this is a random result. This is published in Nature, Scientific Reports, went through peer review. If you see any increase, the tap test is how often you can tap your 2 fingers together in 10 seconds. For those who have traumatic brain injury, you probably know a number of these people. Traditionally, they do a tap test. Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, they do tap tests. Unfortunately, there's a steady decline. But the tap test has been validated, and just another article came out this past week saying that handheld devices are validated medically now for patient reports. So this is the chart that blew all of us away, is that the green line is people taking the Stammet staff, which is Psilocybin cubensis, approximately 1/10 of a trigram, 500 milligrams of limonene mycelium, and 50 milligrams of flushing isolate. Those 3 together. Now, the non-microdosers, you can see over 30 days, no significant increase in the tap testing. Microdosers only with psilocybin, the blue line. Psilocybin only, not statistically significant. But those people who were taking the stack went from tapping 48 taps in 10 seconds to 68 taps in 1 month. Think about that. Think if you're on a computer, you're a guitar player, you're a drummer. Think about walking to the bathroom and not falling. Think about this. This is not subjective. This is an affirmation of an improvement in psychomotor performance. Now, you'll ask me the question again. We don't know how it works. We just know that it does work. So we want to extend this out to 90 days. We want to see maybe the microdoses of psilocybin only. Maybe that starts to uptick. Maybe it's delayed and then it increases. Maybe this green line with the stem and stab, maybe it ameliorates and softens, or maybe it accelerates. But I looked this up, and for you to do the tap test, it involves 6 regions of your brain. You look at your fingers, you ideate, you look at your fingers, you start your psychomotor cadence, you get a feedback from touching the table, and that feeds you back, and then you develop a rhythm. And so we let people tap test for several days so they go up the learning curve. So we don't include them in the first several days, and then people think they practice, but then we see this result. I think we're on to something really exciting here. For that value of P is 0.004, 1 chance in 250. It's very hard. I mean, you can't say it's a efficacy. You can't say it's placebo. It's a performance skill that's being demonstrated. So, now I chose niacin because psilocybin is a vasoconstrictor, niacin is a vasodilator. I chose the placebo over niacin because you tingle. And I thought, wow, we get the neurogenic benefits of psilocybin. Let's get into the endpoints of the peripheral nervous system. Neuropathies oftentimes present themselves as denting of the fingertips and the toes. So with vasodilation, you get more blood flow to where neuropathies are going. And then lion's mane, well demonstrated. Again, mushroomreferences.com. You get many references on showing that lion's mane isolated these compounds, they see that he helps rebuild myelin and axons, nerves, and enables signal transmission. It also stimulates NGFs, nerve growth factors, where the proliferation and the extension of the neurites. So I stacked those 3 together. And again, I'm so off on the paper. I had no access to this data. In fact, they called me up and said, "We see a signal. We don't believe it. We're taking the data set back," and they attacked it 3 different ways with 7 statistical methods, and the data held true. And so we know there's an increase in psychomotor performance. So there's a lot of musicians now that are very keen on taking the step. And they're saying their banjo playing is better. Think if you've been playing the guitar or teaching piano all your life, you're dependent upon this digital dexterity. To be able to have your acumen and your digital dexterity as you age helps you pass down knowledge to the next generation. It's really exciting. We need to disambiguate it. We need a big data set. And I'm calling out the Joe Rogan experienced listeners, especially you non-microdoses. We need you. And then we need everyone to go at least 3 months. At least populate the baseline and check in month 1, month 2, month 3. We need to see if this data holds up. Because I was actually surprised. I thought psilocybin microdosing by itself would have had greater liftoff on the psychomotor performance than we saw. I suspect it will have liftoff, more so when we go into month 2 or 3, but we don't know. Let the data and the science lead. But the fact that we got a signal, and again, how does it work? Why does it work? Where does it work? Well, it works, right? You don't see the forest for the trees because you're so conflicted in trying to understand the mechanism of action.
Why do they see it applied to other tests? Have you ever seen those? There's lights, and the light, when it goes off, they're supposed to tap it. And so there's a bunch of them, a lot of boxers use them. They use them to
heighten their reaction time?
We had that on the app also.
Oh,
We have flowers.
Wow.
Yeah, tap, 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 tap. You have to do it again.
But the thing about the one that you have to touch is you have to actually move your body.
Right.
So you're moving your arms, you're reaching down, you're going up, and they're all in front of you, and you never know which one's going to light up.
This is just the beginning. Yeah, that type of model that you just described, to me, would be much more informative from a time test.
Have you seen it? You know what I'm talking about, right, Jim? See if we can find a video of those, show it to them. But I always wondered, like, why is that coming out? Does that really help fight? Does that help fight performance? I'm not sure. I mean, I think sometimes, like, trainers get caught up in technology, and they have you doing certain stuff. I think your time.
Real Schiller X, can you hear me?
But I don't know. I mean, is there a
Yeah,
reason why that would, like,
Yeah, come to the Discord, dog.
See, look how these things work.
Alright, bro.
Excellent.
What is that doing to your mind?
Let me finish with this shit I'm doing on Twitter. I'll be there.
Hey, take your time.
Yes, sir.
That person is exceptional.
That guy's on the turn now. That's on the stamina stack.
Hello.
Hey, what up, baby?
Faster. But does it actually make it faster?
You like my song?
Let's hear it.
Big dick.
Uh-huh.
Just like that. Just like that.
Just like that.
You like that.
Yeah. I love it. This is great. That's amazing.
It's hard, you know. Right. You hit that ceiling. How do you break
I loved it.
Right. This, I think, is an
I
opportunity.
loved it.
And
It's amazing.
it'd be really fascinating to see if they can apply the skills. You know, sports, athletics, martial arts, things along those lines. It'd be interesting to see. Archery, it'd be interesting to see if it increases people's abilities.
There are so many stories of performance enhancement on low doses of psilocybin.
Yes.
We've all heard them. There's something there.
I've experienced it with pool.
Oh,
Yeah. Like the game becomes like 10% easier.
and see, this is why these observational studies are important to medicine. Clinical studies are based on early signals. The clinical studies are trying to refine, reduce the variables to see a cause and effect. But clinical studies only started this model. You know, they have to have a good theoretical basis. Observational studies by tens of thousands of people create the signals. So the data set we have is so big, we're going to try to use AI to say what else is hidden in this data. The reason why we went to the TAP test is that so many of our beneficial outcomes were depression, anxiety, mood. These are all subjective. So when I ask folk a physician, you know, what is an objective test?
Is Kane talking, bro?
She's like, oh, so you have the TAP test. You know, so that's why
serious.
this is a demonstration of something that is happening that's performance related, that's outside of subjectivity, expectancy, etc. This is performance measurement. That's solid data. And now, and think about this, Joe. They're getting this psilocybin questions. They're underground market. You know, we sell 50% of the Lions Mane products are out of the market. The other people are selling Lions Mane products. They're getting variable amounts of niacin. Those are all confounders that reduce the significance of that data. Then that means that this data can be understated if you standardize everything to a standardized amount. So you'll know how to optimize it.
How far do you think we are from some sort of legalization of psilocybin?
I think within 5 years. Yeah. I think we'll go somewhere on the Schedule 3 after the election, or Schedule 2. But psilocybin.
Why do you think after the election?
Because everyone's so worried about margins. If you piss off 5% of the people, you lose 5% of the money.
Right.
No one's supposed to do that. Yeah, I think there's something like that. But see, this is the beauty of this psilocybin. Where I am very encouraged by is law enforcement. I've met so many law enforcement officers. Now let's be real about this. If you're a law enforcement officer, you have 100 arrest encounters. Are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. If you're a veteran and you have 100 expeditions, are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. Or if you're a doctor, are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. You'll make a mistake. Everyone has a really bad day. Do you want that bad day to define the rest of your life as as a skeleton in your closet, a monkey on your back. When you did something that's fundamentally wrong, you can't talk about it. And then you then act out against other people because you're determined. There's so many law enforcement people that have turned churches. There's one called the Divine Assembly Church in Salt Lake City. There's another one, a church called the Church of the Broken. 500,000 people.
What up?
They're cloaking themselves inside these churches for civil rights protection. But when they get together with a community of other veterans, law enforcement officers, and they can share their grief for their mistakes and not be condemned for it, we lack forgiveness in this society. We don't have enough people acknowledging their mistakes without fear of retribution and saying, I'm better than that one bad day. That's not going to define me. And so what's happening in Canada and the United States to a degree is law enforcement officers know that other officers are better.
Sigma, what is this, BC?
Yo, dog, I can't believe you're here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being here.
So there's something big.
What's the Sigma going on?
What's
a Sigma?
I do whatever I want. Look at my social media. Look at my social media. Go to my Discord and look at my social media. Look at my social media. Dog, look at my social media. Dog, look at my social media.
You look like that guy.
Dog. That's tight, thank you.
You look like that guy from Good Birthday.
The really good looking one? Amazing. I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. That's amazing. Look at my social media. Look at my social media. Dog, look at my social media. Go to my Discord. Look at my social media. This was fun. This was really fun. Oh, that was amazing.
All of this, I think, have been affected by family. You know, in my county, Mason County, Washington, 17 people died in 2005. 17 people, small county. Fentanyl crisis is killing some of the best of our youth. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying because it's unprecedented. There's never been a time where so many overdoses. And this accidental overdoses. This should be the priority of law enforcement. Because law enforcement will be on the wrong side of history, busting somebody for psilocybin. But that's going to go on their resume, and 10, 15, 20 years, maybe 5 years from now, it'd be like busting somebody for marijuana, where it's legal in so many states.
Do you think that the solution to the mental crisis is legalization? I mean, that's a tough one, right? Because legalization scares people because, and I would agree with this, like, hard drugs are illegal, more because they're going to, but you will at least be trying the actual drug. You're not getting a street Valium that has fentanyl in it.
Or you get criminal syndicates.
Yeah, that's the other part of it.
And they have basically addiction militias. Militias of people who are addicts coming to them, they get the money. I'm not an expert on drug policy. There are other people who are. I would first take the step. All natural products containing any schedule one substance should be legal, not illegal. Psilocybin, mescaline, you know.
Oh, yo, dog. Hey, have you looked at my social media?
That's the first step.
It's in my profile. Look at my social media in my profile.
Decriminalization cannot get legalization. And then having decriminalization with therapy. I think if we don't have legal constraints, just like the speed limits on the highway, you really want anyone to drive as fast as they can. We do need limits. We have to throttle this down so our structures are in place for us to be able to make the best positive impact with the least amount of harm. And that's the quagmire that we're in other countries in the world, and that are Republican, Andy Bob would speak on this eloquently, as many other people. But I species of psilocybin mushrooms. 162 species in the genus Psilocybe. And just recently, I'm happy to say, I have a new species named after me. My mycologist honored me by naming a new psilocybin mushroom Psilocybe stemetsii. So I have this
This is a new one that they discovered.
They discovered the rainforest in Ecuador. It's very rare. Please don't pick it. It's no greater honor in mycology than having a species named after you. You never name it after yourself. In the field of medicine, you can do that, Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, etc. But in the field of mycology and botany, it's an honor to be given to you by other scientists. So the 162 species, all of them, has been over 5,000 collections of psilocybin mushrooms since the 1800s. So they are bridges across cultures, across centuries, I would argue across millennia. And any peoples living in that ecosystem long enough would stumble upon these psilocybin mushrooms, especially things like Psilocybe cubensis, which is a big golden mushroom that's associated with cows. You can't miss it, right? You can see Psilocybe cubensis folks 200 feet away, driving 55 miles an hour. If you're tuned in, you can see them in the fields. They're that glaringly obvious.
You pull over and pick them.
I can't help myself.
What do you
for research, of course.
Your research, your actual mycologist. What's your take on Dennis McKenna's experience that he had in Amazon, where the reality sort of broke down for a couple of weeks?
Dennis is a dear friend of mine.
I love that.
And Terrence was a dear friend of mine. Terrence and I were best buddies, and I love them both. My brother John Klein, he was my mentor. Terrence and I also was with Terrence to the end. And as Terrence always said, Dennis is the real scientist. I'm a psychonaut, philosopher. You're the best command of the English language of anyone I've ever met. Terrence. And Dennis and Terrence, I think have been courageous in their viewpoints of pushing the envelope. And this is where it's really important. Again, where is the forgiveness in people? You don't always have to be right. The fact that you try and you fail.
You don't know what's Terrence.
Terrence, it was our theories. I mean,
time wave zero.
Time wave zero is bullshit. I'm sorry. I challenge Terrence on this. Yeah, time wave zero.
Explain that to people that don't know what we're talking about.
Time wave zero is an algorithm of historic events that steer the course of humanity, as best I remember it. And Terrence invented this. But the problem with time wave zero, that I pointed out to Terrence, he said the birth and death of Christ was not a historically significant event. I said, Terrence, I know you're not Christian, but you can't deny that the birth and death of Christ was not a historically significant event. So it was not in time wave zero.
Well, he was skeptical of the existence of Christ as an individual.
But even if Christ did not exist, the event of that period would have been a significant event. The Crusades occurred, all the stuff that happened.
Just the creation of the Christian religion.
The creation of the Christian religion was a historically significant event that ramified throughout history. So Terrence's time wave zero did not recognize that. From the best of my understanding, I've talked to Terrence about this a lot. And then he had the end of time being the death on his birthday, which and so, but Terrence's defense, he had the best answer I could ever have thought of. As I was saying, vilifying Terrence, this is bullshit. He goes, Paul, this is an ever-changing algorithm. I'll just keep on adjusting it. And I thought, okay, that's a good answer.
It's a good answer, but so the algorithm is essentially based on taking historical events, that we know of that are fact, and putting them into this database.
Into a string that would then predict other historical events that will occur in the future.
But you couldn't predict the specific event. You just predict significant events.
That's my understanding. But
the big one was December 21st, 2012.
Yeah.
Nothing really happened. Did something happen? Maybe we're not aware.
There are many things happening of which we're not aware.
Is it possible that a significant change in the world happened that we're not aware of?
Well, you're asking me to.
The world today is one thing. If you did go back to 2012 and and looked at the world, and then looked at the world in 2024, it's radically different. It's pretty fucking wild. And if you had to say, like, what happened? Like, historically, when we look back at the collapse of Western civilization, for seconds, let's say it all goes sideways, like nuclear war, this and that, the grid goes down, and we're back to Stone Age. If you go back to, you know, that this time, it's 1,000 years from now, if you look back in this time, they'll be looking at a sequence of events. What happened that caused all this? What was the catalyst? Was it social media? Was it the December 21st, 2012 random number? Relatively. But just 2012 is a significant beginning of the change of society.
I
in terms
think
of social media use.
Yes, I would agree. I think you can parse this out where every single day is a historical event of greater or lesser significance depending on your point of view.
ChatGPT, of course, you look at things like that, because use of AI, the fact that it seems to be getting far more powerful, far quicker than we can predict.
You know, artificial intelligence, I think it's misnamed.
I call it digital intelligence.
It can be that, but it's ultimately natural intelligence. You know, we have created artificial intelligence. You know, we have given birth to this technology. It is from our natural intelligence that we have created a subset of artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
100 million microbes.
Why does my nose itch?
Because you've been snorting cocaine? What up, son? How you living, baby? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome to my playground.
What the fuck does that mean?
This is like a circus. We're watching Joe Rogan and a mushroom expert talk about psychological mushrooms.
I see 2 of them and 2 of you.
That's what you should be seeing. Good.
Yep. Nice little foliage going on.
Thanks, baby. That's usually what the other 3 chicks say. You like that one, don't you? Knuckles.
You reach out your hand in kindness. It's not a one-to-one transactional exchange. The fact that you, Joe, helped somebody else when you didn't need to, and there's no obligation, circumstantially otherwise, you voluntarily helped somebody. You've created a reciprocal debt of gratitude that cannot fall into any metric, I believe. That person's going to go, Joe helped me. That guy's good. I owe it to myself and to him to pass it forward. And that's what I think is also happening. I'm going to segue back to psilocybin. When you look at psilocybin, the person's in turmoil, they're angry. There's a great example. You're here in Austin with the police chief and the police force. There's one bad actor, and other law enforcement officers were very worried this person going to take the department down, and he was just should not be in law enforcement. He was angry, acted out, and they encouraged him to go to a weekend church, and he recognized he had problems. He did a high dose of psilocybin. He came back the next day, over the weekend, on Monday, and people did not recognize him. Fundamentally changed into a new person. He lost his anger issues. He was polite, considerate. He asked for forgiveness. Think about that. We don't want to talk about negative things because we're embarrassed and we share the shame with a family member. But when something positive happens, I'm talking to you about it. It's like a pebble in the pond that emanates out echoes of goodness and goodwill.
Yeah.
And that's where I don't think AI is going to be able to cover and quantify. It might try to. It might have higher predictive outcomes based on the data sets. But I just feel like, we need to train AI for that benefit. We need to learn from AI. But our humanity, who we are, and our intentionality, and friendship, and love for each other, I think will always be this super force that governs the universe.
Well, that's a beautiful sentiment. I think our ability to be kind to each other is very important to us. I don't know if it's very important to some. I wonder if what we are and the things that are so valuable wonder if these life forms that we're creating, and I think we are, and I think we're probably already done it to a certain extent, that these don't have all of these same values because they're not us, but they'll also be free of all the things that do cause depression, do cause anger, do cause irrationality, do cause harmful thoughts and feelings and painful memories and all those things. But these are remnants of our ancient primate DNA that is necessary to us because we are trapped in it, but might not be necessary to where this next stage of existence is.
I can see that, but families matter.
Yeah, it matters to the families. And they say fun, but they're finite. These are experiences that we're having currently, and it is important currently. It's important. I'm not diminishing it, but I'm saying if I had to take an overall perspective, is this the only way to do it? No, it's not the only way to do it. Is our emotions and our desires and needs, the things that have motivated us to get us to this position that we're currently in, are those riddled with side effects like war and murder and thievery and all the things that we know that exist in the world that are part of the human condition? And if you ask any rational person today, what are the odds of no war in 3 years? Zero. Humans have always engaged in war. Well, what is that? Why is that? Well, it's because the motivations are all the same. They're the same motivations that Napoleon had, the same motivations.
I think people who are abused when they're a child have a tendency to become abusers when they're adults. I think that psilocybin makes nicer people. I think so, who are more compassionate.
Yeah.
And I'd like to redefine the benefits in the theory of evolution as not the survival of the fittest, but the extension of generosity, of surplus beyond your own needs to help a neighbor or a friend.
I think we're talking about different things because I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think for human beings, they're extraordinarily beneficial, and they have been for me. My concern is that we're like Homo sapien version 1, and that this new thing that we become, whether we integrate or whether we just die off, is another thing.
I agree with it. I think we're at the crossroads. Crossroads, one leads to an extinction path, and the other one is sustainable. Because ultimately, we cannot continue destroying the biosphere and expect it to support us.
Right. Yeah, and just our way of living is kind of unsustainable long term. It's the positive hope is that AI and science itself and technological innovation will mitigate all the negative side effects. That we will concentrate on using intelligence to clean up the air, clean up the ocean, and sort of fix all the problems that we personally created. But what I wonder is that we are so attached to us, to the idea of us with all of our flaws. Are we any different than Australopithecus? You told Australopithecus, hey, buddy, in the future, everyone's going to have a phone in their pocket, and no one's going to need all these muscles and fucking hair all over your face and back. This is like, you're going to die off. You're not going to be you anymore. And Australopithecus was like, get the fuck out of here. I got to go gather food. Get away from me. You're an idiot. I don't want to be you. I want to be me. If no more Australopithecus, we all die off. That would suck, because that's all you know. And I think that Homo sapiens are not long.
You ask very, very good questions for which there's very few answers. But I think the very act of asking the questions to stimulate the thought creates the new creativity that will come up with solutions to some of these issues.
I would like to think that we become an enlightened species.
I
would like to think that we get our shit together.
Psychedelics is the best potential launch code.
Yeah, it really is. And it's funny that it's the most undermined. It's the most maligned publicly, the most dismissed as being nonsense. Usually, and almost entirely, by people who haven't experienced it, which is really fascinating. When you see people that have not had psychedelic experiences dismiss psychedelic experiences, that is a wild thing to do. Like, boy, you are so silly. You don't even know you're silly, and you're the majority, which is wild.
Yeah, we represent less than the 1% of those who are psychedelically experienced who understand. Many of the studies, like at Johns Hopkins.
What are the numbers? Do we know? Like publicly, like just the United States. What percentage of people have had like legitimate breakthrough psychedelic experiences?
Less than 1%. That's the big guess. How many people have experimented with psychedelics? I think that depending on the age group, actually this relationship with everything in the universe.
And it's also not just a feeling, it's this intense visual experience.
It's a feeling of, oh, what's up?
Yo, what up, West Side Gangsta? How you living? Have you seen my social media on Discord?
I'm not bad, you pervert. I'm not bad, you pervert.
West Side. Yo, West Side. What up? How you living?
How you living?
Like a pimp, all day, every day. How about you?
Yeah, you're a pedo. You're literally a pedo.
No, a pimp, P-I-M-P. I don't know what you heard about me, but you can't get a dollar out of me. A Cadillac, no ferns you can't see. But my mother's P-I-M-P. That girl dancing for dollars. Pimp.
Very nice man, came in, young 40s, mid-40s. He waited till everybody got out of the room. This is about 1995, 96. He waited and said, "Oh, I have another cent here." Oh, okay. I said, "Well, who sent you?" I said, "I'm with a council of 12 with Billy Graham, the charismatic Christian leader." And he said, "Many of the Council of 12 have come to their Christian beliefs through psilocybin. I have come to thank you for all your work, for helping us have a better relationship with Jesus and our religious faith." Wow. Now, my mother was a charismatic Christian. I grew up in that environment. I mean, I was like, of course, blown away.
Charismatic Christian.
They speak in tongues, they do healings, they're they have their own culture for sure. But I've heard this now with Jewish people, Islamic people, with Buddhist people. It seems that psilocybin doesn't create a conflict in religions. It supports you in your religious beliefs of dedication to what you want and hope to become as a religious practitioner or a follower. But it's not, doesn't throw the other religions under the bus. It just makes you more dedicated to your purpose, to walk with kindness and goodness and reciprocity to be a better person.
Do you think that the psilocybin was what the host was made of?
I don't know.
Have you heard that speculation?
Yes, I have. And I think that this is so rich in history. I just came back from Egypt a few months ago. I went to 10 pyramids. On every pyramid, we found mushroom hieroglyphics. Every one of them. Now, I sent this through Grandma Hancock, some of these hieroglyphs. And the Egyptologist said, "No, they're shovels." And Jamie, it'd be a challenge for you to find this, but and number one, shovels will be pointed down, and it's a perfect example. Well, scientists don't look at Egypt in the context of the ecosystem 4,000 years ago. And in Africa, the plateau of running rivers, the Jar Plateau, has fantastic, the B-man figure. That plateau is called the plateau of running rivers. There's no mushroom growing there. It's a desert. Same with the Nile. It was the breadbasket of the world. And the Greeks would use it in mysteries. Caesar was a lover of Cleopatra. Then Mark Antony, 20 years younger, and Caesar became a lover of Cleopatra. You would think that these people at the highest strata of society, being lovers, would share the most intimate secrets and potions and all of that. I think that happened. So, I know 2 other scientists have published this before me. The hieroglyphs on these temples are of psilocybin mushrooms.
So those look like mushrooms.
That's one of them.
But they still look like mushrooms.
But there's better ones. Okay, now let's pause on this one. So I want to give a shout out to Abdel Nazim. He published this in 2016. This is the goddess of Thor, the Dendura temple. If you look this up, it gets less than 1 millimeter of rain a year. That's how dry it is. That's the laws there with these mushroom-like figures coming out. And the lower part is the blue lotus, a water lily, associated with a mushroom. Now, he published this in 2016. I'm not the only one. Stephen Berland in 2005 published this. and a fantastic individual, African American, who died from COVID. His name was Kandiri, and from Detroit. He also believed from his African ancestry that the African Egyptians used psilocybin. So we got those. Is that big? It goes the next corner can't.
What did they try to say that is? You can't say that's a bunch of shovels.
No, but there's other ones. So
What is the conventional explanation for what you're looking at?
they said they didn't know what it was.
Now,
How do they not know what it is? It's not hiding. It's not hiding.
but it's not hiding.
It's not hiding.
So they're not willing to talk about it. Is that what it is?
Yes, exactly. This is lost equipment on the right. Now, as a cultivator, and many of your listeners are cultivators, they know what I'm going to say is true. You can pick up cow patties, this lost cubensis, put it into a box, just like that. It collects it, you put water in. It limits evaporation. The mycelium seeks light and air. So it would pop out of these orifices. That is a taxonomically correct image, drawing of Psilocybe cubensis. And down below is the blue water lily, and there's Psilocybe cubensis. The Egyptians' royal colors were gold and blue. The blue lily, water lily, the blue lotus is blue. The Psilocybe cubensis is golden, and Bruce is bluish. And Jamie, if you could humor me with just 2 more slides. There's the blue lotus. There's another example of the mushrooms associated with the falcon. I mean, there's dozens of these images. Look at that one on the left. That's
Those are so obviously mushrooms.
They're not a shovel.
No,
The shovel would be upside down.
so obviously
I mean,
mushrooms.
so
But it's also like the way the cap is worn.
And then the cuspidate cap, the shape of this, and here's a painting on papyrus with the Temple of Osiris that also has a very similar. And this next image, I think, is the next image. Now there's bluing of Psilocybe cubensis. Again, the next one I'm going to stick this on. And okay, I'm just looking for blue juice. I don't know if we have blue juice on there.
That one's wild. What is those little figurines?
These are mushroom stones, Mesoamerican mushroom stones from Guatemala. And they persisted for 1500 BCE to 500 AD, 1,000 years before the Peace Wars came. And they were representative, we think, of a mushroom cult. And they could have been a family like heirlooms.
How silly is this? The conventional archaeologists were acknowledged that those were mushrooms.
Well, we actually have a reward out, and this is great that I'm speaking about it. Is that we have a reward of $1,000 for anyone who can find Psilocybe cubensis DNA in the ruins. And because we can amplify the DNA and prove that they're either in the vases, in the ponds, or near the ponds and doing coursing.
Sort of like they've done with the Eleusinian mysteries with Virgo.
With the arrow and the arrow. Jamie, can you see the blue juice image? You don't see it? It's just it's a hand with a vessel of blue liquid in it. Two images. So more than one thing can be true. When you're looking at the Eleusinian mysteries, oh, there we go. So this is something that blew me away. Have you seen Dune 2?
I have. I heard it's awesome.
Amazing. Frank Herbert was a friend of mine. Wrote Dune. Frank Herbert lived in Townsend, Washington. And Frank Herbert came to visit me. And Frank told me he was growing chanterelles in Christmas trees that were just 5 years old. I thought, listen, I said, how are you doing that? He goes, well, I take the chanterelles and I put them into water and I pour it to the base of the trees and it comes up. So there's the blue juice. And so if you take Psilocybe cubensis, where any psilocybin mushroom is potent, you put it into water, you create blue juice. And this is in Dune 2, where they drink it. And so I asked him, Frank, eyes are blue. The Bene Gesserits are these shamanic women who have this high ascended cult. Is it based on Maria Sabina? I said, and maggots grow through mushrooms. And I said, everything spice seems like it's spores. And your blue eyes is blue juice. And he goes, you're the first person that's noticed this.
Oh, wow.
And he said he was tripping on psilocybin mushrooms. his son. I really want to meet him to tell him this because he did say something about he had 2 sons. My memory's foggy on this. But he said, I'm keeping a secret from my sons. And I said, why? He goes, well, they're illegal. And they're just at the age right now that I don't want them to tell other people about this.
Oh no.
So, but it all makes perfect sense. The spices, spores, the blue juice you saw that was made there.
Yeah.
It all ties together. And look at that beautiful color. Okay, so this is from the Church of Ambrosia. I think they've been watching this. And this is Philosophy Juventus on the right, and this is Philosophy Asherosis on the left. And psilocybin is a prodrug for psilocin. Psilocin degrades enzymatically into indigo. Indigo molecule complex. It is actually the first one, though I don't have to see the problem. But this is the blue juice. And so, wow, we discovered this. And some of these discovered this independently. With the Egyptians discovered. Yes.
What up, dog? How are you? Remember when I was like, please play that fucking song right now? I appreciate you doing it. Gotcha. Little slut.
People all over the world, they're experimenting, they're inspired.
No one can hear you.
Honey's antibacterial. And in 1516, the Bavarian Beer Act banned mushrooms. That's interesting. They banned mushrooms from beer because mushrooms are being added along with henbane and other plants to make these narcotic elixirs and means honey beer product. I know that underestimate creativity and innovation.
That was amazing.
People living long enough in the ecosystem, interacting, experimenting, making mistakes, making successes, thousands of years. Yeah. We should not be intellectually myopic, which I think is another problem, the hubris of the science.
Well, it's also a problem with this whole drug schedule thing. Because when it's Schedule 1, even talking about it openly, open to criticism and ridicule, especially if you've been involved in academia decades, right? So you started your career and your mindset towards these substances at a time where it was very detrimental to your reputation to be pursuing these things.
Absolutely, despite as much criticism as Timothy Leary, Ron Doskins, and even Andy Weil, they were all incredibly courageous. No one more courageous, however, than Maria Sabina, who opened up the Mazatec tradition, and also Valentina Lawson. Art Gordon Lawson's wife was a Russian physician who was also a mycologist. The difference and the similarity, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Maria Sabina and the Mazatecs, and to Valentina Lawson, who died in 1958. But she grew up in Russia. She knew how to identify mushrooms. These are not people just taking psilocybin mushrooms. They knew how to go out into the fields. Valentina Lawson, she knew the Russian names. They wrote a book, Mushrooms, Russia and History. It was going to be a cookbook, 500 recipes, and it became this great ethnomycological. But these courageous women were not only medicine, they were field mycologists who would go out into nature and find them. I have a DEA license now, and I passed my background checks.
Unless they have listened to your podcast.
I'm very serious about this. I had one else in the 70s and 80s, and my father at the end of his life asked me to trip with him on psilocybin. I turned it down. Alexander Smith, who wrote a monograph on genus philosophy, the father of American mycology, the greatest mycologist ever, has published many new species of psilocybin mushrooms. In 1979, 78, in Aspen, Colorado, it's actually Snowmass. He asked me to trip with him on psilocybin mushrooms. It's like having your hero, elder, saying, I trust you. I want a journey. I read all about it. Will you trip with me? Both of them asked me. administer these sacraments. Many of us from European descent, or orphans, or spiritual orphans, have been cast from our religions, our religious roots, from my Germanic roots. I named my son Asherus, he's probably going to listen to this, Ias, in his Latin masculine singular for Skype. And I named the species most last to me Asheruscens, because it turns blue and falls up from my son. And when I named my son Asherus, my family gave me just tremendous kudos. How can you give this kid this name? And then when he was 5 years old, we're at my grandmother's house, and we're going through our family history, and our coat of arms were from the house of Asher. And then we're from the house of Guildford, and within the house of Guildford, the sub-house of Asher. And I looked it up, and we're 30 miles from my family's roots are 30 miles from Stonehenge. So September 22nd, the Druids have invited me to be the center of Stonehenge for a ceremony. They are rediscovering, and they maintain they've used psilocybin mushrooms throughout history. It's called re-indigenization. With the Egyptian alchemists that I recently met, they know their ancestors. They believe it spiritually. They use psilocybin mushrooms in combination with the blue lotus. It's called re-indigenization, rediscovering your ancient roots and your practices.
What is the psychoactive compound?
Very complex. The blue lotus is amazing. I've only been recently introduced to it. I've had some elixirs made of it. It wakens up your receptors. It gives you this hyper state of consciousness. It's not speedy. It's kind of an alertness phenomenon. And so,
does it come with heightened cervical respiratory?
The pharmacology other people can speak of, because I'm, again, I'm staying in my lane of mycology.
Did you notice the elevated heart rate?
No, but they are
shortness of breath.
Nothing like that.
I noticed it.
No, I experienced super alertness. That's what I would say. It was like I was super sensitive. So they're combining now these Egyptian alchemists like that. So I speak about this golden mushroom versus blue with the blue lotus. The blue lotus opens the daytime, closes at night. Birth and death. And now the Druids, I say, they've always used philosophy mushrooms. And so there's so many other peoples now are re-indigenizing.
You were going on about what the blue lotus does, though.
The blue lotus, in combination with philosophy events, looks like it's an elixir that was practiced for a very long time, as evidenced by how it looks at yourself.
What is in the blue lotus? Like, what is the actual compound?
I cannot tell you.
Really? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, today the blue lotus flower has been used primarily as a sleep aid and anxiety reliever. However, at higher doses, achieved by inhalation, users can experience euphoria and hallucination with psychoactive effects of the flower are attributed to how you say that? Apomorphine and lucid. May help muscle control those conditions such as Parkinson's and dopamine agonists. That's interesting. So much like some of the dopamine agonists that have like weird psycho side effects. There's like pharmaceutical drug dopamine agonists like
Excellent, Jamie.
Requip. You know what that is?
No.
It's because he was on a dopamine agonist that turned him into a gay sex and gambling addict. He was a heterosexual man who had Parkinson's, had wife and kids, and he could not stop like picking guys up and random like chance encounters, and got raped. He lost all his money, gambled his entire life savings away. He was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And
boy, these motherfuckers that are just...
What up, Westside Gangster? Have you seen my social media?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, just go on.
Everyone's muted.
No, just go on the Discord. We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Yeah. Okay, one second. Yeah, the dopamine agonist thing. If you Google pharmaceutical dopamine agonist side effects, they're pretty well documented. And one of them seems to be lowering of inhibitions or a lack of control of inhibitions, which with people like they think gambling. Just people that just can't put it on, whack, let's go, spin that roulette, like they just go crazy.
very strange.
Well, it seems like it's creating an obsessive compulsive disorder, so.
Something along those lines, but also, like this guy was saying, he was completely heterosexual till he started taking these dopamine agonists, and then he wanted to have a lot of random, dangerous gay sex.
I've been immersed into a group of psychiatrists, and my heart goes out to them because it's such fuzzy science. It's just so complex. And, you can become a medical doctor first, then you can go on for 2 to 4 years become a psychiatrist. And it just seems like it's really, shows that the psychiatry is still at the infancy of its science.
Well, there's so many things with SSRIs, and now showing it's not a chemical. It's the basis of this. What are the dopamine agonist side effects? Because some of them are pretty crazy. Nausea, vomiting, orthostatic hypotension, headache, dizziness, and cardiac arrhythmia are among the most common side effects of dopamine agonists. These adverse effects are mostly dosage dependent. It's highly recommended to start these medications at low doses to reduce risk of orthostatic hypotension, delirium, hallucination, seizure, coma. But some people have their Google re-equip lawsuit. It's like re-equip lawsuit. Yeah. Parkinson's patient wins lawsuit over gay sex addiction. Look at this. So I think this was in the UK. Here, click laws. Okay, Pfizer settles lawsuit tying sex and gambling addictions to dopamine meds. So this was Pfizer. This is a different one. This is a different lawsuit. There's more than one lawsuit. The confidential settlement with 172 patients, said to be for millions of dollars, was approved by the judge in federal court in Australia. Financial Review reports all the payments were delayed until they were assessed by independent review. Pfizer, side effects of the drugs they were taking to treat Parkinson's disease or restless leg syndrome. Yeah. And so, gay sex and gambling, causing them to gamble away their life savings or become obsessed with shopping or sex.
Rabbi, I'm blowing your back out, sir.
Yo, dog. Hey, Cabalso, how are you, baby?
Vegas, like, imagine they could sell that in Vegas.
Hey, I want to see you ask lunch in this Discord. We're watching Joe Rogan.
I need $9,000 to do that.
Interesting.
Why?
So the one, okay,
because I'm Jared.
FDA should
send me my money.
No, you make a lot of money. Very often. Like, dude, you make like $3,000 a second. Why do you need $15,000 from me? You could have made $15,000 in the amount of time that I was just talking.
Because I said so.
I'll see you in the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be just a word of caution when you read headline articles like this. There's probably a lot more behind the story.
I'm sure.
The covers.
Well, there's probably a lot more. If you're talking about the difference between lotus flower, some naturally occurring substance, probably also has a bunch of other things in it as well. It's sort of like when they had Marinol. Remember they tried to do like synthetic THC? It was terrible. Because they didn't want people smoking pot. Because there's a lot of things that come with it, right? It's not just the individual compound, right? It's like all the things inside of it, especially when it comes to cannabis. The other cannabinoids that work.
Oh man, I love story times. That's definitely a real woman. Wow.
I think we're in an extraordinary time of reevaluation.
Oh, actually, Hartley, that's a real woman too. Wow. Nice.
That's not her name. That's not her name. Her name is Ashley Hartley Singh.
Oh, Nikki, that's a little girl not from Google. Hi, hello.
I think AI would be fantastic. Yeah, I was going to say, elucidating, signals that we can't possibly see.
I gotta put asses in the seats, dog.
Those are the most generically fucking Googled images of fucking women. I think the bottom left one is Ivanka Trump.
No, it's not.
Younger.
It's not.
It's Ivanka Trump's fucking daughter or something. Cause that's Google though. That's an image from fucking Google. No.
It's from Instagram.
Oh, a screenshot from Instagram?
Correct.
Very good. A nifty swifty though, that's from Google.
Oh, everything. That's actually a famous Chinese actor.
There's a famous Chinese actor in here? Wow.
Yep, she's friends with Ashley Hartley Sings and the other one. Dude, you know what's hilarious? It's literally like once every 20 minutes, some dude comes in here and is like, yo, I love story times. Can I get your number?
Now what did she say? Nothing?
Just she's been dead silent.
Yeah, these aren't real people.
No, I love story times is real. She's on Instagram. She's on Instagram.
She's on Instagram?
Word, dog.
Oh man. I'm sure there is a girl that looks like that on Instagram.
Yeah, sure.
But man, like.
And she's in this Discord. What are the odds that she's in this Discord too? I'm very happy about that.
A very fat man took a picture of some girl's Instagram. And now he is her in Discord. Right? Or
You literally wouldn't be able to do it.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I was about to say, don't go believe in everything, Joey.
Dog, you don't even know about Beach Blonde 90210, though.
Beach Mom 90210?
No, but that's another one I could use. That could be Beach Blonde 90210's mom. Bleach Mom 90210. Or Beach Mom 90210.
Oh, did you make these accounts?
Of course not.
Yeah?
Of course not.
Hey, that's smart, bro. Because everybody on Discord is so desperate for sex that that's a good idea.
Thank you.
I think Ashley Hartley might be Megan Fox, no?
No, that's another just random model on the internet. When you type in hot brunette Instagram, that's what shows up. I have two others. One is 8-pack bro or 8-pack dude. Just a dude with super big 8-pack. And then there's Cardi B girl, or I'm a Cardi B girl. And it's a picture of Cardi B. But they're sleeping right now. They're sleeping right now. See, everyone has a schedule.
God.
Hey.
When I go on DC on Telegram, you're like, I can't talk, I'm busy in here.
I know. I'm so busy. No more questions. No more questions. Yo, what up, baby? How are you?
Look at all these hot girls we have here.
Welcome. How are you? Hey, dude. Hey, have you seen all my social media?
No, because you're
How is?
Have you seen the 3 hot girls that we have in here?
Well, there's Beach Blonde 90210 as well.
They're all whores.
So's your mom.
Look at that. Yeah, be gone, you faggot.
Dude, Ashley Hartley Sings and we're gonna duet later.
I scared the guy away. You're welcome.
Good job. Ask Muncher 203. Why are you 203?
It did say 202, but that was my first account. It's 203.
Well, I'm very busy in this Discord.
Shut the fuck up.
Dog,
You are
dog, I'm having to keep people back. Look at this. Ashley Hartley Sings wants to talk to me, and Nifty Swifty, and everybody wants a little bit of the rabbi. So don't think you're too special. You're fortunate I'm streaming.
They want you for your mouth monster.
Dog. Welcome. How are you, dog?
Scared the shit out of people.
Hey, it's Big Turk 69, 69, 69. Big Turk X 69, 69, 69. How are you? Big Turk X 69, 69, 69. Oh, it's a child? Oh yeah, I got him turned down all the way. If people come in and just troll, I turn them down to 20% and forget about them.
All those things are going to compatible.
Well, that's why so many little
Oh.
What? You don't like Joe Rogan? What do you want? SpongeBob? Because you're a little kid? You watch Dora the Explorer? Where's the map? Where's the map?
Hey, do you like Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass? Yo, dog, you haven't even seen my social media. You don't even know what it is. You haven't even seen my social media. Look at my Discord. Look at my social media. Hey, Ass Muncher. Ass Muncher, can you hear me?
Why is this little kid so angry?
I don't know. Ass Muncher, can you hear me?
Are you brain son or something?
Ass Muncher, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Look on the Discord. Look on my Discord and look at all the social media I've posted. I even have PayPal on there.
Oh, look at that.
You click on my name, and then you just scroll down. Look at all the accounts I put on there.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Aren't you proud of me? Look, dude, now look at it. All the information I have on there, and memorize it.
I'm proud of you, but I just don't think Discord's the way, bro. There's so many pedophiles in here.
I have not met one pedophile on here, to be honest with you.
When I joined the other day, the first thing that guy said is he just missed this really hot girl. I was like, oh yeah, was she 12? And then he's like, you got me. And I said, okay, I'm gone, bye.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
No, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You said, whatever. Is she 12?
Yeah, no. He's like, you just missed a really, really hot girl. So I'm like, I bet she's 12 because this is Discord. And he said, yeah.
So he's making a joke. He's making a joke back. Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
He said she was 13?
He was like, she wasn't 12, she was 13. And I said, okay.
Are you sure that that wasn't a joke back to you?
I'm scared. Sir, Discord is one of the main pedophile hunting grounds. There's more kids on here than Telegram. That's why they hunt on here, sir.
I'm just watching Joe Rogan.
That's why After Coins is not on Discord, sir.
Why?
Because I don't want fucking little kids joining.
Well, because everything you do is so adult related.
Yeah, that's why I don't want little kids joining.
Well, you can just talk like a normal person and not have that happen.
Yeah, but Bitcoin Aspen is supposed to be adult related, sir.
Dude, I love this song. Hey, does everybody remember when I was like, hey, is 313 Reggie here? Can somebody please blast 313 Reggie's music throughout the Discord? Does everybody remember when I said that?
What is this stag music that he's playing through his mic? Oh, he's gone.
Don't you love this environment? Dog, every 5 minutes, some kid literally, like a 14-year-old kid turns on music and blasts it in here. Don't you love it?
Not really.
Well, here's why I'm here. Because this is the most active server on Discord since 2017, according to its own tagline.
Yeah, you're the only real person in this room, sir, besides me, and I'm from Telegram.
Oh, man. Boy, do I have a way that you can make some money.
Is it with a meth bot?
It is.
I don't want it.
No. All you have to do is this. You give me $15,000 and I will give you nothing.
How about this? You give me $15,000, and then 2 months from now, when you're crying, I'll send you back like $3,000, and then you'll be like, "Whoa, yay! Thank you so much."
How about I
Like,
give?
no problem.
How about I give you $15,000,
And then citizens.
and then you have all your friends warn you that this is a scam, and then I take it from you. How about that?
You know that fool told me today? He said, "I wish somebody would have warned me."
I did not stick my neck out on that.
Apparently, you told a bunch of people.
So I think this is people.
Did I tell a bunch of people?
Yes.
This is a revolution.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you did.
I'll take the place for it.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to.
So desperately needed. Well said.
I mean, that's damn right, but.
You were watching. You were watching my stream, and you just saw what happened.
These wonderful mushrooms at. It's called Host Defense. It's fungi.com. Get that.
What happened?
Thank you for everything you do.
That's what happened, dog.
I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
What happened?
Thank you for.
Are you secretly Jared from Subway?
Listeners for contributing.
I was watching your stream, and what happened? I'm confused.
You heard about a scam, and then you told everybody about it.
Oh, I have heard about no scam. Who got scammed?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, me neither.
Dude, get this. Are you ready for this? I watched the
Yes.
Tucker Carlson JRE, the Michelle Dowd JRE, the Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble JRE, all within the last 24 hours. And guess what we're going to watch now? Do you know who? And we watched the Paul Stamets. Stamets. Now,
I had never heard of guitar.
are you excited? Do you know who Neil Brennan is?
No.
He wrote Chappelle Show with Chappelle. Do you know who Andrew Schultz is?
Oh, Rabbi, I'm younger than 95, so I don't know who any of these old-ass fucking boomers are, sir.
Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
I know who Joey Diaz is. He's old, but he says things that I like.
Dog,
You know what I mean?
are you ready to watch Joey Diaz?
We can watch Joey Diaz. Whatever you want, I'm down to watch this Andrew fucking...
You want to watch Andrew Schultz?
I don't care. I was just saying...
Joey Diaz or Andrew Schultz?
Is there any chance that Joey Diaz is going to be saying faggot, cocksucker?
I'd probably say the latter.
Cocksucker?
Good job, Logan. Experience.
Look here, cocksucker.
All day.
Are people clicking on shit? Is somebody here?
Jamie is an
Hello?
expert on all things Black Twitter.
Well,
What's going on, Jamie?
I don't know. There's a lot going on.
I'm trying to see the fucking...
Rumors are that
God,
you're
Rabbi.
flying some kind of.
I want to stop watching the film. Okay, there we go. Hello, can you hear me? Is somebody here? Somebody join? I heard
Yo,
that. I heard
dog.
that.
The internet
Can you
thinks
see
that
that we're streaming Joe Rogan?
Baltimore. So it's like, who fucking knows? Who knows what's real? That's what Diddy's lawyers think.
Oh, this is nice.
Thank you.
It's a lot easier to actually watch TV here than it is on television.
I agree.
With dudes with fucking.
Other than that, I don't know about this stuff, though. This
Do you like the setup with 2 cameras and a bunch of different screens?
is this old?
No, this just
3
is.
weeks ago?
This is pretty
Layers
new.
upon layers. When you get into these fucking conspiracy theories, man, they never end. They never end. There's just layers upon layers upon layers.
Fun to talk about.
It is fun to talk about. It's hard to know what's true. But
Do you think Diddy fucked Justin Bieber's mouth?
I genuinely love it. It's what Diddy gets across on it.
Potentially.
The glee that people
Really?
I don't know.
because he's too successful. Also, it's like
I feel like you do know when you're holding back.
East
Maybe I
Coast,
was
West
there.
Coast shit that's still.
I know you were there.
I like Diddy.
You know, like with Biggie and Tupac and.
I do.
I don't know who Diddy is.
Puff Daddy, dog.
I don't really jump with Honestly, I don't really know who fucking Diddy is, to be quite honest.
Do you know who Puff Daddy is?
I don't know. Can you name a song that he sings?
Well,
All About the Benjamins with Notorious B.I.G.?
I mean, yeah, a lot of people.
Never heard of that shit, sir.
Cool, dog.
You know what I'm saying? Luke from Two Live Crew. Yeah, he's
Luke from Two Live Crew.
When Luke from Two Live
Ask
Crew.
much, do you hear this? Luke from Two Live Crew.
Like, you got a wild party.
Whoa. Luke? That guy goes crazy, bro.
Fucked up for
I agree, dog. I agree, dog.
That guy Luke is fucking
Dog.
insane, bro.
I agree.
Hey guys.
Hey!
Get out the car, why don't you put your teeth in the curb?
What do you want me to do?
Hey,
We're out here with nobody. Telling jokes. Telling jokes. I told you, having fun. That's it. Yeah.
Hey,
Jokes. That's it. Background music. And
Hey, Ask Muncher, you know what I like to do? Is I like to sit in here and listen to all the racist stuff people say.
Whole fucking day. Like,
It's fun. It's very fun.
Those celebrity environments.
yeah.
The celebrities all get together.
Yeah, I don't know about all this little kids and stuff. Hey, fuck what? Get the fuck out of here, you faggot.
He puts on that wild party. He sets everybody up.
Okay, it's already done, sir. Come here, fuck my ass.
Intelligence agent. You know, like a Jeffrey Epstein type deal. Big old crazy party, get everybody loose. Get them the yayo. Get them the yayo. Get them all everything you need. Get fired up.
I'll give him racist shit back, Rabbi. I don't care.
Got everybody around.
Rabbi, though, why is this better? Can you explain to me why this is better?
Look at all these fun people we have here. No one new comes into Harry Potter. No one new comes into Ask Vision. And here we get new people.
Always wrong skill. Never could.
You can have real conversations with the people in fucking ass vision now.
Yeah.
You can turn this down and you can talk about whatever you want.
admire people who do it. When I see a person that can roll a solid joint,
The people that join here do not talk about anything. They just yell, oh, I'm spreading butt.
Some of them do. I want you to know that some of my best friends in the world are here right now, like Guitar and Tell and GGS
that's nice.
Guest.
That's nice. Charlie Murphy. Oh, hell of a one. Charlie Murphy's one of those. You know who else rolls a hell of a one? Louis. Louis Gomez. Yeah. Gomez rolls a hell of a one. He does it the real way. He doesn't just split the spliff and open the paper out, and he makes, cuts it. It's like,
Hey, guitar guy, don't take your day job of us. Sounds like poop over here, bud.
I can't hear him.
Fucking loser. You fat piece of fucking shit.
Okay.
I can hear the jelly rolls fucking slapping together.
Dude, I look like
Yeah, I
Sexy.
can hear the monitor that you got locked up in the other room.
Go straight to the classic fucking copy paste basic bullshit.
Hi, Cafe Bostello. How are you?
Yeah, it's
Hi.
cafe faggot. Go fuck yourself, you gay fag.
Cafe Bostello. Don't be mean. Don't be mean, ass luncher. Cafe Bostello, how are you?
Why did not be mean if he's being fucking mean?
No, you're fine. You should be mean. He's sending it at you. I'm just asking you, how are you doing, Cafe?
Zero ass bunch of good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Pleasure to have you here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. We're watching Joey Diaz and Joe Rogan.
Oh, hell yeah.
oh no, it's bloodstream.
Cafe, you dumb gay bitch. Go fuck yourself. We don't want you watching with us, bitch.
I do want him watching. Don't be mean, ass muncher.
That's the
It's fucking garbage. It's literally just a garbage night. You basic ass troll.
Okay, so I'll leave.
No, I want you here too. I want peace on earth, goodwill towards men.
Cafe, I don't want to give you shit.
I think he's a nice individual. I think he's a nice individual.
Up a fucking church full of kids.
You want to be friends with people that say shit like this, Rabbi? That's crazy.
I can't even hear him.
He's talking about shooting up a school full of fucking kids and fucking blowing up a church.
Nobody wants that. No, dog, nobody wants that.
He literally just said that.
All right.
If that's the kind of company company you want, Rabbi. You're in the right place for it. But other than that, I don't know too much about Discord.
What are you talking about?
This guy just comes in and he says that he can fucking hear my fucking diarrhea and he's talking to the walls and shoot up the school and stuff. I don't know about all that.
Dude, just ignore it.
This works. This is better. This works. Yeah, it's definitely better.
I'll show you diarrhea that you can hear. Open your mouth, bitch.
Shout out to Yuki Handle. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, come here, you fucking twat.
You got to go to bed.
Yeah, that's right. I have no life, so I go on Discord. Talk about shooting up schools. Yeah.
And the guy came from Nobu, super sweet guy. Really nice guys. We've been coming here since back, you know. And we used to come in, we just go to Papa Doge. Yep.
You're good on here.
Welcome, how are you?
Yeah,
Cool.
3 fucking days. Now look pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, are you Jewish?
I am. Yes, I am.
Why are you Jewish? Why are you Jewish?
Because my mom is.
That you inherited your religion?
That's correct.
You ask for a steak, you hate people,
I'm a Muslim.
No, I love you. I'm glad you're here. No, don't listen to him. I love you.
Are you freaking Israeli?
I have the right to return, but I'm an American. I'm an American Jew. The best kind of Jew.
Oh, okay, good. I respect you. I hate this really.
Well, American Jews, specifically this one, is the best one.
You instantly invalidate your fucking opinion when you say stuff like that. Because it's like you're telling me everybody in Israel is a bad person. That statement just instantly is the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard. That's like saying everybody in Palestine's a terrorist.
Hey, do you guys want to hear me queef? Listen to this.
So you get upset by that same logic to the population that you've
Bitch
been taught
went
to
ass
hate.
muncher. Did you hear that?
Yeah, very good.
It went flute.
Couldn't sleep from everything.
That's what I was saying.
Thank you.
Israelis pay for tax, correct?
Oh my God! So by definition, isn't every American technically the same as an Israeli?
Technically.
Yeah. So why don't you hate him too?
Oh no, he's religious. He's a Jew.
He's an American. Actually, some of that tax money goes to putting money into fucking Israel. So
I'm just kidding. We don't do all American.
You're cool. Hey, have you guys seen my social media?
I get your logic, but what
Just go to my Discord profile and you can see all my social media and all my beliefs.
Well, they don't give a fuck. Both sides of the aisle are killing innocent people here. It's fucking wrong on both sides. You need to figure some shit out because it's clearly not working. All you gotta do is look at history to know that.
I live in Tel Aviv.
I'm half German.
Oh, I scared away the kid. I said I was Israeli.
I'm Irish, Puerto Rican.
And then they were watching you put
Yeah, that's a weird ass mix, I know.
for that.
Muslim and you're bored.
Hated and, you know,
Irish, Puerto Rican. That means they're from like Boston or something.
feeling that you did, but for a person like a fan, like when I was watching,
That's a pretty great there, boy.
new shit that I was telling you was killing me. But it's a beautiful feeling. It's a
I'm learning to dance right now, so
love. And it's just like this atmosphere.
Bro, this shit's gonna wreck you. Be careful though, because they'll give you acne if you smoke too much with them. Because you get the smoke on your face.
It makes you feel better. They leave that place, they feel better. And so when you know that
I don't think
afterwards, you're like,
I don't think little kids should be smoking drugs, but that's just me.
Did you guys know that I'm a West Side gangster? Hey, Ass Munch, did you know I'm a West Side gangster? And sometimes when people come in, I go, West Side.
Yeah. Do you know what the W in West Side stands
For what does it stand, dog?
Stands for Wakers, sir.
West Side.
Now he's got all these new.
Do you know what a Waker is?
Yeah.
I'm glad you know.
Tight.
I feel like people just come in here to shout incendiary shit for like 8 seconds and they leave.
That's true. I love it.
Huh. This would be a good place for spring or different. And then there's the little kid here and there kind of smoking pot.
Hey, I'm gonna take off that fucking gas now. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Stop the fucking song. I'll put it back on. The more you say middle kid, the more I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry. I don't think 7-year-old people that definitely aren't little kids should be smoking drugs, sir.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Okay. Don't overdose. If you overdose, I warn you.
And fine.
I remember the first time I overdosed off of 2 marijuanas.
Drug addicts just live on the street.
Okay, pot.
Yeah, smoking pot.
No sign that they're turning around.
Oh, you know, the anti-Israeli fucking,
Except for when she's.
Palestinian army kid.
Hey,
I buy cheesy.
yeah, I'll be right back. It's
But
gonna be
this
funny.
is town, everything's clean.
Bye-bye.
San Francisco, they use all the towns they put up. That's it.
Didn't we talk about me or
They
something?
clean the streets.
I don't know, whichever one.
I guess we're both just really.
Oh, really?
I'm more of it though.
Back,
That's good.
Could have fixed this.
So why do you support Israel?
And you chose not to until.
Why do I support Israel?
Oh, I can tell you.
I'm gonna be honest with you, young man.
Yeah.
If it were up to me, I would drop a nuke on the whole fucking thing, Israel and Palestine.
What you obviously don't know history.
I don't give a fuck
That
about
makes no sense. That makes no sense. So easy. 2 arguments, so you can't just all of them kill them both just so you can have your peace.
Yeah. You actually literally can, and I will do it.
So first of all, you're never gonna get your hands on it.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
you had to say that you're fucking like, I mean, they were an award-winning titties. Saggy, that was like funny.
You know I won't be able to get my hands on the nuke. I'm pretty resourceful.
24 hours.
well, find your range.
It was a wild
It's not really a law.
Wild. I know.
15 You're never gonna find that.
I got it. I got uranium, sir.
Bro, countries
Stand-up seems like Boston or
spend billions on research.
solid
So
city.
just have a small amount of amazing. You're over here like, I don't know.
Yeah, the United States government sold me 3 nukes for $18.95, so I'm already in.
It's chill. This is what white people do. Like whenever you start.
The communist really was great.
You don't like, you don't like white people? Why don't you like white people?
Most racist.
Missing the beach.
You came in here, shot racial, Israel, this, that, Jew, that, this, that, right? You came in and said racist stuff, sir.
I asked if that rabbi was Jews, and then I started asking him questions.
Yeah, you were trying to figure out whether you were supposed to hate him or not.
I was trying to know. I was already.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be racist, you should claim it. You shouldn't backpedal.
Hey, Ask Muncher, will you tell everybody who comes in to look at my social media so they can see what my standpoints are and stuff?
Yeah, look at it. Yeah, I'd like to see one of them.
Thank you.
Click on it. The link is eg.bitcoinaskvision. Oh,
No, it's tg.me/.
yeah,
PG, Bitcoin, yeah.
But you have to understand, I'm not allowed to promote myself. So I need you to promote me. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but sometimes kids, other guy.
Everybody's gonna love it. This is perfect.
Little Muslim kids that want to bomb Israel. Some other guy that's a bunch of incendiary shit.
I love everyone.
Some other little kid that's talking about smoking pot. Oh, white people are so racist. You're the one that came in here saying you wanted to bomb Israel right out of the fucking jump, Jack.
That's my favorite. That's my.
I don't know. I just don't understand what we're trying to do here. And the second we start talking about check out his social media, they just leave instantly. They're like, fuck that.
This is the best, dog. This is the best. This is the best.
This is the best. 5 fake people watching you watch fucking Joey Diaz.
This is my fantasy. Don't you understand?
Why would this be your fantasy? Give me a.
Because I can watch Joe Rogan with random strangers and just chill.
These aren't random strangers. These are accounts that you made, sir.
Untrue.
These aren't.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Dog, that's a lie if you know it.
Oh, yeah, is this Jambo out of guy a real person or no?
Today on ABC News, your guys let Joey screw it.
Yo, dog, I got you. Look at that move.
He said Mach 1. He said NA.
Hey, Hunter, click on the link in Rabbi's bio.
Yes, sir.
Say to social media.
Click on the link to social media in his bio.
Yeah, just be like, dude, he has more social media than anybody else on Discord. Look at it.
That's how you scare people away. He has probably not any social media, but there's one there. Click on it.
Okay.
But still, great fucking.
Oh, nice.
I forgot about this.
That's great news, sir. Hey, click on the link in his bio, sir. Yay! Oh, he's going on.
Will you look at it?
I looked at it.
Is it the most amazing thing you've ever seen in your entire life?
There's way too many words for how not real smart people are on this platform.
Thank you. No, dude. You looked at just the biography. Look at all the links.
I know, I'm looking at the links. People aren't going to be able to get past the words, sir.
I know, it's crazy.
This is Skinny Stevens and Gall. These are at least more believable.
You need less words and just one good link and less words.
I think it's better to have like 100 links and they're all really bad and they all have lots of words.
Smushing somebody with a tractor, running the
Rabbi, I don't really agree with you there, but, you know.
Every day we freak each other out. I find the worst shit that I see on Instagram. By the way, Instagram is wide open right now.
You know how I figured out that
Murder and animal attacks, bombs exploding on people.
I don't know how I was going with this.
Riots and it's like,
smoking too much fucking pot. I'm kind of sleepy.
Well, then just stay in here and hang out.
So they know my brain's
Okay, I'm gonna go in the shower, but you can leave me in here to make it seem like you have another person.
That's exactly what I want you to do for now for like weeks now on end. Just do it every day. And then also Sproto Gremlin does the same. And Caspian C comes in here and Bitcoin Obama and X and Bitcoin X and Real Schiller X and Bitcoin Stancy. And
Why does Gremlin keep coming into the Bitcoin Aspirational chat saying that we're idiots?
Some of them might
who?
Sproto Gremlin?
I don't know. He likes you.
So they pull their tits out to breastfeed fake babies.
Yeah, but why is he saying that we're so gay?
Link in bio. Yeah, go in that bio, bam.
I don't know.
And then it's probably
Kind of incendiary against gay people to be insulted like that.
Plus, yes, we are. And then love me is a different one. Oh, it's a dating. on your computer right now.
I would feel real bad about myself if I was gay and I was compared to a Bitcoin ass holder, sir.
So they just broke you in. They get lonely, lost guys.
That's a fucking big insult.
Our baby. And they don't. I mean, that's how Andrew Tate made all his money.
Scroto gremlin.
A bunch of titties. Lots of titties.
They got the other girls that put
Oh.
their show their monkey and then show their
Oh,
face.
people
Like,
doing it?
what the fuck that's about? I'm like, why are they doing this? Why
Hey,
they
sir.
show their face, they flip it, they show their
He
own
left.
monkey.
I didn't even get to the shilling part.
Yeah. OnlyFans. Yeah, they're trying to get you to go to their website or OnlyFans or whatever that website was.
Just like I am.
It's just a bunch of girls that get hired, I'm sure. I'm guessing. But
Yeah.
I imagine they get hired by an agency or some company.
Hey, sir.
They put a fake name to them.
Welcome,
And,
sir, to our
they say
Discord
link in bio.
thing.
Go to the link in the bio and you go to some porn site or you go to some dating
Are you
site.
gonna click on the link in his bio, sir?
That's not what you say. You say go to his social media in his bio. He's never had more. Nobody's ever had more social media on Discord in the history of mankind.
He's learning English, I think. Hey, President, do you speak English?
Typing with their tits out and then
This is like he moves around, just really
over on the side. They would type on it. They knew what the guy wanted to hear. So they would type.
Yeah, he's Jewish. Hey, he's got all kinds of social medias in his bio. You click on it, sir.
It has all kinds of Jewish stuff in there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's got a lot of anti-Jewish stuff in there, sir.
No, it's all positive about Judaism.
There's certain kind of scams where I think they should.
It's all like
like
not
televangelists.
kind of indifferent about it, really.
Pictures, yeah. It's so obvious.
Yeah, anyways, though,
It should be
this
this
bio.
If they're getting you with that, I don't have a problem. I've never called.
Have you gotten anybody to click on anything here yet, or they stay right there?
Yep, I currently, there was this guy who came in. This is so mean. He's my friend, but his name, he came in here and I drained his wallet of $15,000. It was the easiest 15 grand I've ever gotten.
This is Israel's number one soldier, dude.
Dude, it is. You're right. I'm leading the peaks, baby. I am the point of the spear.
He's the police. Why have you got like a hand-me-down bed though? It's like your grandma's.
Baby, I'm in an Airbnb. I've been streaming my life for 3 years. This is the nicest setup I've ever had.
Yeah, I guess his birthday is Rabbi Rothschild. It gets to a certain
He killed his grandma so she could get out of bed, sir.
like when people are pulling stock schemes.
Your grandma's a Jew?
Yeah, that's
She is.
a very special person down here.
He gassed his grandma so he could get her bed.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's 420, baby. It's Adolf Hitler's birthday.
They just trust you.
Yes.
Let's
I'm not gonna lie, the modern day Zionists probably is closer to that stuff.
It's not
Closer than they used to be. At least they want to stay in Israel.
As much.
They want to go into Europe.
As much. Do your thing.
Which one?
What you're supposed to say.
Yes, they are.
There's shit in this rabbi's Jewy Israeli bio that you're supposed to click on.
And it's more than one account that's doing it.
Hey,
I think it's some sort of scam to get your Facebook information or some sort of
Vice versa.
information or something.
What was?
I just added the growth house, never asked them for anything like that, and if we contact you, it'll be obvious.
Oh,
It's obvious also.
President's like, let me turn on my mic so I can show it off to this chick.
They don't know exactly how to phrase things in a way that an American would phrase things. So it seemed a little obvious to me that
Hey, Mongoloid, what are you? What Asian are you?
Mongoloid.
I'm from Eastern Africa.
I'm from Eastern Levant, bro.
That's true.
Hey, Ren,
What's this like? What are you from? Where are you from? So,
I'm from,
the Philippines.
She's from being a whore.
that's true, I'm from the Philippines, yeah.
Hey, did you guys see how much social media I have on my Discord? Check it out.
No, she's an American. She's an American.
So you look at that, obviously,
Click on Rabbit in his bio because it's fucking a bunch of Jimmy.
Do you live in a pod or do you live in are they measuring your head?
I'm going to any of those, man. Even friends of mine that send me shit.
She left.
You know,
That's kind of her head has been measured every
Her head was getting blown up. Her back was getting blown out.
The Nigerian started in the 1900s. 1910, man. The origins of the Nigerian scam date back.
Everybody loves me.
Not very good at this. Even your bots fucking left you, sir.
Oh, they left?
Receive a message as a letter in the mail, then on the internet.
Oh, yeah, they did. I gotta get them back. One moment.
Even you scared away your fucking bots, dude.
Oh, dude, those bitches will be back. They love me.
Rabbi, I think we might get further on this platform and I eat Jews.
Share this treasure with the victim. Problem is, he's in prison and needs the victim to send him money so he can bribe his way out.
Rabbi. Rabbi.
There's always been people like that.
You fuck.
You know what the problem is? The problem is there are people in this country. What was the number that we Googled that have an IQ lower than 85? It's pretty high. 15%. So imagine 15% of people that you can basically trick and get them to join cults, get them to sign up for some fucking telemarketing swindle. You think it's IQ, or do you think it's IQ is interesting, right? Because IQ doesn't necessarily mean intelligence, because it depends upon your education. Because some of the questions in IQ tests are predicated on a knowledge of math and understanding of like how to do equations and certain things that you learn in school. But
Gang, son. All my friends are back.
Is social intelligence, intelligence in terms of being able to see what the problems are in a certain choice you make, or what the benefits are of a different choice. There's people that are strategizers, and they're really good at like business. They're really good at figuring people out. They're really good at figuring themselves out. Stuff. There's an intelligence to that.
Ask Munch, can you hear me?
So the problem with IQ, in my mind, I know a lot of people with very high IQs, but their life is a clumsy mess. So
Yo, what's going on, dog? How are you?
What is the mental horsepower you have, and how are you applying that mental horsepower? Are you Gary Clark Jr. and applying that mental horsepower to music, and you're a genius, but you're a genius in music? What is Joe Rogan? Are you Lex Friedman and you're making, artificial intelligence, working coding? What is it called? You Elon Musk, making spaceships. Like, what are you doing with intelligence? So IQ. There's limitations of it, but at least it's an indicator of how smart a person is. It's not the only indicator. There's other factors that I think are much more intangible. They're much harder to measure and weigh. That's my take on it. I think it means something. Pick up your parents, open up your eyes. Something. It's like I do that bit. It's true. I really do. I'm mad at my guys now. I'm really deep down inside because, he was telling you all his job possibilities and college possibilities. And all the possibilities you had over there. I would have done this shit early. You mean stand-up? Everything. I would have tried anything early. The thing is, no one's ever going to advise that you take the riskiest chance in show business. No one's ever going to advise that you have to be a show business guy.
Yo, dog, how are you?
That show was, I didn't know that fucking, I'd watch a movie, he just walked on the fucking thing. Oh my God.
I'm so happy you're here. How are you?
It's not stupid, it's uninformed.
It's the same guy.
Dude, I'm living in here, dog.
You're living it?
I'm living in here.
That's what I thought. I didn't think anything. Oh. No. I'm mad that he didn't. That is crazy. The kids like.
Yeah, thanks, dog.
No problem.
I'm glad you're here.
Thanks.
If you have a second, you should look at my social media. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, I'll think about it. There's a lot of stuff that we did in my house. She would fucking tell us, like, my mother was crazy. When I was 6, she would put a fucking gold chain on me that belonged to a man. And she'd make me put it out. And she'd go out there, you would walk the streets like that. That's how you function. You know, I mean, and I would know. I said,
I love this song. Thank you for blasting that to everyone. Hey, say thank you. That was amazing.
Let's do the music. Voices. Voices are turned out. Come back later.
Don't go in a car with people and just jello shit that they
Alright, all you needed, people,
well, that's
you gotta unmute, okay? Or you're gonna get kicked out of your house.
Like, I was
Damn.
out there.
Different amount of intelligence, right? So it's smart.
Absolutely. I'm not muted, so I don't care.
And it's also informed.
Yeah, they're muted and they've been there for days.
Some people, they grow up in the
So what the
suburbs,
fuck are you doing?
in high schools, they're lost in those environments.
This
I mean,
way
I
back?
had it. Don't know.
Or you're gonna get sent out?
They should be.
Listen, I didn't know this. I just spoke to somebody in my old neighborhood.
Because all the muted people made their account on the same day and joined on the same day. And they
Yeah, I know
have
it.
go fuck.
So, like, it's a thing called bots where they try to take your information.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you live in a third world country, not you.
Yeah, they gotta get out of the house. How many kids are just at home playing video games?
Oh, it drives me fucking crazy.
I mean, that's,
Yeah, I just call Mr. Softy's on his way. The fuck? Yeah, I got Mr. Softy's number. First time I met him, I gave him that appointment. Oh, does it ring? Does it ding? When it comes too early, it comes at 4. People still
Or body.
When that motherfucker comes, Mr. Softy. Okay, and now?
let's do
What?
voices live.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, intelligence, yeah, like,
Why is
I
it
know a
so
lot of people.
slow?
They make who are you cutting out? Mistakes.
Yeah, they make big decisions
There you go.
Why
in your life,
is it
relationship decisions,
Not
business decisions.
working?
Yeah, friendship decisions. It's intelligence is
Oh,
complicated.
finally.
It's very complicated. But the point is, some people, their mental
I'm turning out
horsepower is very good. It's not a matter of when they apply themselves. It's a matter of they don't have the resources. Their brain doesn't work for it. I've met a lot of people like that. I know you have too. Where you're like, this guy ain't never gonna be a genius. There's nothing in him. There's nothing enthusiastic. He doesn't have a thing he's really into.
Actually,
He likes.
well, we're
He just
not
don't
necessarily breaking rules.
I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's just a roll of the dice.
You're not just brains.
I don't know. But some people just, they don't have a good brain.
After Discord more.
So those guys, they get that fucking Nigerian prince email, like, this is it. This is my ticket out of here. They're fucking scraping up coins, putting quarters and rolls, bringing them to the bank.
I believe in faith. Like if you're broke and you go put $2 for a pick a ticket, which is $175 billion. I believe in that. I believe in all that type of stuff, you know. But that's the biggest scam. What's that? Lottery. Well, I'm not talking even when I was a kid, the numbers. Yeah, you put $5 in, $2,500. Okay. And those were small, you know, in the 70s, 60s, black communities, Spanish communities, Italian communities, Italian communities. That's only a hope. Yeah. Your Sicilian grandmother wakes up and says, oh my God, I had a dream about peppers.
Yeah.
Okay, peppers. And wants to be grandma, grandmother yells, peppers
568. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're like, put a prefix on it, 568. And, this is your trip to Italy. This is your trip to Hawaii. This is your chance to buy your son a car. It's like the no faith thing, but it's something that you have a chance at. It's fun too. It's fun. The problem is same thing as the problem with drinking, same thing as the problem with everything else, is that people lose their fucking minds. And then it becomes everything. I told you about my grandmother, right? With the numbers. Yeah. What did she get bullshit? She went to jail. My grandmother went to jail for 6 months because she wouldn't rat out the people that made money with numbers. Yeah. We'd go to visit grandma. Where's grandma? Grandma's visiting Aunt Josie. She was with Aunt Josie for 6 months. It was ridiculous. Yeah, she was knitting for the fucking guards in prison. She wouldn't rat. So they put her away for 6 months. So those immigrants, those people in dreams, I see that when somebody just wants to call you, maybe with monopolies, or tablet land evangelist, whatever the fuck you say. No, I mean, hey, Rabbi, I hate to say this in public. Rabbi, fucking charities and shit. Well, they don't get the fucking money unless you donate to St. Jude or something like that. Some guy driving a BMW. She's gone. All right. And it's happened to us. We saw it. We gave money. Nothing happened. You're like, what the fuck, guys? So now you just give it to Rick. Have you ever seen those charts that show like what the money you give to charity, how much actually goes to the cause? How much of it is just overhead? In some places, it's like 90%. It's ridiculous. So it's like 10% of the money goes to charity. It's a very inefficient thing. And then you have things where the people that are running it are making enormous salaries. And then, like, look at the Black Lives Matter thing. Where the girls were buying $6 million houses. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? You're like, oh, we use this for events. It's just, that happens with so many charities and so many charitable organizations. And then there's charitable organizations like, there's foundations that are set up just as tax breaks. So there's like tax breaks involved if you have a foundation. It's a charitable foundation that works towards good causes, like maybe climate change or maybe something along those lines, health, global health, and then you get involved in that. It's a nice way to avoid paying taxes. You move money around. You put money in the foundation. You kind of move it around. It's these guys that are involved in charitable organizations. The thought behind it is beautiful. Like, wouldn't it be great if people donated all this money to charity and we could fix a lot of things? But what you're really doing in a lot of ways is you're pumping up the business of these charities. And then they pump up their advertising revenue, they pump up their social media profile, their campaigns, their this, their that. And then they get co-opted. They get co-opted by companies, corporations, pharmaceutical companies, different mandates and narratives that they'd like to promote. Next thing you know, charitable organizations are a part of the propaganda machine, and it's all being funded by enormous amounts of money, and most of that money does not go to the actual cause itself. Have you ever seen the chart? I can't pull up a chart of where the money goes. Try to find out where the money goes. It's a really good chart that shows like various Red Cross. I've also been doing the So if my woman rolled, so the first person I donated to was the black kid to fly his out. And they sent you a picture. Yeah, that's how his brother, he wrote a letter. Jason never did about it. And then I never got nothing after that. I'm like, nobody's writing me back when I committed to the 6th grade. I was so fucking pissed as a kid. And then I would do the art association. That was my shit. That tough guys came off the top. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I would go to my mother's bar and they would give me like $10 in the lap. I was joking like $3,000. I was a good kid. I was like half my parents. They got me like $3,000 fucking dollars. So look at the Red Cross. What's that? That wasn't too bad. Okay. Let's see what we got here. What percentage? Okay. So this shows you all the money that comes in and how much of it actually goes to programs and how much of it goes to administration, how much of it goes to fundraising. So Red Cross is pretty fucking good. Red Cross shows it's like 90% of the money goes to programs. Only 3.5% goes to administrative and 6% goes to fundraising. This is what we donate to. Remember we did those shows in San Diego right after the fire, and I'm like, we can't take money from these people. They said it's massive fire. Let's just donate all the money. So we donate the money to Red Cross because that seemed to be the best one. St. Jude's, 72%, and then it gets when you start going down the line, it starts getting sketchy. They're pretty good. Wounded Warriors a little weird. Yeah, but you know they still at least 60% of it, or close to 60% of it, goes to the actual programs. What's the worst ones, Janet? This is a different chart. I want to see the worst ones. Those are good ones. Red Cross has always been thought of as one of the best ones in terms of the amount of money that actually goes to the cause. There we are. See that one? That just shows what people are spending on. Worst in terms of the amount of money that goes towards the cause. The top 10 worst charities. It says Kids Wish Network is number 1. Disabled police officers, 4.4% goes to program expenses, and 94% goes to professional fundraising fees. That's crazy. Disabled police. If it goes to fundraising fees, that's bonkers. You're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. Look at the cancer survivors fund. Hey, they survived. That's what they get. 9% goes to programs. 87% goes to fundraising.
They also a lot of them make their names close to like a good one. Like probably a really good firefighters foundation that's not.
Right, and they call themselves the Firefighters Charitable Foundation. Only 7% goes to the program. 85% goes to professional fundraising fees. What does that even mean? Professional fundraising fees, but a lot of them are like that. But you gotta also think, if you gotta run a charity, you gotta pay people something. Kids Wish Network, look at this. They raised $127 million. They paid to solicitors $109 million. And they spent percentage on direct cash aid to the actual kids is 2.5%. 2.5%. Look at the Cancer Fund of America. Less than 1% went to the actual thing, direct cash aid. Well, this is direct cash aid and paid to solicitors. Who's the solicitors? Who counts as? And then they only pay out that much to the people? Overhead. It's overhead. It's everything, right? Yeah, so it's mostly a scam. Look at the fucking International Union of Police Associations. Look at that one. That's 0.5%. That's crazy.
That's when I found out 3 years ago. Donations on the phone. I got my face on the phone. I went to Seattle, I did that. And then up in Seattle, I found out what the cops were getting. I'm done. You give me $50, I'm giving you a sticker. Back of your cars, and they get pulled over, they know.
Yeah.
And you donate. These guys are showing up in Maserati. You got the 2 owners, you know,
It's like the thing in LA with the homeless. You know, Coleon Noir said we get to that. He told me they were getting like 6-figure salaries. Like, no way. And there's some of them are making $240 grand a year. You know, taking care of the homeless. That is not being taken care of. They're not doing anything about it. They have to keep business rolling too. That's the thing. Once you have 20, 30, 50, whatever people making 6 figures, all that money keeps coming in. You have all those mouths to feed, all those mortgages, all those people. Now you have an industry. Now you have bureaucracy. You're never getting that back. You'd have to have some crazy dudes that comes in like, who's that guy from Argentina? The guy that just became president of Argentina with the wacky hair. That guy's amazing. He's like, everybody out! Everybody out! He kicked out everybody. He cut that budget down to nothing. Yeah, he got rid of all the bullshit. All the bullshit.
It's really crazy when I worked in the cops. I would, I loved it. It was great. I had a great time with that office. Like, you have this moment though. But with the cops, it was like one cop didn't even get fucked. I'm over here raising money for you. But even he was on the scam. It's like, come on.
When you have money that's being donated, like cash that's being donated, it's gotta get moved around.
It's like, you gotta help these fucking people out. Now look at that. You go, when I came from Cuba, when I was a little kid, to learn how to do anything. The reason why I learned how to do anything is because the police have money. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Everything. Shooting, fishing in Central Park, boxing program, you shot. What are you doing? Show me. Move. So I was always embedded to those people. Always in my heart, because when I was a Spanish kid, they took me in over there, they rented me. They take me to the precinct, you shoot a 22, they give you the target. A little thing, they give you like a little badge, and you're like, And so I always wanted to work for them. Like that was it. I always, and then after I got in trouble, I opened that, they were very good to me. I was the guy that fucked up. So I always worked with the cops. I always tried to get fucking people to donate the stickers or, bulletproof vest and all that shit. And then with the Tommy at the benefits in Seattle. We all got arrested 6 times. It never worked. Never fucking do anything.
Well, maybe you would have got arrested a lot worse.
Yeah, it's crazy. When I found out, I was like, I'm not doing this. And now, you want to help out. Something happens, hurricane relief, and you're like, I'm not. Right. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because it's,
Right.
And you feel like shit. I'd rather see somebody get with me. Guy's hungry. Yeah, just go get with somebody. Just leftover food or whatever. Just get the guy 20 minutes. His own decisions. If he wants to snort it by fentanyl, go. I don't give a fuck. That's not my problem. But I did my job.
The Red Cross seems very good. But also, wasn't the Red Cross one of the people that was helping people map out the way to illegally enter the U.S.? Wasn't that one of the things that the Red Cross was doing? Google that. But that could be also that the Red Cross is a legitimate charitable organization and it realizes that these people are going to do this no matter what and show them the way to do it that's safe. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. I mean, like showing them the way that's safe, to me, seems like, like almost an ethical thing to do. If you know that this is happening, and then providing them aid along the way so they don't die, that seems like, the whole immigration thing is very complicated. You came from immigrants, I came from immigrants, my grandparents were immigrants, but it's just the way they're doing it, where anybody can get through. Is so wild. So the Red Cross has provided maps to migrants on this border. What is the reasoning? Is the Red Cross giving maps to migrants? The map of the social media is real. Different versions have existed since at least 2018, and some have been distributed by the International Committee of the Red Cross. The ICRC is a consortium of Red Cross agencies, including the American Red Cross. The map is part of an informational safety pamphlet provided by aid organizations, including the National Red Cross Societies to migrants traveling to Central America. The pamphlet also includes resource information like where to find food, shelter, and medical assistance. While the map has been around since at least 2018, American Red Cross partnered with the Mexican Red Cross and others during the COVID-19 pandemic to promote these safety materials. Red Cross logos appeared across the top of the map. The American Red Cross logo was removed in 2022 after the COVID-19 partnership expired. The current pamphlet containing the map shows the current partners are the National Red Cross Societies of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. It does not seek to encourage or discourage migration, but rather to contribute to mitigating the vulnerability factors of this population. during the migratory route. Actually, that's what we're saying. I can live with that too. That's not encouraging people to do it. That's saying they're doing it. Let's make it so at least they have like a safe way to do it.
Listen, man, this migrant situation has turned everything around. New York City, Chicago, LA, they're everywhere, you know. And yeah, tax money, and New York's giving you $10,000 now. An ATM card, right? They give you $10,000.
Something along those lines, yeah.
There's a lot to say. Like, you know, look at our fucking vets, how they get treated. You know,
When the city is Jamie, she was going to Paris. They were trying to keep these things out of the country. Started rioting.
who are they trying to get out?
Illegal immigrants. I'll show you. Jamie, I just sent it to you. Yeah, and they're like, no, we're not going. They're like, you have to go. There's too many of them. Like, no, fuck you. I'm not flying. And they started a riot at the airport. They're trying to deport them. And they're like, we're here.
Listen, all I heard was one thing, Joe. They use this, and I'm not saying nothing bad about it. How is it this?
Give me the vibe. This is a full-on Donnybrook at the airport. They're beating up attendants. Security guys are getting fucked up. It's wild shit, man.
Generations. They got them over there, so
Yeah, they have a lot of migrants. Yeah, it's basically, it happened right after the pandemic in mass. It's just massive amounts of migrants in Europe, massive amounts of migrants here. It's almost like it's on purpose. If it's not on purpose, what a coincidence.
but it just didn't seem like there just wasn't migrants coming in. What I was telling you before was, I think I told you last time, I saw what Mario Butler did to my area, Hudson County, not in 1979, but I saw it 5 years later. And then I saw what they were doing in San Francisco. I got to San Francisco in 85. It was a huge Cuban population
In San Francisco. So this is the people that took off
from Marietta in 78.
This is when Fidel kicked them out.
Yes, he kicked out 160,000 people. We didn't have records from these people. So we didn't really know what they were about. They could just tell you how to work structure. You know, they didn't know. So this is that 10 times.
Right.
That was 100,000 people, 200,000. This is 8 million, or something like that.
Yeah.
Right, that come through.
At least.
You're not going to feel this today. You're going to feel this 5 years from now.
Well, they can feel it real quick. Depending on who people are watching it. You know, the most troubling first is sleeper cells. The most troubling places is military cells. It's just terror
Chinese
cells.
will come in. Now they're growing wheat.
Are they Chinese?
Jamie, go to the videotape. Chinese wine farmers. You just had somebody on here that was talking about Chinese wine farmers.
Yes, they're definitely
What
like
did they do with those fucking farmers? They did fucking sushi. No. They're fucking World Reaper.
Department of Homeland Security. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Information Act requests that more than 270 unlicensed cannabis cultivation sites in Maine were operated by Chinese nationals.
Fucking think you deal with Joe.
Wow. 275 grow-ups in Maine.
And the weed is on fire up there in New Hampshire.
Is it?
No, and they say that's the best weed right now, New Hampshire.
Really? New Hampshire?
Somewhere up there, New Hampshire, Maine, they say the weed is so fucking strong. See that?
Look at that.
Yeah, they're going fucking
So, what is the legalization of weed in Maine? Is it legal there?
I'm not sure.
It's
Yeah.
legal in so many states now.
In Maine, New Hampshire, I think.
How much cannabis can I possess? Adults 21 years of age or older can possess up to 2.5 ounces of a combination of cannabis, cannabis concentrate, and cannabis products, including no more than 5 grams of cannabis concentrate. How many plants can I grow? Mainers can grow cannabis for personal use. That's reasonable. Is that your phone? Something's ringing. That's you, bro. It's ringing like a phone. You get the old school ring on there. You pick that? Yeah. Yeah, and Jersey's buck wild, right?
What do you mean?
Weed.
I just started going weed stores in January. I said, you know what? I gotta stop with laughing gas. I gotta expand my horizons and see what's
For real.
What up, dog? How are you?
I'm pretty impressed.
How are you?
Yeah, why are you like camera aiming at your face? The one aiming at your bum. What's going on?
Hi.
What's the purpose of that?
We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Right, but what's the purpose of that? Camera angle or something?
Yo, dog. How are you?
So that's who I can.
Yo, dog. I'm not here to answer your question.
I got this one good 36%. This is way off.
Affidavit for probable cause
From where?
from the Chinese thing in Chinese immigrants in Maine.
It says, we are in prison. Please come and save us. We are here. It gives the address. No cell phones. We were abducted from China. Passports were confiscated. The boss is a woman. 5'2", about 45 years old. No means of transportation. The manager is Asian, black hair, 5'6". A lot of marijuana is grown on the first floor. A lot of finished products. No escape from the house. Only work, but no salary. I want to leave here. We tried to escape, but failed. We were beaten. Please come and save us. Whoa. So they got slaves working, making the weed in Maine. Yeah, Shanghai. Yeah.
That shit is strong. That's the shit that the bone mechanics is smoking.
Isn't that crazy? That there's fucking crazy. There's slaves in America right now growing weed for China.
Let's see where this is gonna go. It's fucking interesting. I saw this a couple weeks ago. I read the article. And that guy said, your podcast, I think.
We said about farmland, yeah. Farmland, I didn't know it was happening like
What the
that.
fuck you think they're doing? They're growing fucking bean sprouts or soy sprouts. They're going for it, Jack.
Well, they're controlling farmlands around military bases. That's what's scary.
And a lot of Chinese will come through.
Yeah, military age.
Yeah, so let's see where this hand is getting played.
Not only a lot of Chinese, but they have Chinese stops where you can go and everybody speaks Chinese along the way. They have a Chinese restaurant, everything's written in Chinese signs everywhere. So they have like a very specific organized route to get to America. These guys all young, fit guys coming to America. What the fuck is going on here? We're just basically sitting ducks. Wait. Yeah, we're sitting ducks. And there was a big warning today. Homeland Security is warning about terrorist attacks in America. That's what scares me about this fucking election, too. I'm not saying that they would do this, but I definitely think they have in the past. Like, allow things to happen just so they can tighten up on restrictions and laws and scare people more and get people to vote one way or another. Scary shit.
Looking at weed knives, my friend.
The weirdest, right?
The fucking weirdest.
And ever in your life, could you ever imagine things would be so bizarre as they are right now?
They've been bizarre for about 5 years now. You just can't believe the shit you hear.
Yeah.
You know, stick to my camp. Good ear.
It was bizarre in 2017. It wasn't bizarre like now. This is insane.
Did he get arrested? I mean,
Just everything.
rich kid.
Yeah.
Something every fucking week.
Every day.
You know, probably 480 million.
Listen to me,
You know, they need it by London.
What up, gangster?
Bro, listen to me.
I'm listening.
Okay, fuck your mother.
Hi. That's how you get to the 20s on, though.
Cash. Yeah. Right. Right. The whole thing, I'm not a financial guy, obviously, but I think the whole thing is like, how much money do you actually have coming in? How much is it tied up in real estate investments, holdings? Trump's got buildings and hotels, resorts. A lot going on. How the fuck can you pay attention to all that shit. Can you imagine running some kind of a business empire, trying to pay attention to everything?
Dog, I met him when he was fucking at a football team.
Really?
Yeah, he owned the fucking channels. That's how I knew Herschel Walker and those people. That's how I met those dudes.
When was this?
Fucking 85. Trump.
You met Trump in 85.
Long time ago.
What was he like in 85?
Hello, goodbye. I don't fucking know. It's not gonna be on. I was scared.
Why?
Because it was like, I told you when I got out of jail, I was supposed to have a job selling siding, doors, and saddles, and electrical equipment. I didn't go to salesman in Jersey. And when I got out of prison, I go, Al, can I come take the job? And he goes, I can't. I'm going out of business. I go, what happened? He was in trouble. I built something. He was going to these little hardware stores like ours. Told us to go fuck ourselves. But I knew this in 88. What do you mean? At that time, supposedly, he would build something. It's like you're calling somebody at a little restaurant in one of those little fucking steak. And he would go to people and say, I'm going to build this and then use your lumber or whatever the fuck. And since there's so much contractors, there's subcontractors, they sniff their bills. They weren't paying their bills. Really? Yeah, this went on a lot. You can look it up. This isn't something, and that's all I remember from Trump. I met him in 85, and that was when I was in New York, you didn't even hear the name.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this from you, actually, now. You were telling me that there was contractors.
Yeah,
stiff small contractors.
Contractors go downhill. Run downhill. So now I gave you all the doors I had for your project. I don't just let them build one house, one window. I'll give you everything on the arm. Yeah, you gave me a deposit. Maybe sometimes not. Maybe I'm so excited to do business in Trump. I got such a small place, but I forget everything. Whatever the fuck happens. Yeah. So that's what happened. Maybe I don't know the whole story, but you mentioned Trump. That's all I remember from that fucking guy.
I would also imagine if you're doing some big projects like that, it's probably a lot of people involved.
A lot of people
making decisions.
A building?
Yeah.
A building? He's the GC. He takes bids for everything. Right? That's how he do.
So Trump does as a real estate developer.
I don't know how it goes down, but this is GC, general contractor. Windows, wiring, all the different right, definitely. Right. You built the time. How many people are looking there every day?
Yeah, a lot.
You don't know.
Right.
You don't know. You're not a contractor. You don't know if they're doing a wall around. You just trust whatever. This is all I remember. That was it.
Yeah. Well, the whole construction business was always changing. It was always tied up with the mob. Like I knew a couple guys who had no show up jobs.
Yeah.
Like at the Javits Center.
Yeah.
You just get paid. Concrete. Yeah.
They own concrete.
That was the thing. The mob would make deals whenever any sort of job was getting done. There was a certain amount of no-show jobs for their guys.
Always. Yeah, that's part of your insurance. And that's when you arrest those guys, you go, what do you do for a living? The competition.
Yeah.
Competition. You don't even know what an inch is. You know how to measure 6 inches, you fucking.
Yeah. That was a scam. But it was how they avoided taxes too, right? Because taxes what brought a lot of them down. That's what brought Al Capone down. Tax evasion. Yeah.
But the other guys were pretty smart. They had that the millionaire club, the big club. They were only $2 million bids or something. They would take $2 million right off the top of the mob on every job. You're fucking kidding me. Just like you get in every job in New York. It's well known that when the little guy from Arizona was over there with Gotti, he controlled construction. That was his fucking thing. You couldn't get anything built without that fucking dude.
You imagine if you say at the time, trying to build buildings, you gotta do deals with the mob. You gotta do deals with Santa Paul.
Well, here's the deal. Like I remember in 90, it was roofing. And the company was from Jersey. My brother, when I asked him, why can we pick up this job? He just told me it's just so difficult. Like, same dumpster in New York was still down. That's how inflated the prices were. $1,800 difference. It's fucking crazy. That's the cost of construction. You know what I mean?
Well, it was always like that's why it took the UFC forever. It is because
These people wait for licenses.
yeah,
I know people in Jersey for licenses. I got a license. You gotta grease 85 fucking people. 80 people. You gotta know people, pay. I know companies that are still waiting for a license in LA. They just thought they were gonna come and apply in New Jersey or New York City. Look at New York City. They had a thing that were giving licenses only to people with felonies. Remember that? In New York, they wanted the ideal medical marijuana owner as an ex-convict who went to prison or got in trouble with marijuana. This is a second chance. Check it out. It's fucking insane. Can't get a license in New Jersey.
that is kind of crazy, but they should do something for those poor fucks that went to jail for weed. Nobody should have went to jail for weed. No, it's ridiculous. No, it's a ridiculous thing to put people in jail for. And if you put people in a cage for that, especially while everything else is okay, that makes any sense.
Nobody can find
One of you was some gangster?
I got new fresh out of school. Enjoyed the shit. The guy was cute. The second name, yeah, the guy's name was Antonio. He was cute. Got in the car, was in the car 2 minutes. He went, oh, yeah, Taco Mom. What is that shit? Like, the game mechanics, like, smell this. He's like, wow. And this is a guy that's been in this country for 10 years. He said to me, you know, I don't know what the fuss is about this. This is magical herb. Yeah, people don't realize when you smoke this, pains go away, you start thinking clearer. He goes, it takes time. Man, there's a fucking overdrive telling me this shit. Yeah. And I asked him, how do you know about this stuff? Because you know, we were growing weed. Really, it was outdoor weed. It wasn't that strong. And sometimes they bring it from Jamaica. That's what he was saying. We're getting Cuba weed from Jamaica. Because, you know, I mean, the soil is done in Cuba. Really? Well, they complain about cigars. These cigars aren't tasting the same. They said, really, the fucking soil has just been abused. There's no nourishment. Right. This guy was telling me today it costs more for a pack of chicken in Cuba than it does in the United States. A gallon of gas costs more in Cuba than what it does right here now, here in Austin.
Oh, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. You have to have infrastructure. You have to have capitalism. You have to have people competing. That whole communism thing doesn't work. And the thing is, like, the thing that the people that love communism point to, they're like, yeah, we put an embargo over Cuba. Do that. Yeah. It's still a dictatorship. Like, it still is. You get told what you're doing with your life. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. You might think that is better because
Hello?
if that's what you're thinking, you're missing everything.
Yo, what's up, Pim?
That means everybody's.
How you living?
You don't want everybody to
I'm here.
have a chance.
How are you?
to be well. That's what you have to hear.
I'm alright.
Welcome. We're watching Joe Rogan.
They got a hand of cards. They got a bad situation in
You can
life.
see that.
They got bad- they live.
Thanks.
They're fucked.
I live in here.
It's not-
I've been living in
it's
here
not
all
fair in
week.
terms of equal opportunity.
24/7, 365, girl.
But in terms of opportunity, there's no place better.
Come say hi whenever you want.
There's no place better with actual capital.
Alright.
Great things. You can do great things, not just for you, but for other people.
Okay.
Great things.
So,
If you give
I love you.
how are you?
I'm well. How are you, girl?
do great things. But if you live in a socialist country, you don't have any of that. You don't get to decide what you do. The state gets to decide.
I'm alright.
Excellent.
Living.
Good to hear.
Kind of a little upset.
Why are you upset?
That's why I'm here.
Why are you upset?
It's always
Why?
one group has
Why?
money.
What's in my legal name?
And they tell you what the fuck you're gonna
No,
do.
really?
They tell you what they want.
What?
I can read the time. I can read the time. Hey, well, you reminding me is wasting my time, jerk.
Yo, girl, are you on the phone or something?
No, my little cousin is hugging me.
Oh, okay. So why aren't you happy?
Because of my asshole, and then my asshole living.
Okay, well, you're in a safe space now. We're just watching Joe Rogan. Relax. We're here for you, okay?
Yeah, I don't have that much time though. I have to go.
Okay,
I
well,
get my stuff taken every night and searched.
why is that?
I'm underage and they think I'm doing illegal stuff.
All right, well, don't do that. If you need a place to
I'm
chill,
a good kid.
excellent. If you need a place to chill and you want to watch Joe Rogan, it's right here.
Lock you up in jail. And they scare people, and they make people disappear so everybody stays in line. And that is what people always do whenever you get a communist country. If you ask any of these wacky kids in colleges, give me an example of socialism that works. They'll give you like socialist programs or countries like some Norwegian countries that have a lot of socialist programs that are really good countries. They have really good healthcare, really good education. You pay a lot in taxes, but it goes a long way. And they have a better society because of it. That's great. But they still have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They still have the freedom to do whatever kind of occupations they want. You have the ability to make a shitload of money. You have the ability to excel. The problem is people want equality of outcome when they don't have anything. But you're never going to have that because, first of all, it's impossible. Second of all, because you're never going to have equality of effort. And one of the things that a competitive environment or a place like America, where you have freedom is, some people put more into life. They put more into the things they do, and they get more back. They get more out of it, and they're inspired to other people to do the same. And you see them live a rich and fulfilled life, and you're inspired to do the same. That's not happening, bro. That is not happening. No, that's not happening in any of these communist countries. Go to North Korea. Ask me how it worked out when they made a deal to take over all the farms so that no one would ever go hungry. Let the state control everything. What a great idea. Everybody give up your farm to the state. Now you're fucked. Now you're fucked.
That's amazing. There's somebody who do that on the side, not for a living. Just remembering the stories. It makes you appreciate this so much.
Yeah.
How's your night? Good night, guys.
It's been good. How's yours?
The greatest thing.
That's good.
I'm gonna come here and prove myself. I'm gonna sell cars, I'll sell cars. I'm gonna sell doors or signs, I'll sell them. I want the most I can get for that fucking thing.
Right.
Most people don't. I did that at 19. I knew. For me, it was gonna be commission.
What up, Mr. Spelling One?
Dangerous choice.
It's a dangerous choice.
How are you?
Based on you. Right. It's an effort you put into it. Exactly.
We're watching Joe Rogan. I hope you're well.
I was the #1 fucking sneaker dude at Foot Locker. You know, and it took me a while, but I fucking went, you know. Right. And then when I started selling cars, again, I went for it. You know, because I loved it. I learned about salesmanship. I learned about human nature.
Yeah.
I learned that you have to mail letters to people. Those are the guys. I know, like a buy a car, if you send 100 letters, 3 people have to buy a fucking car. So you're working on all numbers.
Right.
So the United States is a beautiful fucking place. Because a guy like me can write a book. Think about that.
Yeah.
You know, a guy like me could, you know, went to prison. Had, you know, I didn't get Social Security when my mother died because she worked under a fucking alias. You know, everything got beat up on me. The only day was about to happen. I'm going to retire when I'm 65. Collect Social Security, and my daughter gets Social Security now for 3 years. It's like $1,800 a month in college, whatever the fuck, you know.
Right.
I don't give a fuck. So it all came out the wash. 40 years fucking later. I didn't have the Social Security for me because my mom used the alias. But my point is, oh, you can do whatever you fucking want. You smart, Joe.
Yeah.
We talk about today. Kids were coming down here with cars, living in their cars. Try this. And look what they're doing now. Because they believe in themselves. You gave them a fucking door, and they fucking took it. Most people are still out like, my agent said nothing's gonna happen. Okay. You know, it's the same thing. Some people take chances. Some people sit there waiting for the bluebird happiness. Yeah. That's the other option you have in this country. You actually sit and wait for the bluebird happiness. When I came out of prison, all I had to do was sign a piece of paper, and I'm disabled for life. We got a $1,300 check. And some people take that. And go look at me. I'm living like a doctor. Think about that. Some people would go $1,300 a month. Fuck, that's me. food stamps, that's me, I just don't take my bills. It's, it's fucking insane. So, it's the choices that you make.
And it can imprison you. That kind of money, even a small amount of money, can imprison you. That's what scares me about universal basic income. People say if they gave everybody X amount of money, people could just pursue their dreams and they wouldn't have to worry about it. They probably won't.
We're humans. Yeah, we take it for granted. You just $1,000 money.
Yo, dog, how are
I
you?
don't know what the fuck happens to Greg. I'd rather not get it. All these people.
I'm glad you're here.
Everybody fucking got checks in the mail. Now you can't get people to work.
They did
You
this.
can't get people to work. You go to a place that's a great restaurant or something, and the first 3 people you face don't even know what the fuck they're at. Right. But they had a hire. You gave people money. Now they're not gonna come back. They're gonna build ways not to come back. People are living it up during COVID, dogs. Living it up, unemployment, this, that. We still had to go out there and crack fucking stupid jokes. Outside, getting attacked by fucking spiders and shit, thinking there's a leopard in the fucking thing. Serious. The first time I went outside with Rich Ross, I didn't know what the fuck that was. A bat almost hit me in the face. And I told him, he goes, oh, you missed the other thing. It was fucking bad. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a bear. I don't know what he was talking about. Some bear or boar.
Well, there's a lot of them out there in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, you were telling me last time. But, America's fucking beautiful. Where else can a felon with 2 strikes? I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life, right? They give you like 20 years if you have 3 strikes. When have you met a guy that's gone on 2 strikes that did anything? You just give up.
Yeah.
They're gonna get me. I refuse. I don't suck my dick. Even when the feds look at me at 99 for that gun, I wasn't copping. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man. I'm not doing it. This is the path I'm taking. I don't know what, and I never got in trouble again, Joe. Never. Comedy became, you need something to get you out of there.
Yes.
I didn't just say stop doing coke. I would just stop doing coke, John. They go to 8 rehabs, but I saw something on the other side. I saw what my friends were doing. I saw what people were doing. But you hear about Roseanne at the Tonight Show. Were you there? No. Were you there when fucking Rodney blew up the garden? No. To see it is something completely different. When you're at the store with guys working the door, getting, how much were we getting? 25 a shift. She was paying me $25 on Sunday nights to work the door and 25 to MC. That's no money, but you fall in love with what you're doing.
Yeah. And there's a path.
And there's a path, and when you start seeing other people rise, and you're stuck as a fucking addict. You're fucking stuck. You don't know when to stop. I was stuck as an addict, and I got to be stuck as a fat dude. Because there was the point in my elevator approach, I was leaving the fucking out. I'm not walking those 3 flights of stairs. I was 450 pounds. I'm not doing it.
You really got that going?
418, 420. My wife was tying my shoelaces. You know how embarrassing that fucking is?
What's his summary?
How fucking embarrassing that is? Looking back at it now.
Delivered in
I'm to visit you again. There's so much out there. There's so fucking. And now, that's what I'm trying to sell with my daughter. There's so much out there. People in New Jersey, all they know is Florida. I've never seen fucking people like Florida so much. I can't stand fucking Florida because they like it so much. Vacation for people in Jersey and 1 week in Atlantic City, they bust out the white shoes. Then there's 1 week in Florida. That was not going to be me.
Did you see that cop on TV?
Which cop?
Yesterday, they were saying if someone breaks in your house in Florida, please shoot them. We prefer if you shoot them.
That's what we got to now.
Did you see that guy? Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you.
I mean, he's getting a lot of heat today.
Is he? I don't know. Not in Florida. I bet they're like, fuck yeah. God bless Florida.
My tip number 3 kind of contradicts my tip number 4 because it's about challenging yourself with something you're not quite familiar with. For example, I really like yoga, for example.
And I want to say, as to the person, we don't know what homeowner, which done it yet. I guess they
Drinks?
And DeSantis just came out because all these houses are getting, people are squatting, taking over people's houses in New York. I'm sure you've seen that. Lady got arrested because she changed the locks on her own house. Someone's squatting in her house. She got into the house, kicked them out, changed the locks. They called the cops. They said they're tenants. They arrested her, took her away in handcuffs because squatters were in her own house. And then there's this guy on TikTok that started making videos explaining to people what the laws are and how you can get into people's houses, how you can squat. And so it's a genuine problem because in Georgia, there's 1,000 houses right now that people are squatting in. That's a giant number of houses that squatters have just taken over these people's houses. Are people out of town, or it's real estate holding, maybe you're trying to sell it, maybe it's your vacation house, who knows? Maybe you're fixing it up, who knows? But no one's living in it, they move in, they take over, they have it now.
Is that everywhere now?
It's a lot of states, but it's not Florida. In Florida, they're like, fuck you. Like DeSantis just had a little press conference yesterday about it. It's like, in Florida, that does not fly. There's no way anyone's going to squat in your house in Florida. Which is what people want to hear. No one wants their fucking, look, if you work really hard, you get a house, you have a second house, you use it as a rental property or whatever, you're trying to make some money, and then someone takes over that, and the system works for them and not for you. There's a big difference between tenants and squatters, and if you can't make that differentiation, you got a real problem. Yeah.
That's it. I'm just going to get shot. That's it. That's how this changes. This is how this old. Yeah. Come back, come home. We make people doing here. Yeah. That's supposed to be. He don't know nothing. He's from Russia. He don't know nothing. He's an old fucking guy. You round or something. He don't know nothing. You round.
No, but here's,
I don't want to get bullshit. They'll take motherfuckers.
yeah,
Something bad will happen. But that's how it changes.
the thing is, once people start going to jail for defending their own property, you've made a mess.
You made a mess.
You made a giant mess, and then the criminals are going to be aware of this, and they already are.
They already are. Just a step ahead.
Yeah, the 2 steps ahead. They know what the rules are. And they're going to get attorneys that work with them, and they're going to steal your house.
Let me ask you this. You go on vacation with your wife and move to your living room. You come back, you just read me with nice eyes and say,
I don't know how that works. I don't know.
Go call 911. This is quality here. I got to get him out. He's going to come. Go, no. How long have we been here? I don't know. We were in Europe. Whatever. Yeah. You fucking tell me.
Well, I think some of the see what I'm doing in New York City?
How can electricity actually simulate the same effects as a traditional solar workout?
Whatever. Fixed it. Stayed there.
You know how this changed?
Yeah.
It's always one guy that makes an example, makes a big, deep example. Then people go, oh, the whole thing twice, not doing that.
Well, it seems like the only way to really change is the law. It's just I don't understand why there's so many laws that have been around for so long that when you see common sense solutions like Ron DeSantis saying, no, you can't do that. Stop. That's not going to happen in Florida. That should be every state. They should say, no, you can't steal people's houses. That should be simple. That has nothing to do with being Democrat or Republican. It's like stealing property. Just like no one should be able to steal your car. No one should be able to steal your clothes. They shouldn't be able to steal your house. It seems that's logical. It has nothing to do with racism or xenophobia or white privilege or any of these dumb things they try to attach to this. It's just law and order. We have to have a set of laws that we all abide by. If we're going to have a peaceful society, we don't create victims and you don't empower criminals. And the fact that that is complicated in 2024 is so I just don't understand all it's on purpose. Keep us, on our heels. Keep us at each other's throats. Keep us just trying to figure out what's the next problem they have to deal with. And all the while, there's shit going on in Ukraine. There's all this shit going on with green energy, and Bill Gates is buying farmland. Like, God. Can I have a moment where I can just relax?
Well, even the squatters thing, when did this start? It started 3-4 years ago.
It was definitely around before, but I think it has ramped up considerably as things got more woke. Because I think as things get more woke, you start looking towards the rights of water. But listen, no one is in that home, and no one should have a home that is unoccupied where people are homeless. Like, okay. Alright, we'll be right back. What did you do? Dustin? Dustin over in Los Angeles.
I just looked at the cards, I'm like, you know,
It's a good bet. It was a good bet anyway.
I like Cheeto and I like sugar. I couldn't pick one. And then all the hype around the guy, Dustin, I respect this fucking soldier. I just took a chance to watch the fights. It's not like I bet all the fights, it just bet.
I would have liked to see that fight with him not having staff. He was going to have a hard time with Dustin's stand-up. Dustin's stand-up was just sharper, more battle tested. Then lost into he started off as a judo guy. He has a very good stand-up. But there's levels. And I think Dustin's levels. His level is going to... You see that like when he fought Max Hall, the outbox. Like, that was a big one. Max was on. Max. A lot of people are counting him out. Dustin Cage from. But he's got a lot of time. First fight, he fought 55 when he fought Dustin. That was a short notice fight. He didn't have time to like really bulk up. Like, I don't know how short notice it was, but I know he didn't bulk up. I think he just tried to fight, you know, just be 145 and not cut weight, you know, which is his natural weight class.
Who's the new record? You doing that card then?
Let's pull it up. What's the newer card? Have they announced that? I don't know what that is.
I know they have the City card, this one.
Yeah, that's this weekend. Chris Weidman's fight. Yeah. I think it's the first week in June. Yes. It's June 1st. It's on the list. Yeah, that's far ahead. So here we are in March, April, May, June. It's probably not scheduled yet. They're probably like tentative fight set. And probably is dependent upon who wins what, who's held when. Bro, this one, Whitaker versus Hamzat Chimaev in Saudi Arabia, that one is gonna be fucking wild. That's a wild one. That is a wild fight. Kelvin Gastelum versus D-Rod, that's a great fight too. Is that the only two fights that have been announced so far? Bro, Whitaker versus Hamzat is a shit. That's a real fight. That's a real fight for Hamzat. Because Whitaker is solid, beefy 185, former champion. Both guys started at 170. They were like 170. That's a real 185er as opposed to like, you know, you get from Kamaru Usman, and Kamaru didn't have a chance to prepare for that. He had 10 days. You know, that's not enough time. I don't know what kind of shape he was in. Couldn't really test it all. He's always in shape, sure. But famously, Kamaru was bad knees. Real bad knees. So I don't know how hard he was training, whether or not he prepares. Like maybe he only like sacrifices his knees during training, and then when he's not training for a fight, he stays easy so he doesn't stay in the same kind of shape. I don't know, but I know he was winning the third round. I mean, Kamaru, that was a 5-round fight. Who knows how the fuck that fight would have went? And you know, obviously Kamaru's world championship caliber, the best welterweight of all time by most people's accounts. And you know, it's not enough time. Not enough time to get a guy like that to prepare for Kamaru prepare for Hamzat. But at least we got a chance to see what Hamzat looks like against a world-class, world championship caliber fighter. So this was a big one. This is Robert Whitaker with plenty of time to prepare. Guy who is just as legit as they get. Just beat Paul Costa. You know.
Hey guys, thanks for here.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. We're watching Joe Rogan.
Mike Tyson took on a guy who was 200 fuck me up in a jiu-jitsu tournament. Fucking dude. He tapped him. The dude was heavier than him by a lot of pounds. The guy was enormous. The guy was so much bigger. He's great.
Yo, dog.
Yeah.
Do you want me to listen to your problem?
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on?
Well, I mean, it's just like recently I've been feeling like in my relationship, like it's been mostly my fault and shit. Like that my girlfriend's been kind of just feeling the way she is.
Okay.
Because in my past relationships and shit, like I didn't talk to them enough or talk to them too much. And now I'm scared that I'm doing a little bit of both.
Okay. Well, to really be able to give you all the advice that I would need, probably would be need like more private counseling. And I don't want to do that. What I can tell you, just as we stay here in public, you should make sure that you communicate with her in every way that you can. I know communication is key, but also know that not every relationship is meant to last forever, and people can refine themselves. And really, particularly when you're together physically, if you ensure that she's happy, you'll be fine.
Yeah, like we've been dating for 58 days now, so like.
Dog, that's nothing.
Well, actually no, 59.
Dog, that's nothing. I thought you were going to tell me you've been in a relationship for like 7 years.
Well, no, it's because I just met her.
That's cool.
I don't know, no, she's different.
Okay. Well, that works. Well, we're watching Joe Rogan. So feel free to check it out.
So this is him going through the tournament, is that what this is? So this is him and the giant dude. Look at the size difference. I thought it was Kurt Benson.
I'm just gonna message her that I love her.
There you go. And tell her you're watching Joe Rogan and Daddy scored with Rabbi, and
There it is.
the rest will take care of itself.
And they managed to stay on top, which is really crazy. That's just crazy that he couldn't get him off. That's technique. Pretty wild that he's even willing to do this while he's competing. I mean, I think he's the champion over at ONE FC still. So he's still doing MMA. He's still doing like high level championship fights. And he's fighting in the gi tournament, which is just nuts. I love it, man. Yeah, it's just crazy that he stayed on top of this guy, that he got his back. I don't think he tapped the guy. I feel like he tapped him. Yeah, here it is. He got him with some kind of a choke. So he's got his collar. He tapped him. That's crazy. No audience. Look at that. That's the thing about jiu-jitsu tournaments. No one's there. I mean, some of the best. Look how he rolled him too. Pretty wild. Rolled him and held. It looks like he's holding off the collar and tapping him. His collar. Like a moment. Yeah. Amazing. He's probably the best ever in terms of in terms of like just pure martial arts. And they go. I think the
What
best
up, dog?
expression of martial arts I've ever seen.
How are you?
Hello, much racing? Yeah, no. He was looking to get on. Okay. How's it going back?
We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
With Henzo School?
Somewhere. My friends called me. And I'm like, I'm not sure I know this brother.
Yeah.
You're advanced.
Yeah, we're booked out too far. I get these
I
texts.
love watching jiu-jitsu. There's so much like comedy. So
Dog, thank you for making my life better. I really appreciate it. It was amazing. Do you know what the 20% zone is? That's where you're going, son. Where? I can't hear you, but not really. Thank you for playing.
Something happens to you. Really does. Everything clicks. It's like with this art jiu-jitsu, you gotta
That's where you see your marketing getting 3% mix.
There you start to do a little bit. Oh shit. This ain't that bad, bro. It's the same thing once you put it all together. And we're talking about David's house special.
I'm sorry, that doesn't really make sense, but okay.
It's a thing of fucking beauty. That's a thing of beauty. my hands get palm sweaty like that. I know. That's fucking beautiful.
I'm just not listening to anything because I don't want to add on to your stupidity.
I love this. I love that you go out and catch your live music. It makes my dick hard. I wish I went to as much live music as you, but Jersey's a fucking nightmare. You know, the Star Wars shit.
Nothing that you just said made sense whatsoever.
Well, shit. I can't, but I wish, because that's how you get better at all this shit, is by getting entertained. That's how you.
That's what Mooney always says.
That's getting creative. Like you used to fight saw on the head of acid, so I had to say,
That's gonna spell this Instagram, give me Jordan's love.
I'm like, this is fun, you know, it just inspires you, you know, and they're that good. We used to always talk about Anderson, you can look at it, pinpoint the shot, I mean, it was accurate. That's a thing of art, man. And it is, what am I talking about?
Yeah, it is an art.
Dog, I swallowed like 2 of these sentences for that. I'm gonna blow a zip fart tonight, that fucking rig room.
It is a shit. Those little
Oh, Jesus, I keep swallowing.
Yeah, don't swallow those little bags.
Bro, when I see the name Ashley, I think you Homelander saying that thing.
Shit. They used to say the gum gets stuck.
All right, dog, I know.
Ashley.
Dude, when I hear Ashley, I think of stuff.
Once you shit out, I'm not gonna stop.
The Federal Reserve.
No, I spit it out.
Well, you see that thing that people are doing now where they make them swallow a balloon? They swallow a balloon to deal with
Yeah, wait, hold up. You want to see something bring
Yeah,
up?
so they swallow this bag. It's like this little tiny thing. It's about that big. It's attached to a tube. And they swallow the whole thing. And the tube's coming out.
Look at the signals you got.
It's water to swallow.
Look at how it overs you.
Once it's in their
Look at how,
stomach, pump it up. They build this bag.
look at how little you are.
Takes out
I gave you jobs in Ohio.
much quicker. And so that's the thing that keeps people.
Don't you there, little guy.
Oh, dude, I love this song.
They can't stop themselves. They don't feel full. People want to feel full. And so this bag, you swallow this thing. Yeah. What are they inflated with? Is it water? So they go in, swallow it, take this tube. And I think when you've lost the weight that you want to lose, they can deflate it. Then my worry would be that you have this stretched out stomach that needs to get full again.
But after I asked your advice on the gastric thing, you said you look into it. I really thought about it. Not the gastric thing, but just all these get out quick things.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Ozempic now. You would have thought about last night's days because I wrote that out the other day. It was a stupid joke, but I think that people are going to go on Ozempic now. There are a lot of people. The fat man's going to come back strong. What's the name of that show? The 600 pounds.
Yeah, my 600-pound life.
All of this shit.
Who are you talking
to?
What up, Westside?
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just doing all this shit. But if you just lift weights and walk a little bit and mind yourself just a little tiny bit, you know? All these get rich quick schemes. Yeah. If I go down to 265, I'll go that. Because then I get stuck at 265.
Do you?
Yeah. I get stuck at 270. I'm at 270.
But when you did Weight Watchers, you got down low. How low were you when you were Weight
What I
Watchers?
am now.
That's the lowest you've ever been?
Yeah, 277, 274, 275.
I love Family Guy. I love Brian for Family Guy.
But I wasn't lifting weights until you were lighter. No, I wasn't doing shit. I was walking and kickboxing, no weights.
And now you're doing weights.
No, I got to do weights at this age.
I think so.
Very important.
I think it's important for bone density.
Big for dog, that sarcopene, you lose it quick.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Yeah.
And they're not asking you to fucking be able to lift it. They're not asking you to do all the things. They're not asking you. They're just asking you for 30 minutes a day of resistance training.
Yeah. Just a little bit of something to keep the muscles going. The thing about Ozempic is some people have really bad side effects. And, you know, it's just, essentially it's doing is limiting your appetite. Essentially it's doing something very similar to what this balloon thing does. And I think you can get that done with a high protein diet. You can limit your appetite by just going on a carnivore diet. I know a lot of people have done that, lost a lot of weight.
Just carnivore.
Yeah. You get satisfied way easier.
2 2 eggs, 6 eggs for breakfast.
Eggs and meat, and your body just adjusts. Your body turns into glucose, and it turns fats into ketones. For me, it just seems to work better. And I know a lot of people that have a problem with carbohydrates, they start to look at
Why did you sleep in them watching Joe Rogan?
I like Joe Rogan. How are you?
Michael wants to commit to this. Time out the January, nothing to me. And they did
I'm good.
And I feel
Welcome. We're watching Joe Rogan.
energetic. I'm not tired in the middle of the day like him.
Oh, all right.
Car crash. You know, like an insulin crash.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm glad you're here.
Sugar, bread, pasta, and rice, and all this stuff. You eliminate that stuff from your diet. It takes a while for your body to adjust. It took me a couple of weeks when I first did it. But then once your body adjusts, you just feel like you have an extra gear. You get more energy. You feel clear-headed. Feel better.
I just know that being Joe scares the shit out of me, man.
Yeah? Well, what?
I don't know. I get a little iffy with a lot of meat.
Get iffy.
Late at night, I could probably last fucking 3 eggs in a
Yeah, they have eggs.
scrambled eggs.
Eggs are easy. Eggs are easy. They're easy to digest. They're super nutritious. They're so good for you. You can live off nothing but eggs. Eggs are great.
7 grams of protein.
Yeah. Eggs are fantastic.
21 fucking grams.
Mhm.
You know, not bad.
Yeah, it's fucking good for you. And all the stuff that says it's not good for you is nonsense. It's just good for you. Eggs are good. They're healthy.
Does our girl like the carnivore diet?
Who? Rhonda? Yeah, she likes it. I think she thinks that you should have vegetables too. And some people do think.
She got me eating blueberries like a motherfucker.
Blueberries are great.
She said, "Gosh, she's smarter." Really? I'm eating blueberries. Yeah. Watch one other thing. Blueberries actually make you smarter.
Interesting. How's that smart?
I have no idea. Listen to that. My attention span.
Eat more blueberries.
I love her though. I do everything she says. Anytime today she put a video of her fucking working out.
I wonder how they would figure out whether or not blueberries make you smarter. They give you blueberries and make you take a test. And they make
She did a survey this week on her.
Yeah.
6 people got together in Norway.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking blueberries from.
The thing about that though is you have to look at like healthy subject bias or healthy statistics bias, because like the people that are in that group that are eating blueberries in the beginning or to begin with probably healthier people. Healthier people might be a little smarter. You know, like more aware of what like the effects of eating good food does to the body. So healthy user bias is real. I don't know though. I don't know how they did the study. But a lot of those studies they're weird. It's just like you get a sense of what's true and what's not, but also people manipulate those studies and they make studies designed to get the result that they're trying to achieve because they're trying to sell you something. I get very nervous when all these people are on this Ozempic stuff. I just get very nervous because Brian Simpson had a horrible side effect. He was fucked. He was wrecked. He stayed at home for days.
Listen, from all the experience we have, of everything that's come out the last couple of fucking days, the last couple of years.
Here it says, Dr. Rhonda Patch, blueberry concentrate increased brain blood flow, brain activation, and working memory in adults compared to placebo. Concentrated blueberry juice. Interesting. And so it improves brain function in older people. Let's go. Let's get a blueberry snack.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Water, blueberries, protein powder.
Mango. They're good for you. I mean,
What stops that crash at the end? I've been getting it since I turned 58.
Well,
Never slept all the daytime.
Yeah, I take naps.
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, my world ends. It's the saddest thing. Not even reefer, edibles, nothing. When she gets home from school, I talk to her, look at the homework, take her to her room, I go downstairs, my wife gets home. And at about 4:15, I can't even eat. It's not about, I just gotta get up and walk to bed. She knows already. I crash for an hour and 4 minutes, an hour and 6. I get up for like 15 minutes, I feel like shit, and I'm ready to attack the me. The first 15 minutes, I always feel shitty. Like, man, I should have slept at the end of it. Some days I have it, some days I don't.
How much carbs do you eat?
I eat that wheat bread in the morning. And I really wanted to try intermittent fasting. Yeah, I get dizzy. Like I get with Dunkin' gets. Yeah. You don't eat and drive.
snow, cleaning his driveway out. He got called into work on a Sunday or something happened. And so he's shoveling the snow, and it's not the best of shape. Shovels snow, heavy snow, it's all the whole driveway. Gets done, drives in his car, falls asleep in the wheel, and slams into a wall. He got pretty fucked up, bunch of broken bones. Yeah, he's still not better. This was months ago.
So, what was the result of the shoveling?
Yeah, he just blacked out. Yeah, just exhaustion. Not in the best shape. Like, lifting snow is not good. It's a motherfucker, dude. It's a real workout. If you get wet snow and you got a whole driveway full of that shit, and you're digging in and lifting it up and digging in and lifting it up, your legs, your back, your arms.
Isn't the weather contribute to that?
What?
To that cold when you come out. Like I have a friend that went to school and I came back. How's your dad? He died shoveling snow.
Well, it's a heart attack thing. It's exertion, right? If you're not in shape, shoveling snow is equivalent to doing like a hard CrossFit class. If you're not in shape, shoveling wet snow.
No shit. We live in Colorado.
Yeah.
And the snow was light. When it snowed in Jersey last time, I shoveled. That's weird.
Yeah.
And look at that save me with slow amounts.
Mm-hmm.
3 inches, 4 inches. I go out there early and get it.
You get an 18-incher.
Then I can't.
And then it gets a little warmer, and then it starts to melt, and then you basically got every shovelful is 45 pounds. Yeah, look, his heart rate's 118. Yeah, 1,200 calories in 90 minutes of shoveling snow. So look at that. Every single smartwatch on Earth should have snow shoveling as a workout type. I don't know a soul in the Northeast that would disagree. It's fucking hard. So if you're out of shape and you burn off 1,000 calories like my boy Tommy, and then you get behind the wheel, you fucking black out, Probably didn't drink enough water. I think you just have to put it as a regular workout. But 90 minutes of work. So say if you have to leave your house at 6:30, you got to be out there minimum 5 p.m. shoveling. You gotta leave in an hour and a half. Here we go. So basically, you have to have very little clothes on because you're gonna sweat your dick off. You're gonna be out there. Every fucking shovelful is probably 35, 45 pounds. And then you look, well, you've cleared 14. Not even. And then you got to get in there and get it off the concrete and really scrape it down, otherwise it's going to melt and freeze again. And then your whole garage, all the way down your driveway, is going to be ice. So you got to really scrape it.
The nicest snow shovel them at $15 an hour in 1980. Sit out there and shovel snow in case of the apartments. The whole snowmass village. Every time people go skiing, I knew when they were leaving. I knew the whole thing.
Man, we did that new.
I should have back in Boston, man. Yeah, it was 8 hours a day. No, it was a full-time job in snowmass village. Just applied for it, $15 an hour, insurance. After 90 days, it was a street pass. It was a job. It's a fucking job. That was your job.
Have you been to Aspen lately?
No, it's crazy. Oh, this,
it's just,
I can just imagine.
Beverly Hills in the mountains. It's all these rich people. And it's really weird. It's not what it used to be.
No, I know.
Like, you go watch those old documentaries when Hunter S. Thompson was there. Was he there when you were there? Did you ever see him? Yeah? And Woody Creek? Did you go to the Woody Creek Tavern?
I used to go to get weed and the nachos were fucking delicious.
Yeah. Food's still great there.
Did you go?
Yeah.
Is it still open?
Yeah, it's still open. I ate there a couple years ago.
No shit.
Yeah, we went to Aspen for a ski trip. I said, we gotta go to Woody Creek Tavern. Gotta go pay respect.
That was a place. Think about an 18-year-old kid. Just close your eyes for a minute.
There it is.
And I'm talking about no.
Yep.
Oh, that changed a lot, dog.
Did it?
Yeah.
What changed?
It was in a place now.
Well, it's not photos, people.
When I was going in there, it looked like fucking a barn.
Yeah.
83. I had a friend, Cato, Keith Corn was his name. And I told him, I go, listen, you got to deal with me. I love you to death. Don't knock my door unless you got the best weed in town. And when you do have the best week in town, knock on my
Hello, bitch. Ashley.
Good morning. See, come on, tell me I got a great week. Yeah, we're going to that. First time I went in there.
Bitch, Ashley.
Hi, how are you? Welcome.
What's up?
I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're watching Joe Rogan.
Wow. First time I went in there.
Whatever.
No, the second time it was Don John. The first time it was Bill Murray. I got my weed, I got the nachos, I didn't say a word, I didn't even think of no pictures that I just walked down. And then on the way, the guy was telling me what his Thompson was. Then a year later, the first movie came out. First, that was played by Bill Murray playing. That was where the Buffalo Room. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. And then I went in there a second time and I saw Don Johnson. And that was fucking mind-blowing. He was hollering shit on Miami Vice. And then I went in there another time and one of the Nitty Ditty Dirt Band were there with Hunter Thompson. It was a fucking party, man. Wow. And I was a kid. And they would tell you, if you go to the Aspen Airport, the bar, police was there every night. Every fucking night. I would not go up there. For some reason, I was just scared to be police. And Don had me pick me up hitchhiking. Really? One time, I got in the car and he had that song. It was 83, 84, so he just put out Dirty Laundry. And he was big, Boys in Summer. Yeah. I'm in the fucking, because Aspen used to have a hitching post. Okay, so when you finish your job at Aspen, you can just go to the hitching post and stand out there. And people went like this. That means they weren't going down valley. So they did this to you. That means they were just going to fix snowmass and scratch that short trip. And people would pick you up all the fucking time. Just talk to you. What's going on? Where you from? I'm from there. You know, and the first time was Don Henley. I still lived in the salt. And then, 4th of July, 83, I went to snowmass. I was hitchhiking. John Denver picked me up in the Jeep. John fucking Denver, Joe. Wow. Like, come on. This is, no. He's like, if you're not doing anything, I'm doing the thing. He does a charity up there every fucking year or something. I didn't even know. I was just. You're saying come to the show? Yeah, like, come on. It's free or some shit. I'm like, wow. I just moved to snowman. I don't know anybody. Then, like, a month later, I went to Conoco in Old Snowmass. There's Snowmass Village, there's Old Snowmass. And I went to Old Snowmass because the guy was from New York, he had hot dogs. And I was going there and seeing Goldie on purple, like nothing. Samples on the girl, Kate Hudson, was a baby. Wow, maybe 2, 3, 4 with her brother, little brother, a little older than her baby. I used to see her all the fucking time. Wow. Sidney Poitier used to come into the video store. I was shit. That's when I asked Robin Williams for an autograph. He told me no, and he had body odor. He stunk so fucking bad. He was been in a coke thing for like 4 fucking days. Oh no. That was a magical place for a kid at 18. It was just something different, man. And I did a movie with Adam Sandler and Don Johnson in the back. And I had to do a scene. And after every scene, we had to go into this closet. And I would talk to him. And I go, I still remember you when you got chased down Galena Street. And he goes, you remember that? Miami Vice was hotter than shit, like 86. I was in Aspen. And one night we're at like Patty Bugatti's. And you see a bunch of people running down the street. There's a bunch of women chasing Don Johnson. Wow. He's fucking running with his bodyguard down the street of Aspen. Fucking crazy shit. I can't imagine what it's like now. It doesn't have that homey feeling. No, it's a different thing. On the way out of Aspen, you made that turn out before you hit that road, the 82. It used to be a fucking diner on it. They were known for their crumb cake. And you could smell it. So all you smelled when you passed that was the crumb cake and the smell of the chicory. Mm-hmm. Like burning in people's fucking tremendous. Like I never smelled it.
What do you think about it?
It was like a kid in a candy store. Shit. And I used to ask them for the first month I come over here on my roommates, what the fuck did you do? You know, say good morning and hello, and people pull it over. You need a ride? Get the fuck out of here. And
No way am I catching this one. Not in a million years. No.
To get his Olympic weights and speakers. Drove cross country, he said, going to Aspen. I knew nothing about it.
He said, fuck it, I'll never arrive.
I was 20 people looking for me, so I had no choice. So I came up with like $1,500.
Hi, Rose.
For us to drive it.
How are you?
And it was weird because he told me a date he was leaving. But I was planning on robbing this bookmaker for a ton of dough. The guy had money in a linen closet. He had like a register, like hundreds at the top, 50s in the second shelf. Every time I went in there, he'd just open up the closet, take money out and pay us. Like, we gotta rob this guy. So I was waiting to rob this guy.
Hi, Elise.
I go because I thought it was like a $20,000 they paid. So I told him just leave and I'll get a plane ticket. He got to Pennsylvania, the actual.
Hi, Lulu.
So he had to get towed back.
How are you?
Like that was my.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream in here 24/7. I've been live in here for like a week. How are you? You're good? That's good to hear. Welcome.
Okay. You here all day?
All day, all night, 24/7. I sleep in here.
No, that's not weird.
You heard me. And we just are doing a Joe Rogan marathon. Yeah.
Do you get any like donations?
Yeah, I do. You can see my social media. You can donate to me. It's on my PayPal on my Discord.
What's the most you got?
It was
$1,000 2 days ago.
Does someone just have a question?
I felt
What?
Someone just asked me.
An ass?
But a good shift of perspective.
He does. He really got. He's gonna ask where to live.
It can be whatever I want it to be. Look at this move. It can be in my face cam, baby. Look at this.
I thought that too. I got scared for a second.
How are you?
My life flashed.
That's cool.
I'm not gonna lie. That is true. You have the exact ability.
Thank you. Hey, I don't know what happened to it. Oh,
These are crucial.
Rabbi.
yes.
University of Colorado fast program.
Bro, is this guy
That nigga snorting.
Yes.
Who the fuck is? Who's in it?
They kept bugging me. Where's your high school transcripts?
Don't tell me he's a full-time streamer too.
I'll whip one up in a second.
Sleep comment and shit.
They comment. I got arrested. I had to take my GED. So I said,
This motherfucker 24-hour streams.
when you got arrested, you have to
Zero beat around.
when you get arrested.
That's
That's
true.
tough.
No, that's absolutely
I
true.
had to get my
I'm doing this for free, no commission.
No, I made $1,000 2 days ago.
What the fuck give you $1,000?
Some
What
crypt-
right now? What's the fuck give you $1,000?
Some cryptocurrency people.
There was no computer back then.
What?
Yeah, they gave me $1,000 via PayPal, dog.
Dude, should I just start doing this? Bro, lay it down, have an ass cam. Fuck it.
Everything else in my life.
Easy 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, it just came right in PayPal.
They'll give me money for this shit.
Perhaps.
What am I doing?
I don't care. Just take classes. And I got older. And when they transferred me in, those were real fucking like classes. And that's when I got locked up. Bro, what the fuck? That was the beginning of the end for me. So.
There you go, baby. Look at this beautiful face. Roll that beautiful bean footage. How do you like this? It's like we're together forever, dog. I bet you love it. It's the rabbi cam.
You know that old expression, idle hands in the devil's playground? That's real.
Yo, dog.
Yeah.
Look at this move. I've never seen anything so athletic. That was cray. No, to be honest, that was probably one of the most athletic things I've ever seen in my history of mankind. In the history of mankind. I've seen some athletic things in my time, but that dog, cat dog, very, very athletic. Well, that was neat.
And since I didn't have parents, I was dedicating whatever I was doing that day. Is that hard to say? Hard to understand? I didn't have parents. So you helped me out. When I did something, I was doing it for you. To show them that I'm fucking right. You would do it. Yeah. Spending time. Yeah. And I think even comedy, I love comedy, but I got out of comedy what I wanted to become a man. That whole journey of comedy taught me how to be a man. Taught you how to watch other comics and be happy for them. It's a journey of education being a comedian. Yeah, it really is. And let me tell you something, to be a comedian, your IQ has to be somewhere higher than. Like the good ones, somewhere they gotta be up there. They're not stupid. No, we're not stupid. We figured out how to, get to that next level. And that was, for me, that was the most important thing. Becoming a man. What is becoming a man? Just somebody who can contribute to society. Pay taxes. Yeah. Not have to steal. I wasn't looking at people that way. That was never in my fucking realm. I just wanted to function first. That was it. I just wanted to be a functioning person, not with cocaine. Now we're talking about something the other night. 27 years I did that shit. I did more when I was clean in 10 years than I did those 30 years. So you're always thinking about what you lost, and I lost those 2 years in prison. And, I lost a lot of time fucking around. And look what I did accomplish in 10 years. It was mind-boggling. Between marriage, a child, a house, the career, Ari storytelling. You got on track. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, for me, it wasn't about having a jet plane. It was about being a fucking man. Yeah. Just having a normal life. Being proud of yourself. That's it. Yeah. I got the Beatles. I got two other people. One is missing. You got a big home. They're everything to me. But I never had that. Right. I never had that. I never had, my mother had her life and I had my life.
Yo, dog, how are you, Zinx?
Good, the man I am today. But who are you?
I'm really well, thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Stranger, bro. We're stranger.
We're watching Joe Rogan. Do you like Joe Rogan?
You're out there delivering newspapers. You driving a limo. You didn't know what the fuck you were. But you figured it out.
What up, Alex Devine? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
And that's what I think a lot of Americans do. When I sit here,
I stream my life live, 24/7.
That's the thing that people are not.
That's sad.
Thank you. I'm glad we're friends now.
No, we're not.
We're best friends, Alex. BFFs. BFFs for life. For life and death. Best friends forever. BFF. They invented that term for us. We're really good friends.
There's no fucking way, Universal. I don't want you getting the same hand that I get. And that's don't work. Yeah.
So how is your day going, Ziggs?
Actually, yeah, not that bad in the very end. It's pretty relaxing.
Excellent. Well, you're in the right place. We're watching Joe Rogan. Enjoy yourself.
Well, I'm currently on my PS right now, playing video games. So.
Well, I'll keep you company. We're just chilling, dog.
Yeah, especially when you don't have anything. Yeah, but all of a sudden you have $1,200. Look at the fucking Jake. Look at the credit card that this country's in right now. Did you see the credit card that all these foreign countries? You think people have this money? No, what's the credit card debt like? It's fucking insane right now. People are living on that fucking card, Joe, since the pandemic. Now it's becoming second nature. It's just a card. I don't know if you've ever been in card debt. You're never gonna get out of it. Unless a chunk comes into your life. Right. Not your little $4,000 tax return. It's gonna be a chunk. You're never gonna get out of that fucking debt. I was in huge debt. Huge.
Credit card?
No, I got it.
What was your debt?
My dad woke up and I owed.
Look at this. Maxed out inside America's credit card debt crisis and what we do next. And this is from CNET. It says our 1.13 trillion in credit card debt. Wow. Is shattering lives. Everyday borrowers share how they're navigating this uniquely American debt machine. That's a lot of money. And the thing is, they're giving credit cards to people that are too young to really understand debt. You're giving credit cards to 18-year-olds.
No way. That's what I found. No way. And you know what people? Well, there's a lot of shit going on.
Oh, the college
you guys know to now that they're just, you know.
That's the worst scam. The worst scam is the education loans. It's the worst. It's the worst because you're convincing kids that this is the only way they're going to be successful in life, and a lot of them don't even want to be using it, and then they're saddled down with debt for the rest of their fucking life. And there's not a lot of good options other than that. It's not like there's a lot of other things you can look to. Like, this is a better way to go. Like, no. Like, college for a lot of people is like the only path that seems reasonably lit. Like, that path, I can see where that path is. I'm going to walk down that path. And then all of a sudden you're $100,000 in debt, $150,000 in debt. You're like, you get a job out of college and it's for $52,000 a year. You're like, oh my God, how am I going to pay this money off? Well, you're not. You're never going to.
And they don't stop.
No.
In the middle of my debt,
interest.
Dog, in the middle of my debt, a fucking student loan popped up. And they weren't taking no deals. They weren't taking a penny on the dollar. They wanted the full $3,000 from fucking 1980 something.
Yeah.
They're not fucking around those student loans. We have a friend, a mutual friend, that decided not to get married. As much as he loved this fucking girl, broke up with her because of her debt.
Yeah.
He goes, if I marry her,
yeah,
$15,000 a month.
Yeah.
Or something. It was
something crazy.
It was something crazy, like her school loans.
Yeah.
He goes, I can't marry into that. We're never gonna. She has a kid in 3 years. That's on me.
Right. Well, it's on you right away when you get married. And if she dies, you owe it. Yeah. It's one of those.
It's on you. You didn't get married.
And who knows how much. What is the number? Like, what is the number that she owed? Do you remember? Big. Hundreds.
30. And she started taking money and taking little trips. Because once you get those student loans, you know. So again, it's a credit card mentality. I'm already in debt.
Yeah.
They're offering me this. That's a credit card to go to Europe.
Yeah.
One last blast that had a fucking drama I already had.
And then you gotta find some insanely rich guy to rescue you.
Doug, I remember having credit. Between you and I didn't know credit. Okay? I had no idea. I knew cash. I came from a cash society. First time I walked up to the University of Colorado and signed those fucking loan papers, that telegram paperwork, and 2 days later I had a credit card.
What up, Karimo? How are you?
And then they told me that.
Yeah, fuck yourself, bitch.
Thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm glad you're here.
And then
That's your face.
still stuck. And now you have to go to a casino to have the fucking tip off. Oh, call your Visa code.
What did you say, Karimo?
This is 30 years ago.
Fuck off.
What do you want, Karimo?
Call Visa for you.
Karimo.
Yeah, you can wrap it up. Now you more.
Good news,
Karimo,
Mr.
come
Diaz.
back.
You got an extra $2,000.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Do you remember that scam where you would get like 10 cassettes for like $1? Do you remember that?
I don't go to
Columbia.
I don't go to Indiana. You never seen me do anything in Indiana. I must go to Columbia House $10 million. Are you stupid? I don't go to Indiana. That's Terre Haute, Indiana. Right? Look it up. I still remember where that motherfucker came from. I don't even go to Indiana. I don't even want to remember.
And then you would have to buy a
3 albums.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Was it every month? 12 hot hits for a cool penny. I don't even think it was CDs back then. Look, it says cassettes.
Welcome, entity.
Wow. So how did they make money?
Because everything was re-recorded. So they took Santana out and then put it on like a cheap cassette or something.
Oh, really?
Like it was something.
So they re-recorded it?
Oh, I thought it was. No, it was real. It was real music. No, it's the band. But it's something, there's a catch here. There's some catch. So you had to buy, whatever, 12 hots for a penny. You got to put the penny on the pavement and scotch tape it.
Let's stop right there. AOL may have had the most prevalent mail-in magazine-based marketing campaign in the 90s, but a close second goes to both Columbia House, which was owned by Sony, and BMG, which was owned by RCA. It was a common sight in magazines of all shapes and sizes to see ads like the one above, which promoted extremely cheap collections of music in exchange for signing up for a membership, and even single-handedly helped some CDs become hits. Hootie and the Blowfish, for example, is said to have sold over 3 million copies of Crack Rear View through the service. Yeah. Wow.
I think what they did is that you would sign up for a credit card bill with this, and then all of a sudden you start getting billed like $20 a month.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to stop.
There was no credit card in my day. It was just send the penny, you get 12.
Yeah, I don't remember a credit card. I don't remember signing up with a credit card.
No,
I don't
no,
have
no.
a credit card.
You sent the penny. You sent the penny.
Here it is. Degraded audio quality. In '94, Stereophile magazine published a feature analyzing whether the quality of Columbia House or PMG CDs was actually much lower than one could find in a traditional record store. The belief, which hasn't been confirmed, was that the service was using lower quality master tapes, and on high quality equipment, one could tell the difference. But that said, it wasn't confirmed. Lack of royalty payments. Here's another one. Go up. So it says, Mental Floss notes that those free CDs generally cost Columbia House $1.50 each to create, a fairly low amount of overhead in those days. The reason why it was so low, they didn't have to pay royalties on the giveaways and made the money back on the margins. In other words, that Nirvana album you got for free from Columbia House netted Kurt Cobain a grand total of $0. Wow. So they didn't get paid for those. So the model the company used relied on customers essentially forgetting that they had subscribed to the service and then sending random CDs or cassette tapes to people that haven't asked for them, along with a bill.
Yeah.
So kind of happen. Like Girls Gone Wild. You get one, and then they just keep sending you a new video every month.
Tell us more, Jimmy. What happened to you?
I never paid for it, but I remember getting a few free.
High profits after the freebies run out. After you got these cassettes and discs shipped your way, the company charged high amounts to consumers, but they also kept most of the profits on the album sold. Mental Floss suggests that the company made as much as $7.50 on each album shipped. Wow. So what happens to bands got paid for those from Columbia House? Aggressive bill collection tactics. Consumer Affairs and Rip-Off Record each report pages on the service and its collection agency Trident Asset Management that go back for miles. If you haven't paid for those CDs you got back in the 90s, they're probably still looking to shake you down for your money, Joey.
They do them in the 90s, I did in the 70s. A long time ago, you know what I'm saying? I still remember the album I got. You know what the fucking first album I got from Columbia House was? What? Bye Bye Miss America. Oh, Don, whatever. Yeah, was it Don?
What was his name?
I forget that I got like her.
John McClane. That's right.
I still remember back when I bought like
Santana Breakfast. That was the song that would come on at parties and everybody just started singing. Yeah.
Great fucking song. Great jam.
Yeah. Did Tyson Fury have the entire audience sing that after one of his fights? I think Tyson Fury sang that fucking song to an entire audience.
I'll jump up and down.
Which one?
The one by Neil Diamond. They have the new commercial with a bunch of black people, Mexicans in the bar, jumping up and down. And I'm like, black people, Mexicans will never jump up.
What songs?
That's like,
which song?
Drives me crazy.
Said it too fast. I'm like having a live black thing right now. It's like a baseball game.
Drives me crazy.
Oh my God!
They sing it in the Hamptons.
I know it
They
is.
sing it in the Hamptons all the time. Gentiles get together.
Sweet Caroline.
Oh my God! Drives me fucking crazy.
Oh my God! He does that. He sings that one too.
I love Neil Diamond, but that song when it comes on the bar and I see
It's not the song; it's people's reactions.
yeah, it drives me crazy. And now they have a Budweiser commercial or something.
Sweet.
With like brothers and Mexicans jumping up and down. Stop it.
It's a great fucking song. Tyson Fury, recover.
Yeah.
motherfucker. Oh, I love that guy. Oh,
That's the way to end the boxing match.
oh my God, that's fucking incredible. But he got the whole crowd to stick along. They all stayed. Most people leave when the fight's over. Especially if you win by knockout. They stay because they want to hear him talk. You know how unusual that is? Where a whole crowd is willing to stay to listen to the guy talk. Watch what happens at a UFC main event. When, say, like someone wins, there's a few people who stick around. They want to see the Pill's fight speed. And most people are heading to the fucking door. If Leon Edwards starts singing Sweet Caroline,
That'd be great. I love Leon. That'd be great.
or something that people know. Like there's a few of those songs that everybody knows.
Somebody with a Brazilian accent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, boy Romero.
Right.
Yo, no.
Sweet Caroline. Joey, to this day, that was one of my favorite podcasts of all time. You translating for Yoel Romero.
I had me lost.
Did he?
My Spanish is fucking, I gotta be around those people every day.
You were pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. I know he was, it's just what a character that guy is. Bro, he just won.
He still hates me.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He just beat Thiago Silva in PFL versus Bellator. Yeah, that's us. I know you! He's the best, man. That guy. Imagine what would have happened if that guy got into MMA at 22. He didn't even get to UFC till he was in his late 30s. That guy would have killed everybody.
What is he now?
He's 46, 47. Yeah, he just beat Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva's still legit. Still fucking super dangerous. Thiago Silva went to a split decision with John Jones. Yeah, that guy. Yoel Romero's a beater. Make sure it's a split decision. That might be correct. I want to be sure. But it was a close fight. Close fight. It's a good fight. Well, John tore his pec muscle. Tore it off the ball. That's what it is. You guys can see the video. He shoots. They're in a scramble. He just screams. Grabs the chest. Split decision. Yeah. So, on one judge's scorecard, Thiago Silva beat the greatest fighter of all time. Excuse me, Thiago Silva beat the greatest fighter of all time. And then Joel just beat him. I know it's been a slide since then. What was that, 2017? What year was that? 2016. 2017, I'm like, 19. Okay. So that's not that long ago. 5 years ago. Yoel is, I think he's at least 46. Looks fucking great. Looks great. Doesn't look slow. Doesn't look old. He's clever. Yeah, well, for Cuba. Someone's doing something right. You know? They just popped one of the UFC guys. Paul Harris, 4 years. 4 years. 4 years. And he's 40. So that's essentially a career ender. You know? But when you're 40, dude, and you're fighting, and you're training every day, and you're doing 2 a day and 3 a day, it's like, bro, your testosterone gets beaten down. Your system gets beaten down. You're putting a tax on your system that's very hard to deal with. Oh yeah, it's a big difference. You get a guy who's 22 years old and you put him through a fight camp, that's a guy who can recover. As long as he's doing the right things, he's eating right, he's sleeping right, he's hydrating right, he can recover. He can get through the camp. It's hard shit. A real fight camp for MMA is one of the most difficult endeavors in all professional sports. You have to fight 5 rounds, 25 minutes of actual fighting in a championship level fight. And you are getting kicked and punched and wrestled, and you're getting taken down, you're trying to get back up. The exertion level is so insane. When you watch like Cheeto versus Sugar Sean, at the end of that fight, even though Sugar Sean put on a clinic, I mean, he put on a clinic. At the end of that show, he was beaten the fuck up. He walked out there with a foot cast, an arm cast. He's limping through the hallway. I mean, and he won. And then Cheeto's just busted up, man. His whole face is busted up. I mean, those guys are exhausted. They went through hell. And it took them 12 weeks to get in the kind of peak physical condition just to be able to do that. I mean, it's a crazy way to make a living. And you're depending on all these things that break so easy. All this stuff. This is how you're going to use this to make your living, feed your family. You have a wife and kids, and you're going to depend on your tissue and your bones to stay in place while you're smashing people in the face. And you're getting smashed, you're getting your arm barred, you get your leg ripped. All this shit is happening to you. Your neck's getting tweaked, your back falls down, your lower back, your hamstrings bucked, your hip hurts now. And you fight. You don't fight. They all fight. They all fight. They all fight. You know, it's like you said, 12 weeks and shit happens. Yeah, and you know, figure out a way to make it to the cage. So some of them, like Tom Aspinall, he fucked his rib up preparing for that fight with Sergey Pavlovich. So he couldn't even wrestle. He's fighting this gigantic, terrifying Russian who knocks everybody into the dark dimensions, and he can't even wrestle. He can't do the one thing that you would think he needs to do to that guy. Pavlovich fucks everybody up. Fucked Derek Lewis standing. He fucked a lot of people up. Tai Tuivasa, he's fucking people up, beating them up standing. He's a dangerous cat. He's giant. He's giant. And Aspinall couldn't even, but he had to take that chance, and it worked out for him. But then look, Islam Makhachev, when he had the rematch with Volkanovski, he's preparing for Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira gets cut. Makhachev steps in, or Alexander steps in with fucking 11 days notice. And he rematches with a guy who's gone through a full camp. It's crazy. That doesn't happen in boxing ever. If Tyson Fury gets cut 10 days before he's supposed to fight Anthony Joshua, they don't just call Usyk up and go, "What are you doing in 10 days?" That never happens, ever. Especially at a championship level, not just championship level, but the two guys who are widely considered to be the very best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Number one and number two, up until the Ilya Topuria fight. Number one and number two in most people's eyes, up until the second Makhachev fight. Before that fight, it was Volkanovski, it was the debate whether it was Makhachev or Volkanovski was number one. And so Makhachev knocks him out with a head kick. He only had 10 days to prepare. He doesn't look the same. He gets rocked. He gets beat up in that fight. And then he goes and fights Topuria and gets knocked down. So the whole world live in it. You go from being the best pound-for-pound fighter on earth, the fucking man, to just months later, you're not even the best in your division anymore. The best guy in your division just knocked you unconscious. Now he has your belt, and he's 10 years younger than you.
I knew this time, too. Yeah, we got the bar in. He's fucking tight.
He's dangerous.
He's tight. That shit's tight.
Everything is so sharp. His technique is flawless. Everything is flawless. His boxing is so dangerous. He's so dangerous everywhere. He's dangerous with submissions. He's dangerous with kicking. He's dangerous. His heart is dangerous. He fought this dude, Jai Herbert. He went up to 155 for that fight. So he's a 45-pounder. And he said, fuck it, I'll take a fight at 55. He gets head kicked in the first round by Jai Herbert. Is a nasty stand-up fighter. He's so good. He's real slick. He's real good stand-up, like real sharp stand-up. And he caught Topuria with the perfect head kick. And Topuria, he's in real trouble. He got dropped. And he scrambled, got a hold of him. Next round, sent him into the dark lands. Blasted him against literally slept him, face planted him, and walk-off KO. He's an animal, dude. He's a real problem because he's intelligent, he's dedicated, he's driven, he's got that kind of confidence that those championship guys have, where they know they're the best even before they're the best. He knew he was the best even before. He's literally fighting the best guy ever in that division, and he's telling everybody, "I'm gonna fuck this dude up inside of 2 rounds." Let's go fight next. Good question. I don't know who he's fighting next. So he won go up and fight Islam Makhachev at 155. And then.
What up, yo? How are you? Hey, how are you?
Um,
I'm glad you're here, Thriller.
They were also talking about.
Thriller.
Sean said he wanted to go up and fight Topuria.
Welcome to Thriller.
He said, I want you to fight Marab, who's also from Georgia, just like Ilya is born in Georgia. And Marab's the rightful guy that should be fighting at 35, so that's going to happen there. But if Sean gets past Marab, you can see a world where they can make a champion versus championship fight at 145. But Ilya Topuria essentially is kind of cleaned out the division already. The real dangerous guys like Josh Emmett, he pieced that dude up. He pieced Josh Emmett up. He beat his ass. He's just so good, man. And he's so, like, terrifying. That guy's just a heat 45. That dude puts people to sleep. He's that guy that knocked out Bryce Mitchell with that one punch. Oh, yeah. Oh. Josh Emmett is a terrifying striker. He just throws everything into every punch, and he knows all he has to do is hit once. And so that's how he fights. And so Ilya just real clever. Just moved in, moved back, didn't charge forward, just aware of the power until he could start piecing them up. Then just start piecing them up. Just tactically, he's so smart. So it's not just his ability, his skill, it's knowing when to apply it and how to adjust to different kinds of fighters. But the Jai Herbert one might have been the most impressive one. Dude, he got head kicked. He gets hits with a switch high kick off the left leg, right to the face, man. I mean, like this, he just dropped, which is 99 times out of 100. It's like the beginning of the end. Look at this. Look at that left high kick. Watch this. Boom! Yeah. I mean, dude, he got fucking cracked on the chin, dude. Look how perfect it is. It's perfect. I mean, it is a perfect high kick. And Jai Herbert's dangerous too. But he got lucky that he got a hold of a leg, and also that he didn't try to stand up when he actually got knocked down. If he was standing up, Jai Herbert could have caught him with a bunch of other shots and put him away. Because once you get hurt, if you can get a hold of someone, it gives you at least seconds to try to clear your head. Because sometimes it takes your head but a few seconds to reboot. And you can still hold on to someone while that's happening, and maybe you can survive. So in his case, he did. But now show the knockout. Show Topuria knocking out Jai Herbert. So in the second round, he just times him with his right hand from hell. And it's a good fight up until then, man. Jai Herbert is a tall, look at this. He's a tall 55. And you can see by his movements, like very skillful striker. Very dangerous and long. So Ilya gets him up against the cage. Look at the rip to the body. Boom! Oh my God. Bro, but look at the combination before that. He sets it up by a left to the body. Watch this left to the body. Watch it. Boom, bang. Hard left hook to the body. Right hand over the top. Look at this. Boom. Right to the liver. Boom. And bro, that was a solid liver punch too, because you see him breathe out after he gets hit. Show that right there again. Right before. Watch. He gets hit with his left to the body. Look at him breathe out. See his mouth fill up? That's like, ooh. It's a perfect liver punch. And then a perfect right hand behind it. So he might have been knocked out just from that liver punch, son. He might have went down a half a second later from that liver punch. That's how good that punch is. And then he hits him with that right hand over the top. Topuria. Terrifying.
To go back to what you were talking about earlier, with and this fucking guy I was watching this morning, he's 39 years old.
LeBron was awesome. See Chelsea ranting, screaming. He's on steroids. Everyone knows he's on steroids.
Guy's 39. He's having 35 minutes of fucking games. Top 5.
Yeah.
The NBA minutes.
Do they test NBA players? I don't know. Jamie, what do they test for? They test them for like testosterone players?
Alcohol.
No reefer. No reefer. No, they can't. They won't have a league. It's too good for. It's too good for. It's the same reason why it's so good for pool. It's got to be so good for basketball. Puts you in that zone. Just feel it. You feel it.
Anything a reefer.
Yes.
Which we had music on.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin came on.
Yeah.
And then also I went back. To be honest, this is the reason why I smoked pot. That's the reason I would never have done a drug. But I knew it was going to sound a lot better with that reason.
It does. Isn't it crazy? Food tastes better, sex feels better.
Lifting weights with reefer.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
amazing. You feel
Oh
your
my
muscles.
God. Riding a bike with reefer. The only thing I don't do with reefer is rope. Fuck you.
You don't do jujitsu?
No.
No?
No.
Interesting.
No. A lot of people do. I don't give a fuck.
Including this guy.
No. That donkey dude. No. I went to the seminar. He was smoking with Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
He was hilarious.
Jeff Glover.
Oh,
Yeah, he's hilarious.
he's hilarious, though.
Yeah, he's fucking good.
He's good, too.
He's good.
You know, that reefer shit, somebody mounted me once, and I was higher than that. That was it. Time out. No.
It's amazing.
They're cool. No, yeah, anything like that.
Right. Oh my God.
Riding when you giggle.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck? This, what I want to talk to you about is recuperation at that age. Gotta be really smart.
Well, LeBron spends a lot of money. He's like famous for spending money on his recovery, right? Massages,
Everything.
cold plunges, and
Saunas,
saunas, everything.
Gotta give it to him.
You have to. He's at the very top of his game, and he's worth $1 billion. You know, I mean, he's a $1 billion property. He's at the top of his fucking game. I mean, and he looks like a superhero. I mean, LeBron looks like a superhero. You look at him, you're like, good lord. Show a photo of him, like his body. Is there any shirtless photos of LeBron? Let me take my pants off.
You don't know. You won't know this because it's basketball. But like,
Dude, look at that. Yeah. And how tall is he? LeBron James diet reveals he eats like shit but trains.
Wow, he don't eats a lot of candy, but that's when he was younger too.
Right. Now he has to clean it up.
he's good too, man.
He's also slimmed down from where he was back when he was younger, like his first 5 years. I think they argued he could be up to 300 pounds.
So is this him now?
That's him now. He's probably close to like 260.
Okay, so he definitely looks slimmer in that picture than he did in the other picture where he was lifting weights.
But that was also right out in the gym.
Mm-hmm. Since he appears to have lost 10 to 12 pounds, it said in that photo. So yeah, you see that photo in the gym.
What up, dog? How are you?
Looks like an MMA fighter. It looks like he'd be like a UFC heavyweight.
I'm amazing.
You shred.
I got no problem with professional athlete doing whatever he needs.
Yeah, okay, as long as they're not a fighter.
Professional.
If the female fighters is...
No, I know that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like for recovery and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He looks great. It's a video shit they're doing and training with people.
Yeah.
Is just, I go to basketball games. I told you, I see those athletes. That Jason kid from fucking Boston, dog, when he goes to the basket, you're not stopping him. It's unreal how quick he is. You watch him, he's 6'6". These guys are super fucking athletes.
Well, it's like everything else, Joey. They get a chance to see the people before them, and then they get better. They get better than those people. Like every sport, if you go in, there's always going to be the few outliers, like Muhammad Ali. If you took Muhammad Ali in 1967 and brought him to the heavyweight division today, he'd be fucking. They wouldn't know what to do with him. There's so many fighters who can fuck him. But he's just a complete outlier. And there's other, like Michael Jordan, complete outlier. Any generation you put him in, he's going to fuck people up. Larry Bird, complete outlier. Any generation, he's going to score from the court. But if you get the overall, the athletes, well, like UFC today is the best example because it's one of the clearest. You could go to 93, 2024, and you see this massive evolution. Massive. You see these people that are fighting on the undercards of these fight cards, like the UFC fight cards, the fight night cards, the smaller cards they do at the Apex Center. You're seeing world championship caliber fighters from 10 years ago. Like they would probably beat a lot of world champions, and this is their UFC debut. That's how good these guys are.
They love them. Everything is involved. Everything. It's amazing. It's amazing the training when you look at them.
Did you see this fast fight night this last weekend with Rose Namajunas?
No.
In the undercard, this kid Cameron Simon, who's like one of the best guys at 135, very slick striker, South African kid, like very tough, very good kid. he fought this dude, Peyton Talbot, and I'd never seen this guy fight before. This kid is a motherfucker, dude. He's so good. He's 25 years old. He's fought like once, I think, in the UFC and once in the Contender Series. And this is my first time watching him. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. He's so
now they're doing this with Tech 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're doing this with Tech 12.
Yeah.
And they're dedicated to MMA. There's MMA classes.
See if we can find that knockout. See if we find the knee with hit him with in the first round. Like in the beginning of the fight, he was fucking.
I think everything has a window. That's what we're getting to. Like especially with the UFC, it's when you get to the UFC, you have to give yourself a window. Because after a while, that's the thing about fighting. It'll go on forever.
Yeah, there's very few guys that like Jim Miller. Jim Miller still fights at a world-class level.
Brad Tavares.
Yeah. Oh, Brad Tavares is strong. He just beat Chris Weidman. I love him. He looked fantastic.
He looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Tavares
Tavares
was like
very good. Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. Kicking the shit out of him. It just looked slick. Looked very good. Very good to stand up.
But now you got these guys. Remember, these guys got into it 18, college. They were wrestlers. These kids.
Brad is young, man. That's the thing you got to realize about Brad. Brad was thrown to the lion's den when he was like in his early 20s. I think Brad Tavares.
Oh yeah.
I think he's only 33. Yeah, he's been around forever. He was oil back in the day. Yeah, he's fought a lot of people, man. Yeah.
So those guys come one in a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, longevity.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, Jim Miller's the most extreme example. He fought in UFC 100, fought in UFC 200, and he's going to fight in UFC 300. Like, what the fuck, dude? And he looks awesome.
And he still teaches.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't do that anymore. That's also what's helped him a lot. He sold his gym. Okay. It was too much. He explained it when he came on the podcast. It's just too much work. We're dealing with so many different things. And so now that he could just like concentrate on just his camps and get ready, it's like, it's much better. He probably still teaches some classes. I think he enjoys teaching. I think running the gym was the real problem. I think I'm correct.
I come and go in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Also, you're dealing with personality issues, and if you run a business, you have to deal with people that are arguing with other people there. Like, this guy might be stealing money, or this guy might be doing something he's not supposed to be doing. He said he was doing this, but he's doing that. He's trying to cut corners. Like, fuck. And you have to deal with this, that.
Business you have to be there. Mm-hmm. These martial artists that open up these schools and open like a chain of them, and then never have one of them.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, you'd have to really trust the people that are running that school for you. They'd have to be like really well trained and part of your family. You know, you can pull it off. Like the Machados have done that. They've had Machados have had various Machado satellite schools that are owned by Sean Jock's black belts. And they're always great.
They're great.
They're always great.
John Jock's a different level.
Yeah.
And by me, I've been racing.
Mm-hmm.
And they got it down to a science. They really, you know, I was talking to Ralph the other day. Just talking to Ralph. Think what's around me. I got Tom. I got the Silver Fox. I got, what's his name? Ricardo Almeida.
Yeah.
I got all those guys right there. We were talking about it. It's like a year and a half of that.
It's a great jiu-jitsu environment.
It's a beautiful fucking, and it's all Enzo.
Mm-hmm.
Enzo, all those black belts, the Silver Fox, fucking,
Enzo's got an empire. He's got guys in LA, he's got guys here, he's got guys everywhere. He's got schools everywhere.
He's got a school.
And they're all great. They're all great. You always hear great things about them.
Listen, by lunchtime, guy, he just took seconds.
That's wild.
He's great. He's great.
He's got to teach his lunchtime classes?
Yeah, that's great.
That's awesome.
Like a baby. And you grow like a baby. I love it. And he's changed the class, you know. But what my point was that 2 years that I've been there, the lunchtime class, it's a whole set of people every 90 days.
Mm.
You still got a couple brown belts that are older, they come. But it's a never-ending door.
Mm.
4 people sign up, 4 people quit. 3 people, you know, it's one of those things.
Right.
And once you get the blue belt, they disappear.
Some of them do that.
No, a high percentage of it.
Yeah, what is the number of people that go past blue belt? It seems like they get happy that they have a little something, kind of a belt.
And it's,
but it's hard though. You get injured. You know, and you have to learn how to roll correctly. Like where you gotta tap. Tapping's important. You gotta tap to save your body. Too many people fight out of shit that you shouldn't fight out of. Just learn how to not be in it. This is it. So this is the dude. So Cameron Simon, first of all, a high level contender. This is the end of the fight. He's fucking holy shit. But you gotta see like the stand up before that, like in the first round is some of the most impressive shit. I mean, he moves so good, man. And he's got high power. Look at this, flop that knee right there. Back it up a little bit before that. So this combination catches him with. And it's just the timing. Like, look at the timing on this knee. Watch this. Boom. And if you hear it, it sounds like a baseball bat hitting a coconut. It's perfectly timed knee. And he was just so fucking devastated. And just looked like he was having fun in there. And this kid's 25 years old, right? So this kid, when you look at him, he's got this very interesting personality. If you hear him talking, like, okay, you're looking at a future superstar. And there's a lot of these guys that left hook, tight left hook. Ooh. There's a lot of these guys right now. There's so many people coming up right now that are so high level. Like 1-2 fights into the UFC, you look at them like, good lord, that's a world championship caliber fighter.
Fucking hard career, so you're right.
Oh, it's the hardest.
Last night, Tuesday night, some kid came up to me with a Houston shirt at the club. He had number 34. Lawrence. The guy, Lawrence Camp, Joe Camp. I don't think about him. He's a fucking wheelchair. You know, all that running, they didn't have the technology we have now. They would turn things around. Hips and knees. Yeah. And that's a fucking nightmare. Well, now we're learning. You know, obviously over time, Patrick studies and shit like that. We've learned more about it. Jiu-jitsu for me at 61, I go to class, I do all the drills, I do the warm-up. When it comes time to roll, I look around. I pick and choose, you know, you have to. Yeah. And I know what I'm there for. I'm not there to go to competition. I'm out there to be a world fighter. Right. Hey, you know I go to jiu-jitsu for the social. I love it. I love going in and getting sweaty. I get beat up 9 out of 10 times. You know that? Yeah. But it doesn't matter to me. That's comedy. You get beat up. Right. And you get better. You learn how to outlast. It's good for you, too. It's good for fucking an older person. Yeah. But you have to know what you're going in there for. Right. You're not going in there to fucking tap the blue belt or the purple belt. Right. You're going to defend yourself. I watch all. Hickson is my boy. You know, I watch all his tapes and shit. He does a thing about it. You're thinking about going into the gym later on. This is my advice, and I took it like a team. Pick 2 days. Pick 2 days a week. And go. Stick to those 2 days. I do a core class every week, I do a blue belt class every week. That's it. I lift weights, I ride the bike, I do all the other shit. I box in my garage, you know? But I enjoy it. The process is great, Joe. I'm not good at it. But I go. And some days you get a good fucking roll, and some days you get beat up. But at least you're getting exercise. I'm sweating. Talking to guys. Fun thing to do. You stay a little younger because you're talking to younger guys. These guys are all cops.
Well, it's also you're in the moment. Like when you're doing jiu-jitsu, you're literally trying to defend.
And I joke to them, like, you cocksuckers. I yell out of this shit. They giggle. The other day, some guy had my back, brother. I love this guy. And I'm looking at he's joking me, and I'm trying to defend the joke. I'm trying to get him down. I was like, oh, brother, you got skinny feet. He goes, motherfucker. I thought that all of me. As soon as they're going to submit me, I crack it down. Making jokes. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm an old man. Fuck, get off me. Fuck. Jesus, Joey.
That's hilarious.
And that's what it's about. Yeah. It's about a bunch of guys, a lot of older guys in the daytime. That's great. 3 or 4 guys older than me. That's great. There's a 67-year-old. He's nasty, Joe. That's awesome. But he's a black belt taekwondo. That was what he had a taekwondo school for all those years. There's a couple older guys. There's a guy that looks just like fucking the guy that invented electricity. Yes. That's what they call him when he comes in. He finally got a haircut, so he don't look all fucked up no more. But I fucked around with him on Mondays. He's great. He's a Jeep and Go guy. Oh, wow. You know, these old guys are fucking great. So yeah. It's social, a lot of cops, you know.
It's a fun thing to do.
It's very fun.
And it's also one of those things that while you're doing it, you can't think about anything else because it's so difficult to do. But I think those things are good for your brain.
But when you have a rough day, the phone's ringing, and you're thinking, oh, fuck this.
also, it's so much harder than anything else you're gonna do.
I can't believe I burned my 400 calories.
Right.
I forget to move up.
You wear a loop while you do jujitsu.
Yeah. I guess scratch me a little bit. No, it's hitting under here.
Okay.
It's hitting arm.
Oh, you put an arm on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can put the chest on, you know. And I see the people that get hurt. It's the 30-year-olds that go in there and kill themselves. They're doing this stuff. That being fuck all that shit. I
Yeah.
all day for all you ain't wrong with me.
It's a good way to hurt your
And I'm not gonna grab you either.
Yeah.
Then you bastard daughter. Fucking delaying, get my back lifted, and you go home.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be a killer. I'm gonna be a bodyguard. I'm gonna get exercise.
How much are you getting up on stage in Jersey?
Twice a week.
Yeah. Yeah, just to keep the dust off it.
But it's not good. I write a lot more. I noticed that this last gym, they're giving away jobs. I just talked to Thomas, well, take this, because I'm not going to use it.
Right.
You know, I just take the shit and I write it down. I said, Mom, man, I forgot how much fun it is to write.
It's real fun, but you gotta be in a place where you can do it all the time.
All the time.
And that's the beautiful thing.
All the time. No, you got this.
What up, gangster?
It's not open the manager's office here, agencies.
You're telling me.
This is going to be a fucking utopia. Those big cities are going to be forgotten about for comedy. Yeah, they'll be doing comedy, but not like
I'm like a witch.
not with 8 clubs around you, 16 writers.
Yeah.
So it's just exciting because it's a big thing. Like, there was never a scene like this here before. So now the scene's here. So many great comics are here. It's a big thing. Guys getting better too. They're getting better. Did you see Derek last night? Derek posted. You see Hassan? Did you see Hassan? Bro, holy fuck, bro. He got a lot better. He got a lot better. He's confident, writes all the time, works hard. He's on the court. Workout crew. He's over there.
What do you have?
Right here. The gym.
And what time do they come?
2 minutes, 1 almost there. Yeah. Do it.
You do it every day?
No. Different days. Took some time off.
And you got to do kettlebells.
I got to do all kinds of stuff. Pushing the sled, hitting the bags. I got to do Tabatas. Do intervals on the bag. Explain intervals. Tabata intervals are 20 seconds work, 10 seconds rest. So,
In a row.
so I give him gloves. I say, don't try to be a hero. This is what I want you to do. Just, this is how you throw a left hand. This is how you throw a right hand. Just, I want to see you hit the bag, just like this. You're not going to try to do it hard. I just want you to do it constantly. And most of them have hit the bag or something before a little bit. And so I say, don't worry about hitting it hard. I just want you to hit it and don't hurt yourself. And you're going to do it for 20 seconds at a pretty fast clip. And then you're going to rest for 10, do 20 seconds, rest for 10. Do that for a cycle of 8.
That's good for cardio. It's good for the bike.
It's great for cardio. It's one of the best ways to develop cardio. Is the Tabata interval, whatever reason. I don't know. But so we did that in the end. So we did kettlebell workout, and then we do the sled, and then we hit the back. I was putting them through like real workouts, and then we do sauna and cold plunge.
You know, with that whole going to being a good time.
Working on that.
That's where it worked out. And when I was doing it, you know, that
it's work, and it makes you feel better about
makes
yourself.
you feel better.
It makes your body feel better. It makes your brain feel better. It also makes you feel like you're not lazy and stagnant. Like there's been times where I get up and for whatever reason I'm just not feeling it, and I fuck off and I look at my phone and I make some phone calls, and then the next thing you know I'm not getting in the cold plunge. Next thing you know I'm not going to work. And the day, or I'm not going to work out before work. And the days that I realize I'm doing that, I just stop, put your phone down, get in the water, were the days that I was happier. I always felt better if I did what I needed to do, because then I felt like I've already done the thing that was the hardest thing to do today. So now I'm on a good path. My day's on a good path. Yeah.
See what happens when I eat. I try to diet.
Yeah.
I got to do everything else.
Yeah. Early's good though. I like it's good getting it out of the way. It also like sets up the rest of your day. You know, get that really physically difficult thing done early, and then it sets up the rest of your day. The thing is, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, I'm not immune to those feelings of laziness and those feelings of procrastination. You know, and there's a handful of days over the last few years that I've done nothing and should worked out. And I just fucked off too much. I just didn't want to do it. And my mom was like, you work out peacefully every day. Like, take a day off. But then I don't feel that good. Then the rest of the day, I'm like, why did I do that? Now I feel stupid. Now I feel like I'm lazy or uncentered. But, I need to do something. I mean, it's like for my brain as much as for my body. I need to do something.
I was there all day.
Really?
My mom, 6 hours. So it was like last night I went to bed at fucking 2 months of progress. And I got up at 4:40. Like, what the fuck, Joey? I stayed up till about 6. I hit the grip again. I got up at fucking 8 to call my daughter. I got up like at 9, 8:30. I get dressed and I roll the joint. I brush my teeth. And I fucking get out and I go for a nice walk in Austin.
You enjoying it?
Very much so. Looking at it, it's a different look. It looks a little bit different.
Just come down every now and again. Once a month.